Okay. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. All right. My mic sounds nice. Check 1. My mic sounds nice. Check 2. My mic now nice. Check 3. Are you ready? Get it. We're gonna rock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. On and it doesn't stop. Keep rocking on. My mic sounds nice. Check 1. My mic my mic sounds nice. Check 3. My mic sounds nice. Check. I didn't mess that up. My mic sounds nice. Check 1. My mic sounds nice. Check 2. My mic sounds nice. Check 3. Are you ready? Get it. We're gonna rock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. All right. Okay, so let's gather the content. Okay, so what the hell? So beside that fool Tariq, who else we gonna do? All right. All right. Let's get it. You know what? How long is this? Okay, let's go. 9 minutes. Let's go. Let's do this first.
Go ahead and step out for me.
All right.
I'm just concerned that you may be lost because lots of people from Illinois don't go this way.
Okay. Is there a crime on being lost? All right. At this point, my professionalism as a human being, right? My being cordial might go out the window slightly. An officer stopping me because I'm lost. Officer, I have the right to be lost. I don't need your help. I have the right to explore this entire country. You dig? In some states and some cities and some towns.
I think it's for officer safety. You don't want to let me go get my insurance.
Absolutely, it's not very safe for you to go back and forth. I'm just asking you where you're headed.
Please, I don't want to be friends with some guy that's pulling me over.
I don't know why you're wanting to argue.
I don't want to discuss my personal stuff, and now you're accusing me of.
I've got one that can see. This cop, Officer Richard Coburn of the tiny Texas Stratford Police Department, is about.
All right, so all you black revolutionists, this is something you want to check into, okay?
To put on a clinic of how to hold for the system. Pull up behind a brother with the Illinois plates, bumping the rap music, definitely from Chicago. Run his plates. White girl gets in the car. Trifecta. Watching my speed. Watching this clown. Then I move over for a slow-moving farm vehicle, a tractor or something. The same tractor the cop and the truck behind it moves over for. Then he lights me up.
Look at this.
How you doing, Sheriff Police Department? You have your driver's license and insurance?
Yes.
The reason for the stop, sir, is you've changed lanes about 6 times without signaling your lane change.
All right, because I'm recording this and I've been signaling. There was a trailer in the way and I moved over for the trailer.
I'm recording everything too. It's gonna
All this with a
All
cop.
right, so he said he's recording everything too. So now the burden of proof at this point is on the officer. If you hire a lawyer, $2,500 to $5,000 max, or a little more, you dig? They want to know what the officer actually seen, because he said he's recording this too. So he needs to show from his dash cam that the brother is switching lanes often. And now the officer has possibly reasonable, articulable suspicion, you dig? But since he said he recorded these illegal or these suspicious activities of the brother right here, then we need to see that. You dig? The jury need to see that.
A review, and literally within about 2 minutes. If you're interested, let me know in the comments and I'll post a link to it.
everything too. It's gonna be a warning if I can get your driver's license.
Yeah,
and
you
insurance.
absolutely can, man. But I got it on tape, bro.
You got one on tape. You
The
not
tape,
signaling?
me no signaling to get over for the trailer. You saw me get over for the tractor. I assume that's the only time I got over. That's what you're talking about, yeah?
So you've moved lanes about 4 times and not signaled, and then you were driving on the other side of the lane over there. I'm not gonna argue.
All right,
with
man,
you.
it's on
You need
tape.
your
All
driver's
right,
license
all
and
right,
insurance.
all right.
All right, so my attitude probably would have been that. I'd have been like,
Alrighty. You have your insurance, sir?
Yeah,
Is your insurance in your wallet?
I think so.
Okay, go ahead and step out. This is very unsafe for both of us to be, so I need you to go ahead and step out.
I don't know unless it's give me a second to find my
No,
insurance.
sir, go ahead and step out for me, please.
You're insisting I step out?
Yes, sir, I
I'm
am.
not sure it's in my wallet either.
Okay, go ahead and step out for me.
All right.
Now he already know he gonna search my car, but he gonna ask me a few questions first to solidify his belief that I'm transporting. And oh, if you don't know me, I stay dirty.
So I'm gonna make myself safe, okay?
Whatever you think, if you make it feel safe, I'm recording so I feel safe.
You're cool. You're being recorded
And
too.
your car's a lot cooler than mine. It might not even be in here while you're you're right, it isn't it?
Where are you headed to?
I'm not gonna answer a bunch of questions. You get my car, that's what you wanted me in here for? To ask me a bunch of questions? Is that what you want? Is it safe, or you asking me about? Here's my insurance.
I'm just
bro.
asking you where you're
Well,
headed.
please, I don't want to be friends with some guy that's pulling me over. You see cop, you don't
I'm
think
giving
good
you a
news.
warning.
All right, great, but please, you'll understand if I don't want to answer personal questions.
Okay, already.
This is crazy.
and that's how you handle a police officer, but without the attitude, any sarcasm, any humor. You dig? Just be, cordial. Officer, are we out the car to ask me further questions, or are we out the car for my safety? If it's for my safety, officer, let's just deal with the switching lanes. And can I get my warning, officer? I'm not going to answer any questions other than what pertains to the initial stoppage. And I just want to talk about switching lanes. That's it. And if that's not something we're going to discuss, here's my ID, here's my insurance card, here's my registration card. You said you'll give me a warning, officer. Let's both leave this setting peacefully, without any incidents. That's how I'm coming.
What's crazy? Yeah, it's expired.
Oh, that's probably the wrong one.
See, because that's what happens next. I think his registration card or his insurance card, one of those are expired. If you're going to talk your talk, speak your speak. Speak your speak. If you're going to do that, then make sure your stuff is correct. Make sure you got the correct credentials. You dig?
2721. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're in 20.
I might have to go to the car, man. Let me go. I'll be back.
No, sir, you're gonna sit right there. You're not going back up there.
All right. I told you it might not be in my wallet. You think it's for officer safety or something?
Do what?
You think it's for officer safety? You don't want to let me go get my insurance?
Absolutely. It's not very safe for you to go back and forth.
No insurance, $375, so he can't go back and get it. Now, these are some of the, the games the officers play, but you allow them to play it by not having the correct insurance card. I don't blame the officer for not wanting to do this whole where's my insurance card? Where's Waldo? Where's my insurance card? The officer gave you a chance. You grabbed the wrong one. This is why it's important to clean your car. You dig? Have only the correct information in there. Discard anything old. So this is my man's fault at this point.
I'm just telling you, that's the reason you're not going back to the car, okay? All right, we'll find your insurance some other way.
All right. Let me keep checking the wallet. I know it's a bigger car. I think it's a bigger car. Yeah,
Religious folks say cleanliness is next to godliness. You gotta have your settings clean.
So you don't know where you're headed to, huh?
I didn't say that. Be nice.
Sir, I'm trying to be nice. All you're wanting to do is
Okay, officer, I'm not going to tell you where I'm headed. All right? I just want to deal with what we're dealing with. The initial stoppage and my insurance card. That's it. I'm not here to tell you where I'm going at all. Okay? If you want to know that, speak to my attorney and we can do it that way. Real simple.
Do I not know where I'm going?
I'm just asking you if you know where you're going.
But if you see and you're insinuating things, you didn't ask me, do I know where I'm going? You say, so you don't know where you're going today.
Well,
you're a cop. What are you doing?
I don't know why you're wanting to argue.
I don't want to discuss my personal stuff, and now you're accusing me of not knowing where I'm going. And then you're blaming me. Gaslighting.
Can I speak?
Please, if it's not about where I'm headed, what time I got up in the morning, personal.
See, all that's extra. Just say, officer, you're going to speak. Please listen, I'm going to say this once. I don't want to discuss anything other than the initial reason why you stopped me. That's it. Anything further, anything more, I plead the fifth, and I'd rather have my attorney present. Real simple.
Questions?
I'm just concerned that you may be lost because lots of people from Illinois don't go this way.
Check that I'm doing what Google said.
Huh?
I'm doing what Google said.
You know what? I'm done with this traffic stuff, okay?
Yeah.
Because the odor of marijuana coming from your car, I am going to search it. Do you understand that?
Absolutely.
Okay, is there anything else in that car that I need to know?
I'm not answering no questions, man.
Okay.
That's what this is.
Go ahead and put your hands over.
Over like this?
Yep.
All right. I ain't got nothing. Oh, it's a knife on my left side.
Oh, you didn't have nothing, but you got a knife now, huh?
Oh, pretty nice. Yeah, you're really weird, bro. It's a pocket knife. It's on my hip.
Okay, go ahead and step over on this side.
Really?
Yes, sir. I'm going to put you in a safe spot. Because I'm telling you to step out of the car. Step out.
Okay, so you got a passenger with you.
How much marijuana is in the
Now
car?
you got the passenger card. That gotta go.
Come here. Step back there where the water bottle is and have a seat. You're not going to be right up there in my business.
I'm not sitting down.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
55 years old.
I don't care how old you
No,
are.
I'm not sitting on the ground like a dog because
Then
you're
you're not coming up
uncomfortable.
here on me.
Okay, well, don't act crazy.
Come over here.
I'll get away if you're afraid. I told you. Jeez.
Okay, that's fine. Get over here.
Now, every time you find some weed, he gonna take a trip back and place it on that hood.
You don't have your card?
Check this shit out.
Okay.
It's about to get funny.
So what a good lawyer can point out is that these, and the honest jury, is that these officers, they use traffic violations as a pretext to search your car for drugs and alcohol and weapons and large amounts of cash.
Oh, not really. I got somebody searching my car because I went around a trailer. Not really.
Well, I'm searching your car because you have possession of marijuana.
Is that why you're psychic?
I like this. It's pretty cool. Don't move.
Search under the hood.
Go back to where I asked you to stay.
I took a step. Relax.
Back over there.
Yeah, I took a step when I stepped
sir.
up to see that.
I had you standing
What?
right there by that can. Go right back over there to that can. Right there.
All right, okay, I'll go to the cab, bro.
Now sit down.
No, not sitting
Yes,
down.
you
Is
are.
that part of a law
Yes,
that
it
says
is.
I must sit on the ground?
Yes.
Please state that law. I'm unaware of such a law.
For my
And
safety.
I'm okay with you
keep
being
moving
safe.
around.
What? I'm
You keep
not
moving around.
moving.
Okay. All right.
Jeez.
Change now. This copy. Here you go.
Camera hits the ground and shuts off. Now it hits me with 3 citations, but the paperwork is bizarre. Not even close on the year of the car. No mention of the female, apparently I was alone, and no insurance, which is still in the car, but I was not allowed to go get a couple of times. Funny, no mention of any weed, and my position on that, by the way, is fuck massa. A lot of you cats are smarter than me, so please tell me in the comments what game you think this cop is playing. I always hop in a few minutes after the video drops and chop it up with you cats anyway. And Officer Colborn, move around, bruh, because I'm already on the way back.
What about the white woman? What about the white woman?
As you can see, a lot of white male officers are a piece of trash. A lot of them are either a-holes or outright racist. You dig? And the a-holes are suspicious racists. You dig? Racist suspects. All right. So we're done with that one. Let's move on. Yeah, since we on this subject, how to deal with police officers after a traffic stop, or if they stop you if you're just walking. Okay. This is a lawyer right here, defense attorney. You cannot talk your way out of a ticket for a charge on arrest. Listen to an expert.
You cannot catch everything that you're going to say. And you cannot trust yourself, no matter how intelligent you think you are, no matter how bright you think or educated that you think that you are.
Oh, you know what? That just reminded me. I keep going.
I would never talk to the police myself, and I consider myself an educated man. It's not because I don't trust myself, it's because I know better. And when you understand this concept, when you let go of all these preconceptions that you think that you're going to be able to talk your way out of the situation, then you will learn that talking to the police in no way, shape, or form can possibly help you. Always ask for a lawyer, okay? You don't have to plead the fifth or make any fancy terms to the police officer. Simply say, I will not speak to you until my lawyer is present. Once those words are uttered, the police officer has no choice but to procure a lawyer for you.
You see that? So the question, where you coming from? Once you say, I refuse to answer any questions without the presence of my lawyer, so simple, the questions must stop. Okay, the questions must stop. But this fine gentleman has a little more information for you. little more advice.
Interview is such an innocent word. It's like you're coming in for a job interview, right? You're coming in to be questioned about your credentials to apply for a position, whereas, you know, of course, you're being interrogated. They just don't call it that because it's such an ugly word, and jurors would be horrified if they were ever placed in a position where a police officer is testifying on how they grilled and interrogated a suspect and obtained, you know, possibly a false confession. When you are confronted with a police officer, he or she has one goal. They obviously have a suspicion.
Right.
They think that you may or may not have been involved in some type of criminal activity. They're looking to confirm the suspicion that they have, that you.
So they already have a premeditated notion about you, and they're looking for you to help them out in confirming it, right? Satisfying the suspicion where they can have reason to either arrest you or detain you.
have committed some type of criminal activity. They will spend as much time as they need. It is you, the other individual on the other end, who's trying to get out of the situation as quickly and painlessly as possible. The police officer is on the clock.
Right.
And done. Order complete. What's next? Oof, I got a lot of shit to do. Kids, don't.
What is the best?
So, as you can see on my channel, you rarely ever see advertisement. You're seeing it now because I didn't pay for the premium. The business is back growing finally after the whole pandemic. I'm a business owner, you dig, and my business finally starting to move upwards, but it's moving upwards slowly. It won't grow until the school year is back up and running. So my business won't see a real significant change until September. So I feel like there's more important things to do besides to pay for a premium on YouTube. If you guys don't want to see commercials, you can donate to the cash app. You know what I mean? What's up, Mongo Slade? Long time, my brother. Check this out. This is very important. Can't take that call. I'm live.
Best way to politely refuse the test? That's a great question. I'm going to lay it on you right now. Sir, would you come over here? Stand right here with your arms to your sides. Follow my finger. Excuse me, officer. Are you about to administer field sobriety tests? Yeah. Officer, I very much appreciate what you're doing, but I would like to politely refuse to do your tests. Am I being detained or am I free to go? Sir, this is not a negotiation. Come over here and do. Officer, I understand what you're asking of me, and I respectfully ask again, am I being detained or am I free to go? All right, son, you're coming downtown right now. Okay. That's it. You gave him absolutely nothing. Nothing.
That's how you handle police officers with searches, and if they're trying to force you to a field sobriety test. A field sobriety test is not the breathalyzer, not the toxilizer. It's when you just do the Simon Says, hop on one foot, bark like a dog, that type of stuff. Okay, you don't have to do that. It's purely voluntary, and if you started it, you can stop whenever you want, and the officer must stop once you say, I refuse to continue. A field sobriety test cannot work for you in court. You cannot use it yourself, but the prosecution can use it against you, right? There's only a way to fail it. There's no way to pass it. The field sobriety test is just a fail. Okay, imagine in a debate and you're being questioned by the ops. When they ask you a question and you answer it correctly, to your op is not a pass. They're going to ask you another question because they want you to fail at least one question. So that's how a field sobriety test is. It's just an obstacle that you just didn't fail. So they're going to give you something else next. Ask where you go and try to contradict your statements. They want you to fail at something. You dig? Maybe they observe an empty bottle or some marijuana. They want you to fail at something. And yes, Mongo, I'm full throttle because this information, I believe, is very important need to get out. And it's many topics. That's why I can't even stick to one. I'm trying to tackle all of them because Malcolm X is back a hot subject because of the Nation of Islam won't let it go.
I almost never have seen a test done properly unless some officers have a little pocket and they carry a little card with them and they take the card out and they read the card. Those officers I actually love and respect because they respect the job and they do it in accordance because they know that their memory is faulty and they're going to screw something up.
Right.
And they don't want some asshat lawyer coming into the courtroom and making a fool out of them.
Right. Each one big.
One login for all your shopping
Dig what I'm saying? The field sobriety test. Let's keep it going.
at millions of online stores.
We originally received a dispatch run of an individual walking to his vehicle, getting into a vehicle that appeared intoxicated. So at that point, myself and Officer Carmen arrived right around the same time and encountered the defendant.
Going back to the position of the car, where was it in the parking lot? Was it in a parking space, or do you recall?
To my memory, he was in a parking space, sir. We approached, we got his attention. He opened the door, and as soon as the vehicle door opened, I noted I could hear the engine running. I got the overwhelming odor, since the windows were up, of alcoholic beverage. I made contact and spoke with the defendant. I could tell immediately that he had glassy, bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, and I asked to speak with him and to step out of the vehicle at that point. Started to fall over, and myself and Officer Carmen had to physically catch the defendant from falling over. You know, I'm responsible during field sobriety tests if this gentleman gets hurt. So at that point, based off his manifest, we decided he'd be under arrest at that point.
I remember when you completed your DUI.
So before we go to that one, let's go. I think we already did that one last night. Let me go back a little bit.
Move your head, okay? Yes, sir. All right.
You'll hear about police officers harassing or even arresting members of the Black community, and they'll just say, "Don't do the crime," right? And you ain't got to worry about what comes next. Well, those same people who respond like that, have them speak to the many cops who are arrested for drunk driving, and they don't lose their job, and they lie.
Folks on start up. Don't move your head for me, just right.
Now, he's conducting a field sobriety test on a suspected police officer, right? And he's actually agreed to the field sobriety test, right? And as a police officer, he knows that it's voluntarily and it only can be used against you. It cannot work for you. But he's drunk, guilty, and he's trying to win this officer over.
Say it for me. I need you to say it for me, buddy. Okay, I will. You know what I'm doing. We've already talked. You know what I'm doing. I will take it there. I've been talking to you, David. I understand. I can't do that. You know that. I'm asking. Can I see the front seat? You know what I'm saying for? No. Please, man. My patrol license. We're talking. Let me talk, David. We're talking. I know you, and right here, man. Look, I know. David, right here, right here. We are right here. I'm talking to you. David. Come on, man.
Now look at what this officer is allowed to do. Walk away and things like that. If that was you, you'd be taken to the ground, maybe even shot. But look at this, the respect, the privilege, right? The leeway that these police officers have.
David, I'm telling you, you
are tolerant with this officer than he ever would with anybody who's a non-police officer.
Understand where I'm coming from. You know the job that I have to do.
Touching him, that's arrestable. He's all that type of stuff. Look what he's doing.
You can get on with this for a second. You don't even have to pause. Just sit in the front seat. Well, I can't sit in the front seat. I'm gonna stand right here. Look, I understand. Dude, I had a rough night. I'm not drunk. Okay. I had like maybe 1-2 beers. Okay. Over the course
You'll be dead.
Okay. Well, look, man.
You'll be dead, and there'll be little to no protest because the way you behaved. Okay. So this is the privilege that police officers have. They can do stuff like this, and you know, this is something that, you know, for those who claim boots on the ground, this is what they can be handling.
I understand.
Matter of fact, yeah, he's touching him, right? At the very least, that deserves a beatdown, right? Because that touching, you know, come on, that's self-explanatory.
After you. Just take me home, man. Davis, I hate to say this. I'm the last person to ask that. Please. I'm the last person to ask that. I've done this for 9 years. I know you have. I'm not drinking. I just said, I'm asking you, man. And I'm asking if you let me continue with what I was trying to do. I'm the last person to ask that, buddy. You should know out of everybody in this county, I'm the last person to ask that. I'm not drunk. Okay, I didn't say you were.
We need more cops like my man right here. You let them know I am known as the a-hole. I give nobody a break, or I get little to no breaks. So to be asking me for a favor, dude, you don't know who you're talking to. Okay, you should did more homework on who to talk to like that and who not to talk to like that, bro. You should know my reputation is before me. I don't give breaks. Residents or police officers, I don't give breaks. Legislators, nobody. Judge, I don't give breaks. You break the law, I'm going to handle it accordingly.
But I haven't even made it all the way through HGN because you keep stopping me. I'm not.
So a police officer like this should be getting praise, right? Should have some type of award for being brave, because a police officer, in order to win people's trust, you got to be brave and bold to take down a dirty cop, because you won't be painted. You won't be added to the good old boys network. You dig? So you're risking everything at that point. You will be excommunicated. Basically, nobody rocking with you. So offers like this need to be supported and praised.
Stopping you. Yes, you are. I understand your call.
And they're both clearly white. So it's not like it's a black, Latino, Chinese, Indian, or some other type of police officer who's driving while drunk. This is a white guy who he's not giving a pass to.
You got a jacket in the truck? You want to write me a ticket? No, I'm asking if you got a jacket in the truck. I'll grab you a jacket. You want me to sit in my truck and you write me a ticket? No, I'm wanting to finish HGN is what I'm wanting to do. I'm not going to. Okay. I've had 2 beers. Okay. What's the night? I understand. I'm going to go sit in my truck. If you want to write me a ticket, I'm not going to let you sit in the truck yet. Okay. Will you let me finish what I'm doing? David. David? I swear to God. Look, you know how this goes. Well, you are tying my hands. But you aren't HGN and overcoat.
He's giving them preferential treatment because letting them talk a little too much. The average cop, if you're black, you're not seeing that much without hands and feet on top of you.
Okay,
at this point, he's resisting arrest. You dig? He's hindering he's resisting arrest, not really, but he's definitely hindering his arrest. Okay, at the very least, he's hindering his arrest.
I have not had but 2 beers. You do a PBT? 2 o'clock tonight. Will you do a PBT? Okay. I'm asking you, can I still sit in my truck? No, we're going to stand right here. If you'll do a PBT, we'll stand right here and we'll solve it right now.
So when I hear all that, you had 2 beer talk. We're not with that. We are with what's actual factual. Take the toxilizer and let's get over it. Let's go.
Walk back over this way with me. Stand just like that. Do not move from that position unless I tell you to. Don't begin until I tell you to. You understand?
All right, so he agreed to a field sobriety test, a dumb cop. He did. That was stupid.
All right, when I tell you to begin, what I want you to do is take
when he so-called passed it, he's clearly drunk. That's why he's pulled over, because he did some crazy stuff on the road. So because you do well with this sobriety test doesn't mean the cop will say, okay, go home, I'll take care. He's still going to lock your dumb ass up.
These are 9 heel-to-toe steps. I'm going to demonstrate 3 of them for you. You're going to go 1. I swear to God, I'm not wrong. Okay.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
Okay, I got a PVT right here if you want to do it. I'll go, whoever. Please, I'm begging you, dude. Don't make it on me. I don't want to, but you put me in a position, buddy. You put me in a position. Look, you have put me in a position, David. Look, it's a position I don't like, but you put me in a position. Man. Like for real. Let me talk to you. David, I'm talking to you right now, brother. I'm begging you. I understand you're begging me, but come on, here. David. Come on, man. No, don't try to get in my car. I'm not trying to get in your car. Look, Okay, it's my fucking wedding night. I understand. My wife got in a big ass spot. Okay. I'm just trying to get fucking home.
A little bit.
It's real.
She's not talking.
Call and we just like it's sitting there where it's a little warmer.
Wait. Let's back up. Let's back up.
Your refusal to submit the required testing may be offered into evidence against you at trial. If you submit testing and the results indicate an alcohol concentration of 0.08 grams or more, your Georgia driver's license or privilege to drive on the highways of this state may be suspended for a minimum period of 1 year. After first submitting the required state test, you are entitled to additional chemical tests of your blood, breath, urine, or other bodily substances at your own expense and from qualified personnel of your own choosing. Will you submit the state-administered chemical test of your blood under the implied consent law? No. All right. You said just call this. You don't want me to see if anybody can come pick up your truck? Fuck. 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 God damn it. Heat one radio. Have a white male in custody, implied consent, read and refused. Can you start the rest of this, please?
I just don't understand. I'm trying to get it to piece it all together.
So, Indigenous Black Man sent me a good video. I'll probably play it next. I'm not going to spoil alert. Actually, moving, this officer knows better than to do a field sobriety test. He did it anyway, so.
All right, David, someone reread you the implied consent notice. Georgia law requires you to submit the state-administered chemical tests for your blood, breath, urine, or other bodily substances for the purpose of determining if you are under the influence of alcohol or drugs. If you refuse this testing, your Georgia driver's license or privilege to drive on the highways of this state will be suspended for a minimum period of 1 year. Your refusal to submit the required testing may be offered into evidence against you at trial. If you submit the testing and the results indicate an alcohol concentration of 0.08 grams or more, your Georgia driver's license or privilege to drive on the highways of this state may be suspended for a minimum period of 1 year. After first submitting the required state test, you are entitled to additional chemical tests for your blood, breath, urine, or other bodily substances at your own expense and from qualified personnel of your own choosing. Will you submit the state-administered chemical test of your blood under the implied consent law? About what? Of your blood? Okay. And you're just the married woman? Y'all was thinking, hear me. Because I just answered your question. Have you ever slept with a married woman?
So at this point, it looks like my man going down. So let me just move on up a little bit and find the video. There we go. I found the video that Indigenous sent me. Very good video. He's learning how to read.
All right, Fritz, just stay still.
So those who thought I was too hard on Indigenous, well, he's getting better. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say to that.
So you have a race soldier. That's a sheriff.
Let's stop right there. Let me just I gotta run the house, grab the charger. Let me just. All right. So give me 2 minutes to go. Probably less than that. But I gotta grab the charger. Be right back. Give me a little less than 2 minutes. Yeah, so I'm still here with you. I'm just setting up something real quick. Hold on, I didn't miss that. So just bear with me. Bear with me real fast. Just bear with me. Okay. All right. All right. All right, so here we go. Look at this.
Sheriff that actually got in an accident, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to finesse so he could run out his term, so he could collect his pension out of all that. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Hutchinson's high-profile troubles began December 8th after leaving a law enforcement conference in Alexandria when he rolled his county-issued SUV on I-94 while traveling at 126 miles an hour. He initially lied.
So this county sheriff is riding dirty. And as a result of riding dirty, he flipped his damn vehicle, you dig? And now he has to explain how that happened. And he's gonna lie about what happened, okay? And that's where we are right now.
About being behind the wheel. A week later, he pled guilty to misdemeanor drunk driving. He's been on medical leave since May 18th.
So this guy is on paid medical leave for driving drunk. You dig? That's what's going on.
But the Fox 9 investigators have learned a month before he went on leave, members of Sheriff Dave Hutchinson's own command staff, those closest to the sheriff, complained to the county that Hutchinson had created a hostile and discriminatory work environment in the sheriff's office. The county hired an outside investigator, Amy Kern of KZ Workplace, who
All right, here we go.
interviewed the command staff. They provided the investigator with personal text messages Hutchinson sent in the weeks and months after his drunk driving crash. They are laced with derogatory, racial, and sexual comments. A text message from December 30th refers to Sawana Kirkland, who at the time was seeking the DFL endorsement for Hennepin County Sheriff. Quote, "She get DFL for sure, black, all they care about," Hutchinson texted to a member of his command staff. Quote, People are sick of black people getting things solely on being black, Hutchinson continued. Asked about not seeking the DFL endorsement himself, Hutchinson texts, "It's so freeing. I hated them last time, and they loved me. I can't imagine doing it with them hating me and me
He can't even type.
wanting to kill them. I
Wanted to kill them. That's violence. I hate them. That's a hate crime. This is a hate crime. He said, I hate them, kill them. Like, what more evidence you need? This is a hate crime.
hate them." A different member of Hutchinson's command staff told the investigator in an email, Hutchinson's offensive conduct included slurs, epithets, name-calling, threats, intimidation, ridicule, mockery, insults, and put-downs, and offensive pictures. All of this by Sheriff Hutchinson, directed at his subordinates.
You heard what he said about black people? Now, he got some nerve. This whole system is built on his people getting everything they get because they are white. Period. Everything they
based upon, like you said, because they're white. So he's complaining about black people get things because they're black. Everything that white people and more got is because they're simply white.
ever receive is because of the color of their skin, not because of who they worked.
Right. Not because of what they did, what education, what reference they have, what intelligence, what they have, what intellect, IQ, genius, that type of stuff. The average white person got what they got in this country historically simply because they had the skin color. That's it. Nothing else.
Please, they ain't working. They ain't build the infrastructure of America at all. They did.
Right. And if white people wanted to prove something to the world, they shouldn't need free slavery, right? African slavery or Native American slavery or anybody else, Chinese, anybody else to help with this, with the making of this country. They should have done everything themselves. And then they would have had bragging rights forever. You dig?
Didn't. Black Americans built the infrastructure of America, and black people's labor that they got for free gave them immense wealth. That's the two things that I can say black people did build and what we caused in this country. Outside of that, the systems in this country, the Constitution, all that other stuff, no, we had nothing to do with that. That's all them on that. So they're the last person to be talking, right? If they wasn't so lazy and they would have built the country themselves, the infrastructure of the country, picked the cotton, etc., black folks wouldn't have been here. You wouldn't have a discussion about black folks getting anything. If anything, black folks learned that from you, getting something because we black, right? If you want to go there, we learned it from you. How?
Yeah, stop him if he's wrong. Thanks for the echo, Pascal.
How about that? But this guy is one of many. This is standard operating procedure in these race soldier departments. You have a bunch of racist police running around here, and then that's why I said a long time ago, they cannot police black people. They can't because they're too freaking white supremacists too. It needs to be like it was when they first introduced black police officers, I think, what, in the 1940s going to the 50s?
So that's pretty much what I was trying to let Double X know, because we had a discussion today, and he was alluding to that the police issue, the police dilemma, as far as their relations to non-white communities and more specifically black communities. He's saying it'll never be better because of what the brother just said. I said, Double X, I don't know about the never thing, because where I live at, is primarily black officers, you dig? Of course, I'm up north. Yeah, like, North always set the example, right? The presidents. So over where I live at, a majority of the police officers are black, okay? And not just that, we know them. So either we went to school with them, or we played ball with them, or we seen them at some type of convention, you dig? But we know them. Or that's my man, little cousin. I went to play spades and he was there, you dig? Or she was there. But one way or another, like we know these police officers personally. So because of that, when they come on a force, it's a different type of relationship. Look at this fool right here. Look at this. What are you doing, you dumb nut? Yeah, so because of that, it's a different relationship. And those same police officers, when they have a partner who is non-black,
because of the black person's relationship with the community, that non-black police officer can't really, be on that rah-rah. He has to comply and get on code with the black officer. You dig? So, for example, one of my best friends was a police officer, and, I'll pull up to, let's say, 7-Eleven. He had the second shift, or I should say third shift, second or third shift, something like that, maybe third shift. And I'll pull up to, I'm a second shift worker. I'm off by time, so we'll chop it up. And he had like one of those white Latinos in his car. I'm saying white Latino because you couldn't tell he was Latino other than him telling you he's Latino. He looked absolutely Caucasian, European. Okay, so anyway, so he was forced to talk about what we talk about or hop on the phone. So at that point, we were talking, this is way before pandemic. We were talking about, this might be 4 years before pandemic or 3 years before pandemic. And we were talking about like the multi-level marketing pyramid scheme companies. And you'll see the white Latino hop on and talk about what we talk about. And because of that, he became familiar with me. It was hard to stereotype me because of the conversation we were having, like more mature, stuff we talk about in the live. So, long story short, when my car was flooded from that Hurricane Ida, whatever the hell that was, whoever it was, my car became flooded, and it was in a situation where it was cars everywhere, by the way. Cars everywhere. Newark was horrible. The more congested the city was, the worse it was, with cars. Like, you really couldn't go down certain blocks, and the tow trucks were busy. You couldn't get a tow truck. But my car was in a situation where it was like more problematic than most cars that was washed away. So my car had to go immediately. Like they had to get my thing towed away immediately. So, but because of those conversations, and my boy been away from the police department maybe 2-3 years, and after that, and he remembered me. And he cut me a break. One officer was giving me a hard time, and he remembered me from those late night conversations and cut me a break. So my point to Extra Architect was, the more they fellowship with the members of the community, you dig, the more they drop certain biases, or the most likeliness of them dropping certain biases, certain racial prejudices is high, you dig. No interaction, you'll keep your stereotypes. That was just the situation. So gave me a pass and then, stuff like that. So I was letting them know that in our city, it's a little different vibe. Like these officers, again, they went to school with us. So as long as let's say if a gang member or drug dealer is just that, but as long as they ain't got drugs in them or gang or, doing any gang activities, they really ain't doing it wrong. And you'll see them talking to the police officers who they went to school with. They'll have their arm rest on top of the car. You dig? Like that comfortable talking to the police officers. That's how it is in our cities. And I'm saying, like, if that happens here, that could happen anywhere. That's all my home point. So you can't say it can't happen when it's happening in small cities. And then, if it happens somewhere, it can happen anywhere. That's my whole point, So, so never be a pessimist on things like that. Look at, do more research, do more, surveillancing what's going on and see if that's the case in some cities. The police race, and then some other points was that a lot of it is due to education. So I said, you got duties on both parts. Like police officers got to be more friendly, that they got to make it their business to be more, embrace it, right? They gotta wanna. Oh my God, they gotta wanna talk to people, right? Whether they don't know them, they're unfamiliar, like they gotta wanna talk to certain non-white people. And this live, this point, case in point, they gotta wanna talk to black people. They gotta come out their way. Because you're going to police these people, you might as well try to build some type of relationship where you could humanize them in your own little sick mind. So that's what I was trying to tell him. And then on top of that, he said that most black people fear cops, and we was talking about the reason why we fear cops. We kind of agreed on that. We just agreed on the talking point that we fear cops, but we disagreed on the reason why we fear cops. And I was saying that you don't have education on something, and it can be dangerous. You fear it. So sharks, scorpions, low key things like that. With dogs, pit bulls. When you don't have correct education type of things, you fear it. Guns, let's say guns. But if you don't have correct gun training, you're gonna fear guns. So I was saying, like, when black folks realize, we don't realize the capacity of police officers' authority. Like, we don't know when it ends, when it stops, when it begins. So that's why we fear them, because we don't even know. We don't even know when they're right or wrong, or when they have authority. God. We don't even know when they have authority over us, you dig? So I was telling him, when we're properly educated on what they can do and what they can't do, you'll be more comfortable around certain police officers, if not all police officers. So it all starts with, knowledge. What they can do, what they can't do. People were afraid of Don King and Bob Arum, certain boxers, because they were afraid of what they can do, what they can't do. Okay, until they hired lawyers, or whatever representation that schooled them on such. They, became more confident in talking to these different various promoters. So education is education is what lowers your guard against threatening entities. Okay. All right. So I'm a proponent of education, correct education. Of course, not that pseudo stuff that a lot of us appeal to. Case in point, one of my boys, I was filming him sometime this week, possibly, or even weekend. We seen an object in the sky. It wasn't a plane, so he immediately thought it was an alien. Like, that's how, again, education. We're not educated to know what's in the sky, right? We don't know what type of object that is. It was clearly the size of a plane, but it wasn't a plane. Definitely was not a plane, but it could have been something else, one of those Goodyear blimp things. That's what it looked like, really. But because he was not educated exactly on what it was, he immediately called it some type of alien spaceship. And that's the type of education we like. We like lookership. If we can't identify something, in the sky or in a sea or in a picture, and we got some ignorance and some lack of education in our background for ignorance, we go to the extreme. We start saying aliens or government is out to get us. That's what normally happens when we don't have proper education. You dig? Everything's a conspiracy. You can't prove this, you can't prove that. Never Googled it. Because a lot of the claims that we make, even on these lives, you dig, being bullshit claims. You can't prove this. There's never been this explanation or this demonstration, and it's actually on the internet. You dig? But it's a quick Google search. Like, dude, what do you? That's why we know we're like a little different. Because before I start saying what can't happen and what happens, I'm gonna actually just Google if it can happen. I want to see what's out there. Like, what will somebody say if I say that? So, like, we are stuck in our talking points where we don't even want to know the opposition. We just want to just expose our people's ignorance to certain subjects, right? So just because I don't know it doesn't mean, like, that's not a win for you. because if there's an actual answer out there, you can't, put the field of medication on me, somebody who don't have a medical background. You dig? So that's how that works. But white people, what I noticed that white people are afraid to use the term or word racist and racism. Like they're reluctant. Well, black folks, we are timid to use the word extremism, because that's what we are. Like they are, a large part of them or one side of them are racist, right? They dwell in the pit of racism, all right? But there's two parts of us. One part of us, we are familiar and we dwell in the pit of extremism, right? We're extremists. Everything we just go to the max with, we max out on small things, all right? Anyway, let's get back to the video at hand. Big. But it's hard talking to my friends, really. It's like, personally, it's really hard. Like, they just go on and just like, something I don't want to argue, debate, don't want to show disagreement. Right, be far gone. All right, so let's get back into this. Let's just reconnect, and we are on and popping. Any day now. Okay, so I found it. Okay, we're back up and running. Come on. Give me a second. Yeah. What? Serious? Right, let's try this right here. Try this. Oh my God. All right. Let's do it to Timmy. Let's do it to Timmy Hardaway. Okay. You gotta do it to Timmy Hardaway.
Let me just. Haskell. Really, what am I doing? Really, Dr. Oh. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Yo.
Hey, give me 1 second.
Now I'm just trying to fill that dead air.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead.
Nah, man, I'm just vibing, bro. I ain't been seeing you in a minute, man. So I noticed the last few days you've been coming on. So glad to see you back at it.
Yeah, man. Hold on. We got an echo. I'm about to kill the echo. Echo's gone. Actually, I've been going on almost every day.
Yeah, I peeped that.
Yeah, we've been going almost every day. You know, different things, kind of same thing, but I had seen a Dr. Rich Muhammad video, and he was speaking about Malcolm X, like was, I guess, some inside information. And as I'm hearing some information, I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't mind all that stuff. But the conclusion, I mind. And the Nation of Islam just can't let it go. Like, they're just hell bent on trying to prove to the public that they didn't kill Malcolm X. And secondly, that Malcolm X somehow begged to get back with them. It's like, dude, come on. Like, you expect it to be both? Like, I mean, like to argue one is enough. You expect it to be both? Like, come on, like your organization is, I mean, like, come on. Like, with all due respect, seriously. With all due respect, seriously.
I mean, at this point,
that organization, what it stands for is full of shit. All right? It's full of shit. Like, their aims, their goals, their purposes, all just put religious shit. It's full of shit. Like,
you know what tripped me out? You know, I'm biased. What tripped me out the most about the NOI is just seeing the state that Chicago in, considering that's their home base.
Yeah, you want to clean it up. It's the worst.
Yeah, I follow that drill scene real closely. Been following it for like 10 years now. So, you know, and I know you can't put that much on organizations, you know, it always comes down to the family. That's the main thing. But you would think they would have, you know, much more impact considering that's that, you know, their home base.
Impact and influence, right? Both.
Right, some kind of influence. I mean, that city, the young people there, they just, you know, I know that mentality well because coming from where I come from, you know, just that depraved mindset, like no kind of just nothing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, I thought they would have had like some kind of impact. But
yeah, you know what? And you can only blame them because they had impact before, right? Especially around their own city. And a lot of, like, wherever they are, really, you dig? Like, a lot of South places, like rural South places, they wasn't really popping and had much impact. But everywhere else that they were, like, really known to be at, they were really influential and they had impact. And especially, and you would know by the mosque, right? When it says mosque, Chicago is mosque number 2, and Detroit might be mosque number 1, something like that, right? Where they like, that's the first, second mosque. And over here, mosque in Newark is number 25. So that was the 25th mosque. So anything for like number 125 had large influence. And you can look at it as like franchise in high school. You know, when a franchise start to expand, of course, the first location is the most popping, right? The second, and they get watered down the further, you know, the more they start to expand. Okay. So that's how it works. So 1 through 10 is supposed to be very hard. Harlem, New York is number 7, right? So the 7th mosque was in Harlem, and they had a lot of, you could look at Harlem now, still got a lot of Nation Islam influence. So 1 through 10, Haskell, they should never lost their influence if they are who they say they are.
Right.
Okay. How'd you lose that? So when you lose 1 through 10, you have no shot 11 through 100, 11 through 200. You're done. So that's to, you know, just piggyback on your point. And you can only blame them. Like Peace Descent, you know, Peace Dice, man, yo, it's their fault for hopping in controversial topics. Okay, letting the media light their ass up. Like Haskell, you gotta pick your fights when you are influential. Okay, when you got your team siding with you and knowing that the media can control the narrative, you gotta pick your fights, and you pretty much want to stay strong in your area and not fight the big bag machine until you're ready. You know, Biggie Smalls told Tupac, "You ain't ready for war till you get your money right." So Tupac said, "Okay, I'll wait for money right. And his money right, so I'm ready for war." And they was battling back and forth. So you gotta pick your battles. Like you can't really argue with your employer unless you're ready to like be without that job. So the Nation of Islam, to fight against the system and not be prepared and not have a grip on the minds of the people was a foolish decision. And in my opinion, when you're really relying on pseudoisms to like be your stance on top of everything else, is just goofy. You know, and Haskell, when I was playing the Malcolm X speeches, I got a few I'm going to do. Malcolm X said when he no longer believed that Elijah Muhammad was with the smoke of his talk, when he started to like confirm it in his own heart that Elijah Muhammad was no longer with the smoke of his talk, that's when he decided to go a complete different direction. Okay, because at some point he was holding on to, there's some type of chance that Elijah Muhammad is willing to act on his words. What Malcolm X said when he was totally convinced he was not ready to act on his words, he said, I can't be with them. Okay, and even now, the talk they have is real strong, it's real powerful, but no action. What do you think?
Nah, they tone down their rhetoric a lot, though. I mean that the type of as far as like the white man's the devil and all that, that's that sort of stuff, you know. Like you said, they didn't have within this society, you're not strong enough to really live that out like that. So,
right,
you know, and I think you know, Malcolm being idealistic, he's really living it. Like he was really about living it. And in his kind of naiveness, he didn't realize like that just wasn't, you're not strong enough to you know, what you're talking about is really, you're talking about like a coup type of deal.
I was gonna say overthrowing the government, basically.
Yeah, you're not strong enough. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta play possum kind of in a way. You can't be like
covert.
Yeah, straight bullet. Like you ain't got it like that. You know what I'm saying? But with Elijah, like, you know, he's spewing that rhetoric, but it's really just rap. And Malcolm, you know, being that he was a young guy, he was in jail, he thinking like, oh yeah, this really real. Like,
right.
You know, so hold on right quick.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You could just reverse bypass this red bull.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, with the nation, bro, like, you know, that Malcolm thing, you talking about what, 50, 60 years since that happened? Like, today's generation wouldn't have held it against him if there was to be just like, man, you know, we fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
but them keep trying to save face. That just make them look so fake. Like,
yeah. Like, what's wrong with Haskell? Companies go a direction, and they sometimes
appreciate
put
it, bro.
money
Yes, sir. You
behind.
too. My bad, bro. I'm at the goddamn Checkers, man.
All right.
I forgot to thaw my meat out, man. I'm thinking I'm finna come
order
home
me
and
something, bro.
I'm thinking I'm gonna come to the crib, cook some chicken, man. I was looking forward to it. And I remembered I didn't take the goddamn meat out of the damn freezer, man.
Yeah, I hate. Yo, what about me? I came home with lunch meat from ShopRite, and it ain't got no damn mayonnaise.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, it's gonna be mustard sandwiches for the whole week, I guess.
But yeah, man, they you know, all they had to do is keep it real, because you know what? Hip hop messes with the NOI still to this day. And you can get a lot of the young people to buy in if you were just to be like, hey, you know, situations happen and just keep it real. Like, you know, Malcolm was going against the organization, whatever the case may be. And I mean, you're not gonna come out and be like, yeah, we did that to him. And I don't even know if they necessarily did it, but we do have on record Elijah. Was it Elijah who said or was it Farrakhan who was like, oh, it's nation business? And
yeah, Farrakhan said that.
Yeah, Malcolm violated, and whatever the case may be, you know. But if they were to be like, because you know what, as big as the NOI is, and the fact that they was the one who put Malcolm on, as far as young people are concerned, like Malcolm he's that guy. Like, he's bigger than the nation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what they hate.
Yeah, fact. That's a fact.
You know, instead of just rolling with the punches, like, even if you know, like, yo, I put this dude on, right? You know that for a fact, but the reality is the people mess with this guy like more than your whole organization. Like, instead of trying to fight it,
right,
roll with it, bro. Like,
roll. Mayweather roll with the punches, man. Hey,
I'm buying.
Haskell. Lil Wayne put Drake on, right? Right, Haskell?
Yeah. What you said? You said Lil Wayne what?
He put Drake on, right?
Right.
Is Drake bigger than Lil Wayne?
Hell yeah, right now.
Right. Is Lil Wayne acting like a pussy? No. He's not hating on Drake. At least publicly, he's not. We don't know of him hating on Drake. And Drake, he's doing his own thing now. Like, he ain't featuring, I mean, like, what Hughes track has he featured Lil Wayne on? Like, I don't know any track, really. No, nothing new Lil Wayne is on. No hot track Lil Wayne is on. So he did like a Malcolm. He said, thank you for the opportunity, the spotlight, but my direction is different than yours. I'm over here now. You dig? And Lil Wayne ain't hating on all that. Lil Wayne just doing his own thing, because Lil Wayne still knows he's still hot. You dig? And I'm still relevant, and my music still sells. So Elijah Muhammad was never in fear of Malcolm X stealing his members. Elijah Muhammad was never in fear of that. Elijah Muhammad knew Malcolm X's direction was foreign to his members' direction. His members was religious, and they want to pray and hope Allah fight their battles. Malcolm X was Allah ain't gonna fight no battles. We got to fight him. And so that was an unpopular view. So that's why Elijah Muhammad was never jealous of Malcolm X. If anything, he was mad Malcolm X was on code with his mission, with the religious bullshit. But he was never in fear of Malcolm X replacing him in his movement. Never. Because his movement is based on religious ideologies, religious feelings. And Malcolm X was more non-religious in his actions. So he was never in fear of Malcolm X on that note.
Yeah, man. They Cause like I was gonna say, like even in Jamaica, like there's plenty of murals with Martin and Malcolm.
Yeah.
Like ain't none of Elijah. That's just real, and I'm sure like I've seen them in Brazil too.
Mm.
Malcolm, they got Malcolm over there in Brazil on plenty murals. So sometimes that's just how that go. Like you have an organization and one person for whatever reason they just captivate
Right.
the masses, and you just got to roll with it. Like that's just what it is.
Because guess what? They don't have to mention Elijah. The fact you can look at Malcolm X as the son of Elijah Muhammad as far as in the religion, right? In the movement. So the fact that they got something from Malcolm indirectly is for Elijah as well. Because you really can't mention Malcolm X when you research him without knowing about Elijah. It's like impossible. But you could definitely research Malcolm without Farrakhan. That's 100% correct.
And Malcolm go out his way
to
mention Elijah. He go out his way. But at the same time, I'm biased. What Malcolm was on, like it wasn't tenable, like, and Elijah knew that. So, he at some point he had to make some kind of clear ideological separation and let the world know, but they took it a step too far, and you would think to this day, people like Wesley Muhammad, with the benefit of retrospect and seeing that them trying to extricate themselves from Malcolm, like it was impossible. You would think in 2022, he would say, you know what? As much as we want to kind of, extricate ourselves from this guy, like it's literally impossible.
Yeah.
So let's try something else. But they're still stubbornly trying to, like, it's not gonna, it's like quicksand. Like the more you fight, the more you sink. Like, dude, people.
Yes, you're exactly right. And I hate that. Now, Haskell,
They hate it.
Let me add on this, and this could chop in. Look, what you said was key. Okay. I gotta lose my point. What you said was they need to just realize that Malcolm X ain't going nowhere. Basically, like you're forced to deal with. Okay, I got it now. Okay, Farrakhan. The reason why. Okay, so Farrakhan is the tree of the Nation of Islam, and Wesley, Rizzo, all these guys are just Ben X. These guys are branches. All right. So the tree want to bear fruit that hate Malcolm or don't give Malcolm his just due or any type of real, respect. So all those branches gonna follow suit. So Dr. Muhammad knows Malcolm is worthy of credit, right? And also of reference. But instead, since Farrakhan had a personal hatred, not a problem. He didn't have a problem with Malcolm X because he was a student of Malcolm X. You dig? He was a protege of Malcolm. So he never hated Malcolm. He wanted to be Malcolm. And nothing Farrakhan had 50 years to do a lecture that's more superior, more appealing, more compelling than the Ballad of the Bullet, and he has never done that. So Malcolm X, Malcolm X had what, 2 years in Islam before he was assassinated? Like about 10 years. And he has did more, like his impact has been more on Black America and white America than Farrakhan in 50 to 60 years.
Hell yeah.
70 years. And that bothers Farrakhan, man.
Hell yeah.
That bothers him.
You fight with a ghost, bro. Like, you can't win that. You know what I'm saying? The only way you're going to win is to roll with it. You're not going to win that, bro. But some people just, they're just stubborn, man. Like, and that's how you know, like, human beings are funny. Because, from the outside looking in, you think it's all about the mission, right? The objective, and that's bullshit.
Right.
People be about their own little personal acclaim, and that's just how people be, man. But, bruh, it's just like if I'm on the basketball team, right? it be certain individuals, man, they just got it. Like they're just inhumanly talented.
Right.
And you just accept it, like, all right, I'm gonna fit in. Like, I'm not gonna try to be the guy. Like,
yeah. Right.
cause really,
Go ahead.
really, the talent that person got, a lot of times, it's not something that they did. It's just fate. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So, bruh, it's like Pippen. Like, all of a sudden, every chance Pippen get, he hating on Jordan.
Yeah.
Like, that shit is crazy. Like,
he's a clown.
Like, bruh, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wanted to be the dude, but bruh, this how I look at it, bro. Like, I'd be grateful to be Pippen, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's 8 billion people on the planet, bro. Like, you're Scottie Pippen. You know what I'm saying? Like, people like Jordan and Tupac and Malcolm and Muhammad Ali and, you know, some people, they're just unnaturally gifted. Like, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is, bro.
And Haskell, just to add on that, Michael Jordan, and look, Haskell, sometimes we debate, it's about you and me, you and I. We debate. And after we're done, I gotta go to sleep on that. And I gotta go to sleep and I gotta rest on whether I truly think I was right and whatever we argued about. And I'd be like, and believe me, I wake up like, I don't think I was right. I believe I was right, but I don't think I was right on the live though. You did. I think I could do a better job. You did. So I think so in my mind I took an L. Like, damn, I think I took an L on that one. And that's life. Right. You gotta lay down and rest on whether you truly believe you think you got a W. And sometimes I go to bed think I took an L. Like, damn, I think I took an L on that one. And like, as far as you, like, just as far as that, like when we debate, I always tell people, I told Unc, told Garfield, I'm like, yo, if y'all really want a good argument, right? Counter argument, go debate Haskell. I always vouch for you. I say, yo, Haskell got a different opinion. He's on the other side, different views. But if y'all want to sharpen your skills up, if y'all want to get tough on this argument, go debate him. Right? Before you go to any expert on all that type of shit, go debate Haskell. I said, I believe you had the strongest argument out of everybody who opposed us. Everybody who opposed. I felt like you was the biggest threat. Always said that publicly and openly. All right. Because I felt like you took your time to study what we're saying. So I never believe you was ignorant to what we're saying. I believe you understood what we were saying, and you just countered it. Most people didn't know what you were saying and didn't care or couldn't comprehend it. You know, they couldn't. So I already knew who was going to be a tough one and who wasn't. So when me and Uncle on the phone call, we're arguing about something. I'm like, well, Uncle, Haskell would say this. Uncle would dismiss it as his weak. I'm like, all right, well, let him hop on your line. Like, it sounds good on the phone with me, but argue that shit with him on live, and let's see if it works out for you the way you talking to me now. And Uncle will tell you that. He'll tell you that.
They don't want your smoke.
So I always thought Haskell was the toughest opposition outside of an actual scientist. You dig? I thought Haskell was the toughest opposition out of an actual scientist.
Man, that's love, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So with that being said, I felt like anybody in front of me whose name not Haskell is light work. And that's exactly how I addressed them. Like, yo, this is gonna be easy. Like, I could freestyle and kick some ass. You know, that's how I did that. You know, so I'm saying that people need to be aware of their opposition. Like, they gotta keep it real. Is this person tough or are they weak? Like, be real with yourself. Like, there are certain points Indigenous sent me a link. I played it, the sheriff thing, indigenous, that was a good link. When Asiatic line going to that Arab Arabia shit, I can't rock with him. Like he got it. I can't do nothing with him. I gotta fall back and let him just go. Which I've done before, on my lives. I let him just go. That's not my area.
Hey, the way I look at it, unbiased, is that me as an individual, I'm just one human being. We all have very short lifespans, right? In the grand scheme of things, what any of us as individuals think or learn, or no matter how brilliant you may be, whether you're Einstein or whoever else you can name, in the grand scheme of things, you're but a speck. Like, you're really not that important, right? So how I look at it is, man, somebody can counter me and prove me wrong. I'm happy, like, damn, because now what that means is I get to learn something. I get to really learn something that's like revolutionary. Like, I've never even considered that before, or even, and that's like
couldn't put two and two together. It was hard to put. Once you get more than that. Go ahead,
I never marry my emotions to because let me tell you something, like, even with like that Morris stuff, like about 12 years ago, like I fully bought into it. I was in courtrooms like yelling at judges and doing all that dumb shit, right? And when you look back at it, like, man, that was really fucking stupid, right? But you live and you learn, and if you're wrong, you're just wrong. Like, that's my thing, man. These dudes be having so much ego. Like, dude, who cares if you're wrong, bro?
Right. We're nobodies. You dig? We're nobodies.
Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I've said shit before, and like when I brought up that thing about polio, and I was like, yeah, but polio was I said polio wasn't vanquished. It wasn't like cured. It was they just reconstituted the definition of it. And I think it was you and Sosa on the live, and y'all pointed out some things that I didn't consider. And I was like, damn, there's some holes in my shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta go back and I gotta tighten up.
You also made another mistake when you was on Uncle and Uncle talking about scurvy, and you thought scurvy was transmittable.
I did. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Yeah, you did. But it's to your point. It's like that shit gonna happen. When you're in the fight, when you're in the fight, Mayweather get punched in the face. You dig? That's the reality.
Yep.
The league got dropped by a weak ass white boy one time.
Yep.
That's what happened.
Yep. And when you let your ego make you think like you can't get touched, that's when you're gonna get messed up.
Yeah.
That's when you're gonna get knocked out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I said myself, I've had to change my core belief. I mean, my belief system, not my core beliefs, but my belief system numerous times over the 53 years of living. You know what I'm saying? Because you find it's just like with science. If they find a new discovery today that changes all the things that, a scientist says, then they would have to go with, the new find. That's just how it is. It's like if you find something new, then everything can change all in an instant.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But, I mean, we're just regurgitating, like I always say, other people's information that we've come across, And like I mean, I'm trying to pass on the knowledge, but we he said we're all the knowledge that we have is only a drop in the bucket, but when we come together, what I'm saying, we can bounce it off of each other and find the truths in the mix and throw all the bullshit to the side.
Right.
It's too much of these. People out here making themselves God, making themselves the king, making themselves want to be the first, and they're not doing, they're only doing what fits their narrative. They're only studying scriptures that fit their narrative, or they're only showing information that fits their narrative and not the full picture. And that's what we need. You know what I mean? We need to see the whole picture. If you're going to present something, don't present it, biasly. Give us the whole picture. Don't frame it. Like I said, they frame us deceit. Don't frame deceit. Give us the whole truth. I mean, give us the whole thing and let us make our decision.
Yeah, like for example, peace, my man, peace, represent me. Like for example, yeah, if y'all want to know, my bad. If y'all want to hop on, I got the phone number because I really open discussion. I got the link, phone number or link. Choose either one.
Peace to the chat, everybody in the chat. What's up, everybody?
So, Indigenous, what you say last, real quick? The last point you made.
Maybe leave that shit alone.
All right. Well, let me say this.
Hold on.
Let me say this.
All right, go ahead.
Like real people can argue with you in a hostile way, right? Where it seems like there's no reconciliation, and then y'all end up talking again, right? Like that's the example of what needs to be done. Like me and Haskell had moments. Me and Sosa, me and Amber, me and Indigenous, off the top had moments where we really was at each other's throats, right? And then guess what? Nothing. You dig? We end up talking again because we understand that I don't hate you as a person, like the person who you are in real life. I was upset at the topic and the talking points and the strategy. That's it.
And we do get heated over topics. That's the one thing we do get heated over.
But I want you to catch this though. I want you to catch that I don't hate the person as a person, like the person who was born, the social security number, birthday, all that type of shit. I only was upset at the strategy, the talking points, the argument, the position, those things, which is intangible.
Right.
So I wasn't upset at the tangible person because I'm actually cool with people who live a lifestyle I disagree with. I'm cool with drug dealers. You dig? So if I could be cool with a drug dealer, why can't I be cool with Haskell and Indigenous because they think differently, or Amber? You know what I mean?
Still brothers and sisters at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it'd be a hypocrisy for me to not be to beef with y'all, but talk to a drug dealer who is more detrimental to Black community than you are. You dig? I'm saying like in my mind you are, not that you actually are, but in my mind how I perceive, your talking points, your argument, your position, but how I perceive you. I believe the drug dealer is a little more serious. If I'm going to not talk to nobody, it should be these niggas that's actually delivering tangible, physical substances to our people that's really putting them in a zombie state, slave state. So it's hypocritical to receive them but reject you who just talking.
Yo, what made you pick Swaziland, man, out of all the nations in Africa?
Yeah, I'm so glad you answered that question. Hey, so now check this out. So all my students are foreigners, right? They preferably comes from, or I should say majority come from Russia, India, and China. Okay? So Russia got a lot of Jews too. Don't forget that. So a lot of them are Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian. A lot of them are Chinese. A lot of them are Indian. So when they ask me where I'm from, Haskell Indigenous, if I say America, that's not going to make sense to them because I'm clearly Black, and they're foreigners, so they see Americans as white. So they expect me to say a country. Okay, so now I didn't say Swazi wasn't. I didn't know Swazi was a country, by the way. I used to just forget their names or forget something. I'm teaching chess. I forget a piece or you know what I mean, because I'm teaching. It's teaching is very hard. So I will forget the name of something temporarily, and I'll just say, give me that. That's Swazi. That's what happened. So one Russian dude named Leo, I would jokingly say, yo, Swazi is Swazi. I was playing around, says it was a language. I had no idea it was an actual landmass. So Leo, Russian guy, was like, yeah, I researched Swazi. It's actually called Swaziland. So I'm thinking he playing. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean Swaziland? He's like, nah, I researched. He said I did something in school on that. And he's like 4th grade. So I'm like, no. So I Googled it right then and there. And it was actually in South Africa, a real African place called Swaziland. So now I would lie and say I'm from Swaziland. So now when they ask me where I'm from South Africa, Swaziland. And I speak the Swazi. I speak the Swazi language, and I represent the Swazi culture. You dig? So that's how that happened.
Yo, you know, you know what's so funny about that? Because how I learned about Swaziland, right? You know what they're most renowned for, right? Do you?
Their art, their dances, and their art, their little artwork.
Well, no. For me, it's that particular ceremony they have. I think they have it every year.
Yeah, that's what I mean by like their dances. Like the ceremony, it incorporates.
Yeah, the reed dance. Right,
Yeah.
right. And yeah, that shit tripped me out, bro.
Yeah, a lot of tourists would pay to go see the dancing, and like they had drawings too. They have drawings that the tourists would pay for. Yeah, it's a very glamorous culture where they definitely have costumes and they do all that type of stuff. Yep.
I'm surprised the Americans ain't shut it down yet because, you know, when they have that reed ceremony, all the young girls, right? They have to be virgins, and they all go and dance for the king. And I think he picks out like a certain amount of them to be his like part of his harem and stuff like that, right? Have you ever? I don't know if you ever watched it yet. All these girls.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I thought that's why. It's a bunch of virginal girls, and you know they don't wear tops, right? Kind of like the Zulus in South Africa. So all these young girls, right, ranging from like 13, I want to say up to like 18, and they have to be confirmed to be virgins by elder women in the, I guess you could say, tribe or village or whatever you want to say. They confirm that they're virgins, right? And then they all go, they dance for the king, and then he adds new wives to his harem. Mm. So yeah, like that should trip me out, man. I'm like, because I'm like, damn, where are the men in the culture? Like,
yeah,
do the other men get like, what do they get? Like this dude got like 200 wives. Like, what the hell?
Right. Wow.
You gotta remember the women outnumber the men. And the reason why they say that men outnumber the women on the world is because of India and China have both of them have about roughly 1.5, 1.4 billion people living there. So, and you know how they look down on the women, and you know, at some points you see in movies where they would get rid of the girl child because, you know, they said they didn't have no value. And, you know, stuff like that, but it's disproportionate because of the numbers in India and China. Now, in Africa, the numbers are more women than men, and then in America, it's more women than men in just about every state. Every other place in the world except for in India and China, that's what makes the women, you know, the men close to being over top of the women, is because of the disproportionate numbers that they have in India and China.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. See, because that's 40% of the world's population right there, just India and China.
Right.
Yeah, see.
Right.
Africa has 1.5 too. Africa has 1.5 too. You know.
That's funny as hell, though. You ain't. I'm biased. You ain't get you a Kemetic name.
I did have Brother Sobek though, for a short period of time.
You like, yo, too many niggas claiming Kemet, man. You gotta claim something else, bro. Like something different, man. Everybody
I was never really in it like that, yeah.
Everybody claim Egypt, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, like, yeah, I'm a rep Swazi.
Right. It's something more realistic and believable, you know.
That's funny, yo. But you know, it's crazy, man. Like, you know, I know a lot of funding issues are going on because it's funny because I know your last few lives has been in the slant of the whole how Black folks should relate or interact with police.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Like down here where I stay, like I'm in Miami now. I moved to Miami, and like I don't even really be seeing a lot of police like on the streets.
Yeah.
Cause like a lot of funding issues. They had to cut a lot of staff here with the pandemic. The economy was affected, and the police down here. I don't know about other places, but I do know that there were a lot of staff cuts. And then even with this the gas increase, that impacted the police too. So I've been noticing like just driving around, I don't see as many police officers as how I used to say 3, 4, 5 years ago. I'm like, damn, where the hell is the police?
Yeah.
So yeah, I got to be honest. I haven't had any. When I was younger, I used to have run-ins like that where even if it was not necessarily negative, I'd at least get pulled over. And dude, I couldn't tell the last time I got pulled over, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, like my mom's was definitely before the pandemic.
Yeah. You said when you got pulled over? It was before the pandemic?
Yeah, it was definitely that year, but way before the pandemic.
But it's gone down a lot, right? You've noticed?
Of course. It's mainly because I didn't get a ticket, but I was driving with tent, and out here, not now, but then tent was to police officers, it was like a serious offense. Like you could look forward to getting pulled over for that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like
yeah,
everybody in New York, New Jersey, well, definitely New Jersey knew. Like I said, now it's a little different because we all got tent and it's all good. But then 18, 17, 19, 2000, you tent, that was a guaranteed pullover if a cop see you.
Damn, that's crazy. So wait, meaning like no form of tent? Like it don't?
You bet. Well, yeah, no form of tent, definitely. But you might get past. You got a good chance to get past with the back tent only, right? But once you touch that driver's side, passenger side, that was a guaranteed pullover.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's funny because PA, the tent law a little different. But okay, so when we say PA, we're not including Philly because Philly laws are similar to New York and New Jersey. Okay, so Philly part of PA is considered like city. So Philly is actually, so you got like Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is different than Philly. Although it's the same state, it's different. That's weird. Because New York, New Jersey, normally everything applies to everything. But Philly is kind of like separate. It's like its own state. Their laws are strict like New York and New Jersey. But like for example, regular PA, you can possess a gun. You can't have that shit in New Jersey and New York or Philly. You can't know that gun.
How about with these new laws though?
Oh no, I love it because they realized through the Roe versus Wade that was unconstitutional. So now every bill they have more stuff there. They say, you know what? While we on that subject, why can't people self-defend in New York, New Jersey, Philly, California? They're like, yo.
I mean, it's crazy that no one ever really contested that thing on a major level because it's a constitutional right. Like,
Haskell, once I learned my constitutional rights this year, some of last year, I thought about that. I'm like, yo, how's that possible? And I just never like put deep thought in. I said, okay, I guess that's the way it is. I never like put deep thought into it. I never did. I thought about it, but I let it go right away.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how that works, right? Because, I mean, how you're going to think, right? You have your politicians, you have so many different, layers of power and what do you call it? Separation of power. The way how you're going to look at it is, okay, if I've thought of this, surely all these, other experts, they've surely thought of it. So if it wasn't supposed to be that way, surely, they would have corrected it that's how you're going to look at it. But
and that's why I let it go. That's why I didn't think much more. I said, I'm sure other people thought about it and just the way it is over here. You think I let it go.
But it just goes to show you, man, like if the people themselves, meaning the general population, if you don't make a deal about something, like nothing's gonna happen. Like here in Florida, right? We have it's a right to work state. So meaning an employee, an employer can fire an employee at any time without cause, without, there's no, they don't need to explain anything.
Right.
And I've always wondered to myself, like, people vote for these politicians every year. How is this not a thing? Like, no one makes a big deal out of it. It's just like, hey, that's just how we do things here.
Yeah.
So you could literally be working for a company 30 years, never missed a day. You're an exemplary employee, and they just wake up one morning like, I'm tired of seeing this guy here. You know what? Get out of here.
And the thing is that they borrow, like, that was normally just a temp agency policy. That was never a regular, employer policy. Never, ever, ever, ever. So I do know that I can't stamp it 100%, but I do know that under Trump, he made it hard for temp agencies to just fire you, like you're saying right now.
Right.
Trump, yeah. So agencies actually allow under Trump. I challenge me and I'll research it for you. Trump made agencies give you certain benefits through them, right? But you have rights, but they just couldn't fire you. So a lot of guys, I think Trump did this. I think he made temp agencies provide a way to get hired permanently through the company. Where you want, before Trump, you could be a temp for 10 years and never get hired. So I believe when Trump got hired,
and they're just eating off you that whole time.
Exactly.
That
exactly.
Shit is
so
crazy.
I believe when Trump got hired, he made temp agencies provide a way where you, after 6 months, the option to get hired permanently was there. Okay. If anybody challenged me, I will go ahead and do follow-up research and prove that. Because I know, because I was a temp agency worker all throughout my entire adulthood, basically. And it wasn't until Trump presidency where you work at a temp agency and now all of a sudden I got an option to get hired permanently. But that was never the case before Trump, from my recollection. It's my guy.
I think it was probably a few more layers added in. So one piece I believe is probably them offering you benefits if you're working full-time hours. And then another piece I think is them having to hire you contract for a certain finite amount of time, at least at minimum. And then I think the other piece is probably, like you said, like, so if I have this contract with this company, yes, I can get fired, but I'm kind of like, I'm actually a temp employee. Like, they can't just decide that they want to kind of shave costs or cut costs. No, there's a contract, so they have to have a valid reason. You see what I'm saying? Like, it can't just be on a bullshit. You enter into a contract, I'm working here for this extended period of time. And also that, like you said, you can't keep renewing a temp contract. Like, you're going to hire them on permanently and let them get the full scope of benefits, or else you just kind of like riding under the radar, because you don't really have to offer them like vacation time or anything like that. Right. Yeah, they're going to get sick days and, shit like that, but like holiday pay and all of that, they're not really entitled to none of that.
Nah, I'm telling you, I've been working temp agencies since 2002. Okay, so that's about 20 years now. Never been hired through a company, always agencies. So I got 20 years of experience in temp agencies, and I'm telling you, if you guys can show me Obama, I'll accept it. But until Trump was in office, that's the first time I ever heard of companies, all temp agencies I ever known or worked for, was giving you the option to work permanently after 6 months. Before Trump presidency, I don't know that as a policy in the agency. 0. 20 years experience agency straight. Never worked for a company for 20 years. Never been in a company.
Well, I know it happened for my sister, and it was before Trump, but I'm not sure if it was just
no. So
Amber, for some companies, huh?
That's in where's that
Haskell.
at though, Amber? Where in
She was in Texas.
Haskell, let me be very clear here. What I'm saying, I'm not talking about just for one company. I'm talking about
but that's what I'm getting. That was what I was getting ready to say. I'm not saying it was like a standard. I'm not sure that if it's quite a standard now. I've only worked through 2 temp companies, and that's been since the pandemic. So I can't really give my personal experience prior. Yeah. So the previous temp company I worked through, I didn't even complete my contract because it was in the middle of the pandemic and I was having some issues with the distance learning. So I had to resign from that position.
Right.
This current position that I'm in, because it's a temp position, contract, I've been here almost a year, but the contract was for a year. Now I expect them to hire me on permanently, but at the same time, no. I mean, to me, they ain't really talking enough right now. Like, I feel like that time clock winding down. I've been here 10 months. That time clock winding down, but I also know that they don't like to buy out of that contract though.
Right, and what I'm saying is
that's a sweet deal for them.
Right, it is.
No, right. So they're gonna want to ride it to the end. But what I'm saying is they need to be saying something, because I'm not gonna wait to the end to find. You see what I'm saying? I'm looking for other employment. Like you got to tell me something.
You know what they hoping? They're hoping you one of them people who ain't gonna say nothing. You just gonna, you know what I'm talking about? So they just gonna ride that out. A lot of people ain't gonna. That's what
They got to know better than that, because I don't get holiday pay. I don't get I get my holidays off, but it's not paid like everybody else. I can get insurance, but it's not worth it for me what they're offering through their plan. Now, I know Ecolab itself got great benefits, but through the temp company that I'm going through, the benefits, they are right. They offering something, but it don't make sense. The only thing I'm using is really like the accidental accidental death insurance. That's the only thing I'm like really taking advantage of. But for me, my thing with them is, if you're because I'm only part-time. If your part-time temp is outperforming your full-time permanent, you ain't gonna sell me on not saying nothing. I'm sitting back not saying nothing, because literally we get our performance metrics every day when we start the day for the previous day. So you're not gonna sell me on nothing but top dollar. And they've been here. So listen, they could think I'm sitting back quiet if they want to. Yeah, I'm sitting back quiet, submitting my resumes elsewhere, because I'm not gonna play and wait till the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's how they play the game though. Like, they.
Yeah, I expect them to wait to the end of the contract, because who want to do that? You got to pay, you got to buy me out of the contract at the rate I'm at, and then turn around and of course I'm expect a raise. Like, come on now. So come on. And I'm gonna try to negotiate some retroactive paid time off.
Motherfucking right.
So I'm sorry.
And that's why a lot of these companies, a lot of people are complaining right now they can't get anybody to work, because with these millennials and what is it, Generation Z, that's after the millennials, like they're not like previous generations where they're just kind of just content to have a job. And like these young people, they're not on that. You know what I'm saying? Like they like, fuck out of here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not just gonna get over on me and just, I'm just grateful to be able
to have a job where all the employees is in fear of losing their job. People is figuring out new ways to survive and live their best life and starting their own businesses. So Motherfuckers ain't in that fearful mode no more. They really
Hell
realize,
no.
and I'm happy that they aren't. They realize who really got the power in this shit. Like, I mean, and at this point, damn near everybody offering hybrids, something, shit.
Yeah, they gotta, you know, motherfuckers don't be wanting to share the wealth, bro. You know, it's crazy. You know, these people be, you know, like one person got 150 billion. Like, what the fuck you about to do with that, bro?
So what I'm reading right now is that Trump definitely, as far as federal contracts, Trump definitely made them contract their work. So we're talking about federal companies, federal work. He made them contracted to TIP agencies. That means American, as opposed to outsourcing in India and everywhere else. And so what I'm reading from the Washington Post is that like they're hating on that. They're showing like the flaws and nobody saves money. It's like, wait a minute. So my man forces federal government to outsource their work to temp agencies in America as opposed to India and everywhere else. And they're poking holes in it, how it doesn't save taxpayer money. Like, what the? That's some
You
weird
said
shit.
you said in the Washington Post, you said?
Yeah, I'll put the link in the back check.
I think what's the name owns that?
They gotta be
Not
Democrat.
Musk.
See, to me,
the
that's
Amazon,
crazy.
the Amazon guy.
Bezos, Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, I think Bezos owns the Post.
Yeah, but to me that's crazy though. Like, first of all, if he's forcing, so this is for federal institutions. I thought you had to be a U.S. citizen to work in most of those institutions any fucking way. Like,
supposedly.
So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to me that people would have an issue with that when, if nowhere else in federal government is supposed to be, now not necessarily you could be like, you know, alien or whatever, but I can't see outsourcing to other countries for federal employment or federal, you know, government work. Like,
Well,
yeah, I
you
would
know,
expect those
Amber, a lot of
contracts.
what they probably outsource overseas would be like a lot of the phone stuff.
Still though, like you still dealing with government or some type of whether it's state, local, federal, like you still dealing with some type of access. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're taking calls by phone, they got to access something. Somebody's system.
Right. And, you know, socials and all of that sort of stuff. But
yeah, so I
it's
would
not
think
the
that
type
would be
of
kind of be like a no-brainer.
right. But for them, it's not the sort of stuff that they consider like, you know, top secret. Because like a social, man, like really everybody got access to that shit. That shit ain't.
I
Your
get
social
that,
ain't like.
But I'm looking at liability wise. Like, let's say you're in a federal agency, you've contracted and outsourced work to this overseas company, and there's a breach. Even though it's on a small level, they ain't taking down the whole government system, but now the government is liable because it happened with, you know, their resources. You can't even really do nothing about that legally. You don't have no type of jurisdiction over what them motherfuckers doing over there. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Like, so to me, that's kind of.
But here's the thing,
like
Amber. You know, they've already made their calculations, right? And they factor for that. So
yeah, they say I know that error.
Right. So when they when they consider, okay, what am I paying Shivnarine or Ragnoff or whoever the fuck? I'm paying this motherfucker so little that even if there are incidents that, you know, cost us some money,
I'll still come out cheaper on the back end. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but the publicity is a motherfucker too, though. Our bark be way louder than our bite.
Okay, so look at this. I'm at the AFGE in the news. So now look at this shit. They said, matter of fact, let me share my screen. Share my screen so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Like look at the complaints. It's goofy shit. So it says, I'm gonna highlight. I'm right there. It says the authors also raised concerns about the quality of service. So all of a sudden we care about quality of service. and because these people in India and China are supposed to be like so educated and shit. So it says race
But hell,
concerns
they using temp agencies. The fuck?
right.
They using their own version of a temp agency.
Right. It says that exactly. It says the quality of services provided to the public by these temporary agencies. It says is a quote by increasingly relying on temporary workers to perform critical public services. Critical. Federal agencies are losing out on the increased skill and efficiency that come with long time experience on the job from people from India and China. I'm lying about the India and China. Furthermore, those workers with a desire for public service who are motivated by commitment to their communities and their country are not able to put those values to practice in direct federal employment. So these are the dumb arguments against.
That's very stupid. Nobody goes out and says, "Let me go find a temporary job." Most people, they settle for temp work with the lack of full-time employment. Like, I had a full-time offer on the table, but they was taking too long to get back to me. I'm like, okay, like it was, I'm on vacation and this, that, and the third. So I went on and took the temp. You know what I'm saying? It's the sure thing. They talking a start date and all of that. I don't have time to go back and forth for you to maybe pull the plug later on. I don't have time for that. So people aren't going out looking for temp work. They're looking for full-time employment. But if this temp work is gonna get me through the door, then yeah. And most people do it with the hope that they're gonna be hired on. Like, that's the expectation and that's the hope. Now for a long time, they was just gassing it.
Crazy.
Yeah, they was. But what type of long-term experience do they fucking have? Like, you,
right.
What are you talking about?
Like they're really. I mean, so right here it says. Let me share another screen. It's the same website. I just went down. Like, this is crazy. The argument. It says, all these findings confirm that our union has been saying all along. Quote, outsourcing federal jobs to contractors, I mean American contractors, particularly those that exploit workers by offering only temporary assignments, resulting in higher costs, less accountability, and lower quality. Right, that's speculation. Said AFGE. President J. David Cox Sr. Right, he says, quote, rather than hiring full-time foreigners in India and China, career federal workers to care for veterans and treat our service members, the Trump administration is outsourcing that work to costly and unaccountable temp agencies for us in this country as part of an insidious plan to privatize healthcare. So
I think their point in this particular paragraph is not necessarily outsourcing to another country. They're saying instead of them just hiring federal permanent employees, they're outsourcing to temp agencies, which is not saving them money, but it's decreasing the temp agencies and their accountability. So pretty much they cheating Americans out of full-time jobs. They want to hire through these temp agencies.
Okay,
so they can cut corners, but it don't really cut costs.
I got you. Now watch this. So Obama got credit, right? He got credited for all these jobs that he supposedly had, right? Now, this is a quick question. All the jobs that Obama had people working at, were they full-time jobs or were they like 2-week, 8-week assignments? So you know,
you do know the unemployment rate. They don't really count part-time, temp, or none of that shit when it comes to them measuring the unemployment rate. So all they really count is full-time employment.
Right.
So that did drastically decrease under Obama. So I don't know if people was quitting their jobs, but the only thing that was measured in that particular statistic was full-time employment.
What Donald Trump did, let me cut you, is also he was doing, you see, like how they privatized the prison, he was trying to privatize more federal jobs. So private entities will control those jobs. Because a lot of prisons now are privatized. It's not like it's the people who work there, they work for private companies. And they pay less. And they pay less to look after the prisoners. It's a cost-cutting initiative where all of the profit goes into private hands.
Right.
Medicare,
Monopolizing.
the Medicare, listen, all other first world countries have free health. That need to happen in America. Healthcare need to be free. Healthcare need to be free.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, man. The way our healthcare, it is a complete racket right now, man. And these the hospitals, they have liberty to charge just anything. You know, they barely have any kind of regulation. There's no like control on how they so like for instance, if you get in an accident, like I got in an accident, I want to say about 8 years ago. And I think it was a police officers that encouraged me to go to the hospital, even though I felt fine. I'm just gonna go home. I'm fine. But they said, hey, just go anyway, whatever the case. So I go, and the nurses and doctors there, they insisted on me. I believe they had me do an MRI.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was probably at the hospital a total of an hour or so. Went home, and probably like in a week, 2 weeks or so, I got a bill, $27,000. And
God damn.
I'm like, okay, at any point, was anybody going to tell me, hey, before we do this test, this is what this costs? Or,
No.
you know, they don't do any of that. You know, and I know for people who have like actual serious health issues, cancers and all of that sort of stuff, it's even worse, you know.
Yeah,
So
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
yeah, it is just out of control, man. It is
So
ridiculous.
Haskell, let me speak to that. For somebody who's been involved in 3 automobile accidents. Okay, so the way it works is this. So it depends on the police report. Who's liable for your medical expenses, right? So if the police officer said you're not at fault, then what you got to make clear to the hospital is that I'm not signing anything where I'm liable. I've done that before, believe me. And because I've been in an accident and the officer said I'm not at fault. So that guy's insurance is liable for all my expenses. So
but what you need to take into consideration, this is Florida.
Hey, Stoopies, I was just gonna tell him that, bro.
And half of the people,
nobody here has insurance, bro.
Half of the Spanish people here that driving up and down have a piece of paper, but it's not real.
Wow.
It's not
Oh yeah,
insurance.
that too. They have some bullshit insurance, Windhaven, bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Folks can make up some insurance on through a Word document.
Yeah. So I remember when I went when I had the wife insurance. The wife had a beautiful insurance. When you go to the doctor, one time I had to go to the hospital, and when they realized that I had really good insurance, I did an MRI, I did a CAT scan, I did a heart scan, I did ultrasound. They did about 10 tests on me because insurance covered. It's a bogus system.
Yeah, it's
Healthcare
bogus.
here is a
It
bogus
really
system.
is.
And when you go to the
Can
hospital,
I say something?
let me just finish. And when you go to the hospital,
Go ahead. My bad.
aspirin will cost you $50 for aspirin.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, no brother. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right, Two Piece. What's going on, brother? I just wanted to say that what we're going through here, family, is called indentured labor. And you know how the temp services take a certain amount from here in VA. They take a certain amount out of your check. So if you making $16 an hour, they take 9 and you get 7 or 8. You see what I'm saying? It's called indentured labor, and here's the definition of indentured: is required by contract to work for another for a certain period of time. And see, that takes away their accountability for having to pay you a whole bunch, and then you being able to get into what do you call it, where they got rights and stuff, in the workplace. Unions, yeah. But we all know that this is about, you know, it came about with the need for cheap labor, you know, with the slaves, and it's still the same today, family. So that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, let me share another thing. I have United General Insurance or some shit like that. It's one of the shittiest insurance and health insurance. They're afraid to go to the doctor. You're afraid to go to the doctor. A lot of people are afraid to go to the doctor here because of the copay.
Yeah, that copay shit is bullshit.
Because of the copay.
It's bullshit.
If you have a family, if you're in a family plan, some of the
But that's
cheapest
about the
copay.
only thing that they do tell you up front you got to pay and how much it is.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
If you have a family plan, some people copay is $3,000. When the average family supposed to find $3,000 for copay, they're afraid to go to the hospital.
Right, and you're paying what, $200-300 some if you have good insurance, you're paying $200-300 a month, and then still got to turn around and pay $3,000 in copay. Like it's just a racket, man.
Listen,
all the way around.
And if you go on the open market for a good insurance, Blue Cross Blue Shield, it's $800 a month.
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy, bro.
Y'all talking about the annual deduction that you got to cover before they cover everything.
Yeah. It's a family plan. Most copay is $2,000-3,000 a month. The other thing too, if you have good insurance, if you have good insurance, the family plan for good insurance. If you're self-employed and you go out there to get a good insurance, and you have wife and children, and you're paying out $1,600 a month.
Yes. Yeah, it's
easy.
Insane, man.
And if you go to the doctor, if you go to the emergency room without insurance, what they charge the insurance company is different than what they charge you walking in. To do an X-ray is $900. They charge the insurance company $400. But you walking in is $900 to do an X-ray. To do a blood test, so you can leave the hospital after those 3-4 hours and owe $10,000, $20,000, $30,000.
Easy. Yeah, I couldn't believe when I walked out. Hey, listen, Stu, when they sent me that bill for man, I just laughed at that shit, man.
No, a lot of people destroy their credit because of that.
$27,000, bro. And then my thing is this too. They're not even playing the game fair because before you sell something to someone, you're supposed to. Right, I know they don't have to, but I'm saying that's just how much of a racket it is because in any other situation where you contract with someone, both parties have to have there has to be a meeting of the minds, right? You have to be given consideration, right?
But another thing too.
The medical industry is exempt from that.
Yeah,
like,
another
how
thing
you
too.
have me doing these tests and you don't say, hey, before we do this test, just so you know, if you don't have insurance, it's gonna cost this. No, they just do it, and then send you a bill for $30,000. Like,
but guess what? You go to the hospital 2 miles up the road, and it's $40,000. You go to the hospital 2 miles down the road, and it's $20,000. The arbitrarily just write any number. It don't matter. They just write some number. Because at the end of the day, if you know to negotiate, they will cut it in half. Because that is what they're doing. They're playing games with people. And then guess what? The black community suffer more than anybody else. Because our hospitals, even when you go to the hospital, they look at you and look at your ability to pay. And if your ability to pay, if the person, the ability to pay has not been good, you're not getting the same level of treatment.
Nope.
You're not getting the same level of treatment. You're not getting all of those fancy tests. The doctor not coming in and talk to you for more than 2 minutes. They're not explaining anything to you. Because you can't pay for on time.
Yeah, they'll let you die. Like, they don't care. Like, you're a piece of meat, man.
And some hospitals will just
Literally.
stabilize you and put you out the door. Because they're legally obligated to stabilize you. They will stabilize you and put you out the door. They're not treating you for your underlying condition. They're stabilizing you. You go in there, you have a stroke. They're stabilizing you. No. Because most doctors don't directly work for the hospital. In America, it's a little shitty situation they have, where the doctor you see there, he pays the hospital to use the services. He might have on the hospital name tag, but he paid the hospital. He has offices in the hospital. He's not directly employed to the hospital as how you would see it. It's a funny situation. So not because you see him there means, oh, the hospital staff, the doctor. No, he has his own patients in the hospital.
Hey, that's one thing. It took me about 10 years of living here, man, to realize, man, America is really, it's a land of the finesse, man. I'm talking from top to bottom.
No,
it is
because
the land of the finesse, man. It's crazy.
That's what they mean by capitalism.
Yeah, because
Capitalism is king. Yeah.
yeah, because they're privatizing everything. But they don't privatize, they don't treat lower workers fairly.
Yeah,
Because
but
if you
here's
look
the thing, though. You know, in true capitalism, Amber, is predicated on there being a free market economy, right? But that's not what's happening. Like, these companies have all sort of incentives, all sorts of kickbacks, and like Amazon, these fools don't pay no taxes. So it's not a true free market economy where, you know, these companies are just offering their products and services. No, it's like this weird hybrid, this weird socialistic, capitalistic hybrid where
it is.
Well, that's the thing, though. So, you know, you take a macro or micro class, and they'll kind of tell you that the free economy ain't really free. It's for the most part free, except in instances where it make more sense for there to be monopolies or for it to be more controlled. However, I will say that I'm not sure if it's technology or what. There has been a move to a lot more industries being more controlled, more controls, and it's not necessarily that free market that it's supposed to be, you know.
No, there's no free market in America. Corporations in America are protected. They are protected entities. So therefore, they are not capitalists. They are more socialists. All the states protect corporations. The laws protect corporations. Even the taxes over they pay. Is that Donald Trump did not file tax for years. Or when he filed his tax, it was so convoluted that he did not pay taxes for years. And it's always been audited for the next 10 years. And it'll be audited for the next 20 years. Because they figure out that by the time they finish auditing, he'll die. And it will move on to something else. They find other way, and they're not going after them with the rigor. But a little poor man who steal $10,000 of taxes, he's going to jail for the next 20 years. But a corporation like Amazon who hasn't paid taxes, yet still Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world. How is it that you haven't paid taxes and you own as the richest person in the world?
Yeah, that is insane. When I learned that, they don't pay. That is
Wait,
wild.
hold on. But there's a reason for that. And let me share this video right here. So I'm gonna have. So this is my man, the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. So I just want to show you because, if you're able to provide jobs, there's an incentive for those who are able to provide jobs to the American public, right? And one of those
though, they're getting money based off of the sales that the revenue, you know, from the revenue the company makes. They're getting taxes off of that. So at the end of the day, they're getting something. They're just not getting.
So I'm gonna play the video right here because I hear that Hillary started that off, but Donald Trump was like, "But Hillary, you know why we don't pay taxes." So he ain't want to throw under the bus, but he's saying you're a legislator, like you make the laws for us to take advantage. Like you make the laws for us to take advantage of them. So check this out.
Financially is business, number one. Second is real estate. And that's why I pay no taxes. That's why Trump pays no taxes. Legally, it is a combination of business and real estate that gives us an unfair advantage over employees because they don't know what to do.
There was an article in the New York Times on the front page about a week or two ago, and it was about Jared Kushner, right? So Trump's son-in-law, and about
you
how
saw that same article.
Yeah,
did you pick it up?
Yeah, I read it, and it was all about how
depreciation.
And yeah, he didn't pay any taxes, and his net worth was growing, and everyone's arms were up. Look at this guy; he's not paying taxes.
Yeah.
So the argument always been about paying taxes, right? From a layman.
This is the New York Times, okay, so considered a front runner in the news, showing us how bad this was, that this entrepreneur who grew his net worth by like 3 times or 4 times over the last 3 or 4 years, and I thought of you. What does that tell us? What do you see when you see that article?
Well, the New York Times article is an employee mindset, and they have no financial education. Somebody said Kushner has a loophole called depreciation. I go, you idiot. It's illegal. It's not a loophole. Depreciation is what the government wants us to do. So in other words, there's 3 things. There's appreciation, amortization, and depreciation. So the way guys like Trump and Kushner and the rich guys do it is called the McDonald's formula of business. So McDonald's has a business, right? They have a hamburger stand. And when you interview Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, if you saw the the movie, The Founder, he gave the formula away. The business of McDonald's is not hamburgers. The business of McDonald's is
real estate. Yeah.
And that's the formula. So every time you go past a McDonald's stand, oh, you deserve a break today, eat at McDonald's. But they're not seeing the real game. The game is that little hamburger stand is buying the most expensive real estate in the world. So today, McDonald's owns more real estate than the Catholic Church. But the rich are evil and all that. They just can't see it. So I have the Rich Dad Company in the business side. So let's say I make $1 million. I don't want to pay tax on that. So I take that $1 million, instead of spending it on something stupid, I buy a piece of real estate. So let's say for $5 million. So I go from 1 million to 5 million. Then I appreciate, depreciate, and amortize that 5 million, and it offsets my $1 million in tax.
So there you go. It's more than not paying taxes. Like you said, legally, and legislators know that.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
That legislation was put in place to facilitate rich people. Let me explain this. When Henry Ford set up the Ford Motor Company, Henry Ford is one of the greatest Americans that raced his bastard. And people need to appreciate what Henry Ford did. Henry Ford, because he had the 5 day. Before Henry Ford, people used to work 6 days a week. And some people work 7 days a week. But because the Ford Motor Company introduced a 5-day week, it spread across the board, and it was generally accepted that people work 5 days a week, right? Because Henry Ford, he set up a salary scale. It was it spread across the board. So Henry Ford did a lot for the American economy and American middle class. He was one of the he was instrumental in setting up the American middle class, because 70 years ago, you could get a job in the factory and you never have to work anywhere else for the rest of your life. And you have a house in the suburb, 2 cars, go on vacation for Disney World. But Henry Ford set that up. Henry Ford built the American middle class. Before him, there was no middle class in America. Right? Then these corporations, Henry Ford used to pay taxes too. Then these corporations come in and the lobby Congress and the lobby the government for protection. because they wanted to figure out ways to increase their profit. They said, listen, I'm a job creator. And because I'm a job creator, I should get certain benefits, which is not true.
Right.
Which is not true. It's bullshit. But they spread the bullshit. And then some people know, like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, come and finesse it. When you read his book is bullshit. When I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, his book is bullshit. He's a greedy asshole. Right? And all they did, because Henry Ford was rich, but Henry Ford wasn't greedy. Unlike the Rockefellers. Because Henry Ford treated his workers well. Rockefeller didn't treat his worker like shit. Vanderbilt didn't treat his worker like shit. Those are the biggest employers of people before Henry Ford. Henry Ford, the Ford Motor Company at one time was the biggest company in the world. And it raised the middle class. The car industry raised the middle class in America. A lot of people need to take that into consideration. Before those plants and those car companies, the average American didn't have shit when they come out of the recession in 1930. Henry Ford changed America.
Hey, you know, I was gonna make the same point with Kiyosaki because he's a slick talker, right? Now, what he's saying is not completely untrue.
It's true.
Because you know, real estate is an ever appreciating asset, right? No matter through inflation, deflation, whatever the case may be, you know, real estate, you know, it's pretty much going to always hold its value, right? And you know, more than the actual burger stand, yes, the real estate is more valuable intrinsically, right? But if you notice, that point has nothing to do with a company not paying taxes.
Nothing to do with that.
It has nothing to do with it. What he did was he said, hey, look over here.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He
Because,
did a film.
right, he did the little you know, like the WWE Jake the Snake shit, you know, throw some powder in your eye and shit. Like, okay, so yes, I'll concede the real estate is the most valuable.
And guess what? Real estate, the value that real estate have, a lot of people like it. I needed to go back 100 years ago. 100 years ago, an old house didn't cost the same amount as a new house. New construction always costs more than old construction. In today's market, it don't make any difference. Old construction is almost the same as new construction, and that should not be so, because you are saying that this property automatically depreciate with time. The land don't depreciate, you know, the cost of the land is always the same, but the property on the land should depreciate in time. Because an old house is an old house. It needs more repair than a new house. Right? But what a lot of people do, real estate became, before Bitcoin, real estate was the Bitcoin. Where a lot of people went into real estate to hold their wealth and to flip it and to turn it. But then every 20 or 30 years, the market reset. And you have a big crash. Just like how Bitcoin crashed the other day, real estate is going to crash again. It crashed what? 15 years ago? 10 years ago?
Yeah, 2008, was it?
Yeah, 2008. It crashed. And there's another crash because these prices are, the average poor person cannot afford to buy a house now.
Shit, the middle class is at the point where they can't afford to buy a house.
This is a seller's market.
Look,
right, this is a seller's
For
market.
the longest, though. They've been talking about the shrinking middle class for the longest.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
biased.
but what we're saying, the house price.
What is that? What is the name of that principle where they say like the simplest explanation is more times than not the correct one? I forgot they have a name for it. But,
Murphy's Law? No, Murphy's Law.
No, I think Murphy's Law is.
Whatever's going to happen will happen.
I don't know that, Haskell.
Yeah, I think Murphy's Law is anything that
Occam
can
razor.
happen.
Occam razor.
Right, that's it. Occam's razor, right?
Okay.
So,
Occam's razor.
So this is how I would say with Kiyosaki, right? And how you could tell a nigga that's a fucking slick talker, right?
Yeah.
He's talking all this real estate shit and the taxes don't matter. You know, that's not the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, why do these motherfuckers fight so hard not to pay them shits?
Right.
If it ain't no big deal and that ain't the
Right.
thing to be
Right.
concerned
So
about,
let me say this.
right?
So let me say this.
This motherfucker is
look, without playing this video, America, right? The Independence Day, right? 1776. This country is supposed to be about entrepreneurs, not the working class. So independence, you're supposed to be independent on your own. And matter of fact,
no, I wouldn't say entrepreneur.
That's unrealistic,
You're
though.
wrong. You're
Right,
wrong.
well, hold on.
You're
Wait, no,
wrong when you say
let him
no,
finish.
that's not realistic.
Let him
It's not
finish.
realistic. Hold on, Stupid, hold on.
Let him finish, Stoopies.
Before the Great Depression, 80%, around that percentage, Amber, of Americans were entrepreneurs. There was no industrial, none of that, no GMC, no Ford, none of that shit. You worked and you got paid because you worked. And you
Right,
sold.
but was that before they developed specialization? And
right. So look, so this country, right, from 1776, this country was founded on independence. Like that was the notion. That means that you need to be independent yourself. When you go work for somebody, you're no longer independent. You're dependent upon somebody else. So
now,
can I rebut that? When you finish, I'm rebut it.
So the person who's hiring you, they're going to get a break on taxes. The fact that they employed you, right? They're responsible for, and that's the incentive in this country. So I have an LLC. I'm going to get another one.
All right, can
anybody who has an LLC, you got tax breaks that nobody who don't have one has. Okay, so my phone, small shit, my phone, my cable, my apartment, everything is a write-off, right? The apartment's half of the rent is a write-off because I work for myself, right? So
because
all
you
my
claim it as
expenses,
an office.
right? So even though you see 10 cases of Fiji water in my house, 10 cases are written off because that's my students drink water. You dig?
All right. Can I rebut?
Yeah.
But wait, let Amber respond first, because I was responding to her.
Well, what I was gonna say was I hear what you're saying, but we're not there anymore. During that time, people did a lot of shit on their own. They was independent. They bartered different things, but then we went into a time where specialization in specific areas became more pronounced because we realized, hey, it's better if I try to not do everything. Yeah, I got my little hustle, but maybe I should just focus on one thing. Let that be my thing. Or join this group and let this be our thing. And they do their thing, this their thing. And we just kind of work together like that. While I understand what you're saying as far as if America does favor the business owner, the entrepreneur. However, that's unrealistic. Like at the end of the day, everybody can't be business owners. You can be, but at some point, someone's going to need to work for you if you're going to be able to expand and make it scalable. Like you're going to need employees. So you can be a business owner and not make a whole lot of money because everybody's a business owner. Or you can go and work for a company and maybe make more than what you could as a business owner, doing the limited amount of orders or whatever the fuck you can do. Like, so while I get what you're saying, at the end of the day, it's a lot of employees that make it possible for the business owners to grow and expand. So while America favors the business owner, they should also provide those tax breaks to the employees too.
All right. Let me
rebut.
Y'all forgetting all about me. Y'all just run over top of me and rough shot.
Stu Pease, Indigenous, Haskell, than me.
All right. You said something earlier. You said America was founded on entrepreneurship.
Right.
And that is not true.
Independence.
No, independence. I'm talking about independence. That is not true.
Okay, go ahead.
When America was founded, right, the 13 colonies already exist. The original 13 states or 13 colonies, they were already exist, right? These colonies were controlled by rich people. Benjamin Franklin wasn't a poor dude. None of the signers of the independence, the Declaration of Independence, were poor. All of them were wealthy landowners. You had the division of wealth in America was very disparaging. In the North, most people lived very poorly. And in the South, most people were planters, and you had poor white planters and very rich white planters in the South. You need to look at the 13 colonies and how they existed. Most Americans didn't own shit. When Americans started to own shit originally after independence is after when America went into Indian lands and took those lands and then had a land grab where they allowed people to go in and claim homesteads. Vast homestead, people just went on wagons and they started to build on their own like that. It was never based on entrepreneurship. Because
That shit, I ain't have to pay for it or do shit.
No, they didn't have to pay for it. Rich people were always rich in America, and poor people was always poor, right? It's after they had the great land grab when most Americans have land. Prior to the 1930s and 1920s, when industrialization took off in America, most Americans lived very poorly. When you had the first dust storms, where the land failed in Middle America, you had those dust storms, and people had to move out and go to other areas. It's industrialization. It's Henry Ford, Save America. This thing about entrepreneurship. Most rich people was always the same people. They call them old money. The old money is always the same money. You might have new money now with tech people come in and they get very rich from new money. But this new money is not even real money. Because in the 80s, Ronald Reagan started printing money wholesale. Prior to the 80s, when you went into New York into the 70s and into the Bronx and how dilapidated it was, there was no money. There was no money. Most of the money came as a result of Ronald Reagan started to print money and tell people that, listen, money is available. We can't get all of this to borrow. We can't go off credit. That is when the debt ballooned. It was never based on entrepreneurship because the rich people, all money is always the same money. I ended here. Go ahead, Haskell.
No, not Haskell. Not Haskell is going to be indigenous, and then Haskell, then me.
Mm-hmm.
Indigenous, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to tell you what's going on here, whether you want to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to go ahead and lay it out for y'all. We are still chattel. Now, let me explain to you. All right, let me read some definitions. Let me get my stuff off here. An item of tangible, movable, or immovable property.
I'm sold. You right. Shit, it's some bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, an item of tangible, movable, or immovable property, except real estate and things such as buildings connected with real property. So mainly it's the movable, right? Now, all right, let's go to bond. All right. Now, bond is the state of goods made, stored, or transported. Now, that's moving, right? Under the care of an agency until the duties and taxes are, thing moved on me, are paid off. Okay? Now, like I said, and this was a part of that, what I was telling Unbiased about with Part 2, Sequitur Ventrum, where they took away the rights of the father, the biblical rights of the father, which was the Bible, which they go by, and took it away from us in slavery and turned it to the rights of the mother. So then that way, any child that mother had would be a slave. Okay? And that was chattel, and we were movable, an item of tangible, movable property. Okay? So we were movable property, and we're still considered to be chattel today. That's why they run us into their private prisons to keep them filled, because they have quotas that they have to be filled or they'll get closed down. Let me see, what else? Like I said, it's Part 2 Sequitur Ventrum. Wait a minute. Part 2 Sequitur Ventrum is giving the rights of the mother, giving the rights to the mother, taken away from the father, so that the slave owner who had kids by these slaves wouldn't have to have any type of, give them anything or, none of that, compensate the kids that he had with the slaves, and he could still keep them as chattel. You understand? So this is where all this is coming from, and we're still in that, we're still in that mode. But they use, like I said, when I read you that stuff, when they say in 1954 we say nigger, 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 in 1968 we can't say that. Remember all that stuff? And then it says the black people end up getting hurt worse than the white people was the end result of all of it, and that was the Atwater guy for Ronald Reagan's campaign. So this is the same shit, same talking points. We're still dealing with these same people. That's why I dwell on these devils who created this bullshit from the past, and this is what you're dealing with right here, right now.
All right, Haskell, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Stu P pretty much nailed it because, a lot of the times we hear certain talking points and we kind of adopt them, and I realize it's really flim-flammery. The whole entrepreneur thing, and America was built on entrepreneurship. Not knowing that what they're qualifying as entrepreneurship is some, hillbilly with a plow back in when America was rural, and they used to send their children, 2 miles down the street to the schoolhouse, right, where education was privatized and everybody had a farm. America was basically an agrarian society, and they're calling those people entrepreneurs, right? And drawing a nexus between them and these mega corporations that exist today, right? So they'll use that talking point. Well, America was always an entrepreneurship, and we should favor them, right? Meanwhile, an entrepreneur isn't anything without their employees, right? Now, by rights, you could certainly say the entrepreneur is the A side and the employees would be the B side. And I would even concede to that. Nonetheless, without that B side, there is no A side. When it comes to the relationship between, entrepreneurs or ownership and workers, right? The rhetoric that they push is this idea that the entrepreneur is this benevolent figure or this kind of deific type of figure whereby their ingenuity and their ability to create is literally responsible. It literally, in essence, provides subsistence for the worker. So it's almost as if they place the entrepreneur or the mega corporation as this kind of benign, like deity that, the fact that they even pay you anything, you should be grateful, because without them, how would you wouldn't even be able to exist or live, right? And it completely distracts you from the reality that they wouldn't have anything without the worker either, right? Now, you fast forward to 2022, and a lot of these mega corporations, they're convinced that they're going to be able to kind of mechanize everything, and they will truly be that deific figure that they keep positing themselves to be. And really, it's just all game, unbiased. That whole, the entrepreneur needs to be favored, and if it wasn't for the entrepreneur, we'd have nothing. But like Stu P so perfectly pointed out, these companies that are in these positions, right, to be these entrepreneurs, they've always been in position coming from the British Crown down. When you talk about Jefferson and Washington and Jackson and all those guys, these were
created the narrative.
And if they ain't laws to back up their bullshit, they'll make them. They'll create them.
Right. These were people who were incumbent, right? It's the same people have always had the money and the power, and what makes them be able to be these mega corporations is the free labor that they got from slavery and all of that sort of stuff. It's not ingenuity. You know, Bill Gates, for example,
Ain't nothing in-
he stole his goddamn code from a software developer, because prior to Bill Gates, software was seen as something that was supposed to be for everybody. Like the codes they used to write, they didn't put a monetary thing on the code. It was open to all coders. He was the one that came in and for lack of a better term, copyright the code and all of that sort of stuff and say, hey, this shit shouldn't be available to everybody. So basically what I'm saying is unbiased. A lot of these talking points that you hear from these, like this scum, this smug, big head motherfucker I'm looking at right now, them motherfuckers is running game. A lot of the shit they say is not even true. They just said so much to where you find yourself repeating the bullshit. You motherfuckers running game unbiased, bro. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, they are.
All right, hold on. All right, so now it's my turn, but I'm not gonna give a turn. I'm gonna play the video, and for copyright fair use purposes, I'm going to commentary in between, but I'm not gonna respond to anybody. To be fair, right? So I'm gonna play the video as my turn, and when you all, when Amber goes, and then Stu Peas, and then Digital, and then Haskell goes, and that's when I'm gonna respond to everything. So let me just not hog the mic and pass my turn to the video.
No, I don't know about that, Robert.
The easiest thing is get a job, climb the corporate ladder, and invest in a 401k.
Yeah.
That's where most people are at, and they go and they watch football or play golf on weekends.
Yeah.
That's their choice. I mean, it's a good life.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my game, though. So today you have most of these people who have a financial plan, and they want you to give them their money. You know, put your money in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETF, and savings. Okay, you know. And most of that money is gone anyway, as we talked about earlier. In the last 2 years of most people's lives, all that money disappears anyway. So what's the end game for Kim and I here? And for Kim and I, our end game is the end financial plan is this money goes into what's called a CRT, a charitable remainder trust. This charitable remainder trust then means the government can't tax me. That's the reason.
All right, so just for fair use person, I'm gonna chime in. So he going over to the tax part, right?
And you know, and you got to study taxes. The only people that pay taxes are these people here because they're not doing what the government wants.
This is why I say it's a country built by entrepreneurs, okay?
Over here, I'm a partner with the government. The reason I get a tax break here is because I provide jobs. These guys don't.
And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, when you go to the 14th Amendment, you dig, the person who provides jobs is going to get a tax break. If you don't do that, no tax break.
Provide jobs. I get a tax break here because I invest in real estate. Most people have a house. I have.
Real quick, you got to add additional context to that, because if you just hire one employee, there's not much of a tax break for that. So it does matter how many people you employ, what type of tax break you receive.
Yeah. So the government got standards, right? With anything, Monica Lamb will be the best person for that. That's what she deals with, government jobs. But yes, and even with voting, even with cities, right? The funding you get from government, you gotta have a certain amount of people in your city. So this is why when people commit crimes and they get transmitted to like jail in a rural area, let's say New York, let's say you're from the city, you commit a crime, you're sent to a prison in a rural area, upstate New York, right? That got nothing to do with the city. The upstate New York residents in that place will get the count for your vote. So it's like they call it phantom constituents. Okay, so that means when you get locked up and you're upstate and you're from like Harlem or Bronx, but you're in rural New York upstate, that means that city upstate gets to count your vote, and your city, Harlem, New York, Bronx, where Brooklyn, wherever the fuck it is, they lose that vote, but the rural area can count it. So things like that goes on, right? So this is just what's legal, like what happens. You know, so it's a lot of unfolding to do here. It's a job that a lot of us got to really be dedicating our life towards, to like expose or change things like that. Okay, so
thousands of houses, and we provide housing. I provide oil, so I get the tax breaks because the government's my partner. If you go to school and get a job over here, you will pay this tax. And you should, because you're not doing what the government wants. I do what the government wants. So at the end of our lives here,
there you go. Do what the government wants. There you go.
we're going to put it here into a CRT. And the goal is the government can't tax that money. And it goes out. And for Kim and I, our goal is every year we're going to give $100 million to charity every year.
So this is the game. This is the game. You got to play the game.
Most people will be broke at the end of their lives. So we're going to give all this money back. And for into perpetuity, charities that we support, like I'm very much into the oceans, so I support Greenpeace. Kim loves animals, so she supports animals. We support all these things that we can't do because we're working our businesses. So we give our money back to charities. We give it to Boys and Girls Clubs and other charities all over the world. $100 million for a lot of people, for a guy like Trump, not a lot of money. For us, it's a lot of money. So $100 million a year is our goal. Today, we're probably, if I died and Kim died today, it'd probably be $25 million a year. But I have probably another 10 years, 20 years to live. So this is the ultimate goal. Kim has probably another 30 years. So can we make this? Most likely. And if we don't make it, we're still at 25 million today. But that's the end game here. We just give it back. And because we give it back, the government doesn't tax us.
Because they give it back. Okay, continue.
That's why I love the tax law. That's why we have Tom Wheelwright, who wrote the book Tax-Free Wealth and all this.
Thanks, Tom Will. Get that book.
So the reason we study so hard is so we can just give it back, but most of these people can't do that.
Right, so they give it back, but the worker can't do that.
And that's why the government gives us tax breaks. $100 million is a lot of money. I know most people, that's nothing.
That's
a
not
lot
true.
of money. That means we have to have
Lying.
several billion in assets to do that. And
I
we're
got a
close.
question.
That's the game, to give it back and pay no tax and get rich and have fun.
Yeah.
Any comments on that?
I think a lot of
All right, so here is Amber's go, and then I forgot who's next. Y'all keep the order.
If all he's gonna do is just give it back, and the government is so wonderful, why he don't just pay the taxes?
Well, there's more to the video. You dig? There's three.
You see how simple
So
that
he-
question was, unbiased?
Huh?
No, I'm saying, you see how simple Amber's question was?
Right, but it might
That-
be answered. We got 3 more minutes. The video's not done.
Nah, man.
After Amber, I will go.
Well, that's why. I know there's got to be more, because in my mind, he's just saying we just give it back, and that's why they on taxes. But you're making it like it's a simple thing, but it has to be a reason why you don't just pay the taxes versus just giving it back. There has to be even some type of incentive there. If that's what you claim you're doing. If you just giving it away to the government anyway, and they so wonderful for this break that you get,
Right.
then why don't you just pay the fucking taxes?
He's making it seem like he's just so benevolent, right?
But the video
No,
didn't end.
my turn after Amber.
Just to be fair, but it's still Amber's go. But just to be
Yeah.
fair, there's, as you can see by the video, you got 3 and some change more minutes to answer that question. But let Amber finish first.
I don't really have anything to say. I'm not really upset about it. These are things that I learned about in school because as a business major, they tell you to avoid paying taxes as a business. Now, I mean, there's all different types of ways to do that. But at the end of the day, so I'm not like, I'm just saying he needs to not try to minimize what they're not doing what the government wants and this, that, and the third, almost like the people are bad when it's these same people that makes it possible for you to do what the government wants. But I'll digress.
Yes, I don't know who is next out of stupid.
My turn. My turn. Let me explain something a lot of people not taking into consideration. When America was founded, 90% of the representation, 90% of the men who represent America in the Congress were wealthy men. And hence laws were drafted to protect wealth. When somebody says he's not doing what the government wants because of the laws, you're not doing what the rich people want. These laws were drafted to protect their wealth. The laws were not drafted to protect the common worker. The laws were drafted to protect wealthy people. And because, does it make it moral? Some people will say yes, because they're job creators. And some people will say no, because you're robbing the system, you're playing the system. When he goes around and telling that his goal is to donate $100 million a year, we know that is bullshit because he don't worth 100 million.
Exactly.
He is not worth 100 million. When he tells you that he has the capability to donate 25 million a year if he dies today, that is bullshit because he's not worth 250 million over the last 10 years. This man is a polite.
He doesn't even have a business.
He doesn't even have a business.
What does he do? He sells books.
He sells books and he sells bullshit. Right? But he sells bullshit
courses.
And he sells bullshit courses.
It's easy to get a business. So
what business does he run?
Somebody buying it though. Somebody buying it.
No, I mean, then people believe polite. People pay for. It's my turn now, please. Yeah. Because what he's selling to people, is this bullshit that I hear black people walking up and down with, this new bullshit, generational wealth. Right? Generational wealth. As if the same system that exists today is not the same system that it exists 200 years ago. When black people, when pre-industrialization, when a lot of the inventions were created by black people, but they weren't allowed to access the market. Not because you have access to real estate now. Real estate don't mean shit in the long term, And let me tell you why. 50 years ago, Detroit was one of the most wealthy, successful middle class. When you go to Detroit now, half of the city, the houses are empty. You need to look at Detroit. So when a lot of people tell you, put your money in this real estate or put your money in that, people move away if jobs are not there. Right? Half of the buildings half of the skyscrapers in New York is empty. But what it is perceived wealth. So you tell people that this skyscraper, this apartment in this skyscraper is worth $50 million. But nobody not trying to sell them because they know that nobody not buying them. It's just something to hold your wealth in. And when you're telling people generational wealth, put away all your money in this real estate, buy Bitcoin, buy a $70,000 Bitcoin, which within 2 weeks dropped to 20,000. So you lost 50,000 off the bat. When you go on the market now, 2 months ago, you couldn't find a video card, a GPU, because everybody was using it for mining. No, GPUs are on the market, left, right, and center, because the market has dropped out. So most people stop mining because the cost of electricity is not being covered by the amount of money is being made now. We have to be very careful.
Stu Peas, that was the one part of the ADOS movement that I really, really liked. particularly with tone. And I wish they would have focused on that and not get diverted with this stupid little civil war between black immigrants who really we don't have any numbers or any power like that to have any real impact on black Americans, right? The thing that I liked about Tone was he brought a soberness to the discussion insofar as where black Americans and black people in general stand in America insofar as wealth is concerned. And this aspirational bullshit that people like Robert Kiyosaki sells, a bunch of word salad, and you use the perfect analogy. There is no separation between him and a bandman Kevo and a fucking Polite.
He's the same thing. He's no different.
No different, unbiased. This nigga just talking a bunch of shit. He doesn't have a listen, fine, you can have an LLC. Anyone can go down to the city and get an LLC. That does not a business make. When I say a business, meaning something that is a product or a service that makes, that creates some sort of difference in society, that pushes society forward or provides some sort of product or good that is essential. What business is Robert Kiyosaki in?
Book selling, Rich Dad Poor Dad.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm biased to answer. You there, unbiased?
Yeah, no, trust me. Let me finish.
I think he want to wait for. I just wanted to say really quick.
Hey, hold on. Y'all taking my turn. Y'all jumping.
I
Y'all
never
jumping.
finished. I never finished.
No, Stupies. You didn't jump in twice, Stupies. You didn't jump in twice. It's my turn because Haskell cut me off. I mean, Haskell took my turn, so it's my turn now. All right. Now.
No, I didn't take a turn. IBM.
Yeah, because I was after Stupies.
No, I cut Stupies.
I wanted the answers to Stupies' question, right? So I'm cutting him too, all right? So Stupies, you talk after this, brother. You just answer my question. But listen, the market, it's down right now. Anytime you have a war, the markets are down, okay? Anytime you have a war, the markets are down. Anytime you have a pandemic, the markets go down. We happen to have both. See? And the problem with real estate or cryptocurrency or any of those things is that we can buy in, but we don't have the money to hodl for that market to come back up. See, they don't tell these people that. They say, oh, you can make all this money, or you could come in, you are able to get a loan and do all this, and they give them bad loans. And like I said, you got the inflation, the fluctuation of the market, and that's all the time. You have good years and you have bad years, all right? And like Unbiased said earlier, and like I said plenty of times before, you buy low and you sell high, but you got to have the money. If you're going to buy a Bitcoin at $70,000, then somebody gave you some bad information because that's retarded, because that's the highest it ever went up. So, you have plenty of time for 13 years to buy it, and it started off at 6 cents. See, but this information is not put out there for us. This is a lack of information and misinformation being passed around to scam and take our money and to keep us in debt slavery. Like I said, we're still chattel, and these devils. Like, let me read you something Andrew Carnegie said. All right. The rich are obligated to help the poor. The rich should use their superior wisdom, doing for them better than they would or could for themselves. Now, they're creating their own world, and they're doing for us better than we would or could for ourselves. And see, this is a philanthropist talk, just like Bill Gates. So, like I said, they have not changed their narrative. They're still on the same bullshit. We're still chattel, and y'all need to stop looking at the Constitution like it's for us, like this, all this, scientific racism that happened since the 1600s was for us, and all this stupid shit, and open up your eyes.
All right. You said something earlier, and I love what you just said, what Andrew Carnegie said. Because what Andrew
Yeah.
Carnegie said is the same thing what this rich dad, poor dad asshole is saying. Is
That's
that
right. That's
he
right.
is looking after the poor through he's going to donate $100 million a year when everybody know that he doesn't have it. But
Bill
also
Gates and others. Hold on. Bill Gates and other uber rich people are saying the same thing right now as we speak. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
right, yes, and that is true. And they're saying the same thing that Andrew Carnegie said because it's the same game. I'm going to tell you what is happening. Anybody who buys in early, like a couple years ago, the market in Atlanta was hot. And so a lot of Jamaicans moved from Florida to Atlanta. The houses were cheaper. You bought in at that time, you did well for yourself because you got a
Exactly.
nice house for $150,000. But no, the same house that you'd get for $150,000 then is $500,000. No, $600,000. No. So what you're telling people to do is come and buy a house here for $600,000. That in truth and in fact is only worth $150,000 because it's the same
I don't-
house. Because
I don't want
what
to cut
is
you
hap-
off again, Stu Pease. Gentrification is real, and they're not doing it for you to go back there, brother. Believe that.
No, the high
Gentrification is
prices.
real.
The high prices is no. But what
We
happened with
won't be able to move back there because the house is $500,000. We won't be able to move back there.
Right,
So
no, but what?
just know that.
Yeah, but what also happened is that Bitcoin and real estate is this: the last person who holds the bag gets fucked. It's like the game is musical chairs. The last person to sit down who don't have a chair is getting fucked. That is what Bitcoin is. Because it is not real, it
Bitcoin
is not backed by
is a
anything.
bubble.
It's
Right.
a
There's
bubble.
no real value in it.
Right. The last person. So you try and sell and sell and hold and sell, and you pass it around. And the last person who hold a bag of nothing. The last person who buys a house in a community for $1 million can never sell that house. Because when people start looking around and new houses being built somewhere else and industry is going somewhere else. Because the thing about America, what a lot of people don't know, is that industries go where it is favorable to them. And many states compete with other states because each state in America is almost like a different country. It's the United States, it's united entities. So Alaska will say to corporations, bring your business here and we'll not charge you taxes for the next 100 years. So the business will go to Alaska. But it's not new business going to Alaska. It's business that was in Oklahoma. So let's say a business leave from Oklahoma to Alaska, and that business used to employ 10,000 people. What will happen to the 10,000 people in Oklahoma now? Will they have jobs tomorrow? No. So they'll have to go where the jobs are. So if you buy early to Alaska before a business comes, you get the house cheap. If Coca-Cola leave Atlanta, if Coca-Cola manufacturing plant leave Atlanta, that city is dead. Dead. Dead if Coca-Cola leave. So Atlanta will always facilitate Coca-Cola with tax break in hopes that it never leaves. When the car industry left Detroit died. When they left and go to other states, that Detroit died. Because
So what
they determined.
what does that tell you,
I mean,
right?
but that's a
Re-
catch-22 though. Like, because most of those areas, they're on the brink of death now. And those are the only things that's kind of keeping them living. I know in Gary, we have like the casinos.
Right.
And they weren't paying taxes. And for all intents and purposes, well, the casinos and the mills. But the casinos in particular wasn't paying taxes, but most of the mills didn't employ residents of Gary any fucking way. But the threat is that they're going to, kind of leave if they, restrict them or really, press them on the payment. So
they
we're
do
allowed
anything
to
they want to do.
the community. Yeah.
They're allowed to abuse poor people. That is what most corporations does because they can move from place to place, and there's no federal law in place to say, listen, if you even move to New York, you'll still have to pay this federal tax. And if you even move to Alaska, you still have to pay this federal tax. And if you move your factory to Mexico, when the goods coming into America, you still have to pay this federal tax.
Not only that though, like with the casinos in particular, because they just built another one off the expressway. So it's not in the lake area, but it's off the expressway, but still in Gary, you know. And they received major tax breaks on that as well.
And
But
subsidies also.
yeah, but the thing is, there's evidence and statistical research that shows, because I just was curious one day. I'm like, now why the fuck they keep bringing these? Like, I got to thinking about where casinos are. You know, when I went and visited different places, I said, let me just see. So I went researching, and there's a correlation with casinos targeting poor areas.
Of course, because poor people gamble more than anybody else.
Exactly.
Because poor people wish and hope. That's why, listen, that is why you can sell Poor People Rich Dad Poor Dad book and they believe it. That is why you can't whisper in their ears and tell them this new thing now. Buy real estate. It's and some people are lucky with real estate. But there's a lot of people who went into real estate and get fucked. There's a lot of people who go into real estate, but nobody's not telling you about those people. Because if you don't know anything about construction and you never did it before and you're new to it, you can get fucked. Because most of these houses that are flipped either, after 2-3 years, you realize that the people having problem with the houses, mold in the walls, the furniture is bullshit, because all they do is patch and spray and paint and let it look pretty.
Yeah.
New wallpaper.
Well, in real estate,
I just want.
They teach you to get a good contractor to avoid that. But go ahead, Amber.
I just wanted to say, and I've been wanting to say this since the beginning when it all kicked off. But everybody kind of touched on it a little bit when talking about like what product does he sell. But like if you think about it, that's part of what's ingrained in, you know, the character and the fabric of American society and this whole free market business culture. It ain't really about whether or not you have an actual product. This is what you believe, what you can convince people to believe that they need or that you provide and offer them. That's part of it. So overall, what I gathered, what I hear him saying is, you know, I'm doing what the government wants, pretty much like either you with us or you against us. We out here to make a buck. You know, if we gotta rob, steal, kill, destroy, it don't matter. We out here to get this
I don't see it like that. But you guys go ahead. Now I'll fall back and
slavery
let me say something real quick.
Over a false concept that blacks were inferior, and you convince poor white people of that, and they protect the institution to this day. Like, even though they're not benefiting from the shit, like it's the flam flam. like at the end of the day, yeah, they're not even benefiting from it, but it's like they convince them that they have some type of superior position,
right?
And it keeps them fucking rich. Like
no, because Amber, you
and
said
it
something
keeps the
about
poor.
More people in the South on welfare, more white people on welfare than black people by numbers.
Yeah.
More white people in the South on welfare,
on drugs, all that stuff. Yeah,
but they buy into the bullshit that somebody sells and say, listen, we're just one good idea away from getting rich, from becoming a billionaire.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that many people never start poor and
That's
make
part
it.
of capitalism, though. You did, like Amber said earlier.
But that's the abnormal.
I mean,
that's not the rule. That's the exception.
Capitalism. I got to say this again.
Hey.
Capitalism requires.
Hold on. But I don't. So what you guys explain earlier before you go into business? What you guys explained earlier about capitalism is true. Like this is not an entirely capitalist country, right? It got capitalist. It's majority capitalist, but it has social also programs here, right? Because a total capitalist country would collapse within itself. So because you gotta have social. And a total socialist country won't do shit either. There's history for that. All these countries out here ain't doing shit in Europe. That's pure socialist. They ain't doing shit. You're gonna need some type of capitalism. So you need both, and it needs to be a correct balance between the two. But go ahead, Indigenous.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said a million times, capitalism requires a lower slave class to exist. So, I mean, you know, so that should be kicked out the door in the first place.
Yeah, well,
but
I will say this: you say slave. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
And I would say more modern language. You need an ignorant class. But go ahead.
Indentured plan, you said?
You said you use the word slave class. I would say more so today. You need more of an ignorant class. Ignorant.
Oh, well, yeah, that too, because like Monica said, they're selling you false promises and hopes through propaganda and subliminal messages. Got you all fucked up in the head. But I wanted to go into this just a little bit deeper, because I want y'all to understand what I'm talking about here, all right? This Part 2 Sequitur Ventrum was a legal doctrine passed in colonial Virginia in 1662 and other English crown colonies in the Americas, which defined the legal status of children born. The doctrine mandated that all children would inherit the legal status of their mothers. As such, children of enslaved women would be born into slavery. The legal doctrine of Partus Sequus Ventrum was derived from Roman civil law, specifically the portions concerning slavery and personal property, which is chattels, okay? Now, real quick, the doctrine's most significant effect was placing into chattel slavery all children born to slave women. Partus Sequitur Ventrum soon spread from the colony of Virginia to all 13 colonies. As soon as a function of the political economy of chattel slavery in colonial America, the legalism of Partus Sequitur Ventrum exempted the biological father from relationship toward the children he fathered with enslaved women, and gave all rights in the children to the slave owner. The denial of paternity in slave children secured the slaveholder's right to profit from exploitation. The labor of children, indentured, bred, and generations of free Negroes in the American South were formed from unions between free working class, usually mixed race. All right. Well, anyway. You hear what I'm saying, right? Y'all heard what I read to you. All right. Now, this is still, you know, I mean, and similar legal doctrines were derived from civil law, you know, operated in Europe and France, British, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and Dutch, all these people. So they was all on board with this shit, man. Just like they all on board with the evolution. Just like they're all on board with Johann Friedrich Blumenbach's bullshit. They all on board with all this shit, and they've been on board with it since then. Like I said, 1662, and I think that's when they brought the first 20 black slaves over here to Virginia. All right, so this is what we're still dealing with today. But we are too fucking blind or too in love with some man's teachings to see what the fuck's really going on. Hello?
We heard you. We was gonna give you a moment of silence because you went off.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? But this is what we're dealing with still to this day. So, you know, I mean, we got to stop lying to each other about this stupid shit and start bringing some truth to the table. How these people really act and think about us.
Wait. So here's the problem with that. So the problem with black people, and especially older people, you know what I mean? It's why I educate the youth to say, you know, when the youth don't listen to older black people, I don't kind of blame them because we're stuck in our own ways and we're not going to budge. So when you say these people, indigenous, who are you talking about?
Man, yeah, I want to hang up on you right now because you know I shouldn't have to tell you. I've named plenty of names.
No, you need to.
I've named plenty of names. I've named Andrew Carnegie. I've named.
Okay, no, wait. Hold on. Stop. If I'm talking about basketball players, right, that has a certain something unique about them, I'm going to, again, when you're reading a book, my brother, okay?
I don't want to stop you, but I said
relax. You're emotional at this point. You dig? Your cognitive dissonance.
No, it was passed by government.
Okay,
so
I got you.
whatever you got to say.
I got you. When you're reading a book, okay, you have subjects. Okay, you have pronouns. You have nouns. Before a pronoun introduced, the noun is introduced first. The pronoun is to replace the noun. Okay, so you'll first say indigenous said this, indigenous said that, and then from then on in that literature, you could just say he. And the reader is supposed to automatically just associate with he with the first name that was introduced, indigenous, until there's another character to introduce. And then now they got to be more specific. Okay.
Well, if you heard me reading,
Wait, relax. Okay, look, you're cutting in. Relax. Because no, that's not what you did just now. You said these people. Okay, so now when whatever names, okay, let's get this deal with you. So you keep chiming in. Whatever you just said just now, you now the burden of proof is on you. You now need to prove that these people are doing what you said. So now we no longer need your rhetoric. We need proof now. Okay? An educated African, Hispanic, white person, whoever, now needs proof of the allegation, of the claim. Right? You name names and you said these people. So the problem with people like you is when you resort to these people instead of just keep naming names. So you got to keep naming names because when you're talking, you're jumping from subject to subject, point to point. So therefore, it changes. So it could be different people. Okay, so that's on you as the orator, the person talking. You need to make sure that we're not lost. And this is why I advise that most people go into some form of teaching. Because when you teach, I don't give a damn what it is. Relax, Matt. See, right now, you keep chiming in. You need to relax and just listen. Okay? Because you don't teach nobody nothing. You don't get paid for nothing.
You knew all about Part 2 Second Ventrum, nigga.
Okay.
You a fucking lie. Just like you knew about Moses West water machine too, right? You a fucking lie, nigga. Shut the fuck up. You learned something just now.
Yeah.
Your sorry ass. You just mad because I brought something you ain't know fucking nothing about.
Okay, so I'm just gonna mute him because when truth not on your side, you overreact. So and he hangs up again. What I try to do, because I'm also flawed, I also got bad behavior. You dig? I'm also on that time. You dig? You already know. We seen Haskell explode. We seen Stu Peas explode. We seen myself explode. We seen Amber explode because we're human beings, right? And we have buttons. You push that button, we're going to explode, and we ain't going to apologize. That's just who we are as a human being. You dig? We're not perfect robots. We all got buttons. So, but what happens is no button was pushed on my side just now. That's why I'm able to talk and be cordial and, be diplomatic and be reasonable. I'm able to just talk to you. Okay, so my brother keeps saying these people, and every time he do that, the they, the them, I always stop him and whoever else. I don't care if it's Jeremiah, Judah, don't matter who it is. I'm going to stop you and say who, because we're not going to play that game where I'm letting people. And I don't care if I'm on Amber's channel, Socialist channel, Indigenous channel. Even as an invitee, I'm going to say, who are you talking about? When you say the, them, they, who, the big, I want to know. Because I feel like I'm an educator. So I want people to I want the audience, the viewers to know who are these people you're talking about. I do know when you read a book, when they say he, them, they already laid out earlier who they, the nouns, who they were. You dig? That's why I went to a book first. And the thing is, Amber, a lot of us don't read books. That's why we don't know this shit. But pronouns are there because the noun was already established and it's obvious who we're talking about. Okay? When you don't read books, you don't know that. This is basic. This is third grade, second grade education. This is not nothing deep, no college shit. Because I've never been in college. This is regular.
I laughed because I knew it was going to trigger him because he was going to think you were being funny. But I, in my mind, I'm like, okay, so are we talking about white people? Are we talking about rich people? Are we,
Right,
are we talking
right.
about the wealthy?
Racist people.
Like
Who are we talking about at this
because
point?
because it's not necessarily, they're not mutually exclusive. So in my mind, I knew what you were saying, like, but at the same time, I knew that was going to trigger him because he tends to think that we're not listening or we're, not trying to get his point. But no, we just want to kind of be clear what we're talking about.
Right. So he hung up voluntarily. That means that he can come back. The way Zoom works is that if the host of a Zoom channel remove you, you can't come back unless it's a new Zoom. Okay, that's the way it works. So he can come back because I didn't remove him; he removed himself. So he just call back in, and that's what it is. But yeah, for me, for clarity, I need to always know who, they, them. I need to know because I have a problem with people condemning an entire race because you disagree with one person or two people or 100 people, 1,000 people, 1 million people. Okay, it doesn't matter. 20 million people. There's hundreds of millions of white folks, in this country. So 100 million doesn't represent the 400 million necessarily. You dig? So you got to be specific. Just because if we do that, then we can never say a white person is racist if they condemn the black race off one black person. That's why I say, let's have high standards. Let's not go low with them. Right? Let's stay high. Let them go low. We stay high, and then the people can judge for themselves. But you go low with them, nobody knows who the fool is or who's wrong. So stay high. And again, I respect that you got buttons and you got to go low, no problem. That's what Rob Bourne was there yesterday talking about.
IBM, I did, because I think he may still be listening. IBM, he wasn't antagonizing you. For me, I wanted some clarity too, because I wasn't sure if we were talking about poor people, elite people, white people. Like, I wasn't really sure who exactly we were talking about. So it would have been a question I had too, but he beat me to the draw. So it's not like we're trying to antagonize you, but I know how you tend to act because you think, people playing crazy or they're not hearing you. But I really did want to hear your point. And, it was just, I get both sides, but
right. So he can always
antagonize you.
Yeah, so he could always call back in, but I learned that from Amber actually, and Amber and another sister. It might have been Yolanda, I don't know, but it was you and definitely another sister talking about. It might have been Miss Tiff, I don't know. Anusha, it could have been anybody. Mika, I don't know, but I do know that you and somebody else was against the absolute right statements. Right, that made me change my language because I was known for that. Nah, nobody, everybody. You dig? So I said, you know what? Yeah, that's not fair. Let me.
On that. Hold on, now you got to leave that room.
So what I did was I adjusted. I said, okay, let me not do that. Let me just say some. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do. Once you say everybody or nobody, you're done. Unless you can prove that shit, you're done. Okay. So I understood that. So I said, okay, I get it. And I adjusted. So for somebody to say all black people, all white people, indigenous, either one, I'm going to have a problem with both statements. If you say all black people, I got a problem. If you say all white people, I got a problem. All Hispanics, all Chinese, because I don't believe it. Anybody says that, I don't believe them. All a race does something or think away, I don't believe you. Because in every race, there's arguments amongst themselves, the disagreements, so they don't agree on shit. No race agrees on shit. All right? So you got to prove a race agrees on an agenda. So for example, Amber, when Europeans were invading places and taking over, colonizing and enslaving, was that all Europeans or a particular strong, educated, enlightened group? You dig? So that's how that goes. Everybody didn't go to fight. Some people stay home. Some people are totally unaware of what the real purpose was. I'm sure propaganda says one thing, but the real, agenda was hidden. You did, because you gotta lie to get people to, to agree. Hold on 1 second. All right. Yeah. So when people say you gotta be very clear, and I mean I've been live, but so I mean come on, man. And when people say all or I mean all or I'm always gonna ask you who, especially when I think you're a conspiracy theorist. I'm gonna always check you and say all white people, because like that seems to be the argument. It's always us versus them, and the them is all white people. So I'm like, okay, so now when we establish all white people are evil and devils, okay, so now you got to explain why devils do good. Devils, help black folks out in their revolutionary idea, tactics and strategies. So now, it becomes very difficult to defend that. In this country, you ain't doing shit without white people's assistance.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean, well, for me, aside from the white people thing, because sometimes it's white people, sometimes it's the elites or, the wealthy. And it's gotten to a point where even when Black people acquire wealth, they're perceived as being part of some type of an agenda,
Right, the elite.
or trying to keep poor people poor. So then my question then becomes, okay, so then what is a comfortable level? What wealth is safe where you're not compromised, but you're not
Poor.
No, I'm serious, because people complain about being poor and they say it's oppression, but then in order to obtain any type of wealth, the assumption is that you did something or you're willing to do something against your people to attain it. So I'm just trying to figure out what the consensus is on what's a comfortable amount of wealth that we can have without being compromised or part of the agenda.
Yeah. So he says, always stand up for the wrong side. I see, even that, Amber, even that, the wrong side. Like, dude, what is the wrong side? So, Amber, I'm going to let you know my position up front, right? So I don't hide my position. It's not ambiguous. It's not vague. I'm going to tell you straight up. It's not confusing. I believe that when I say America, it's about white people. I believe white people are divided on how they feel about everything. And in this conversation about black folks, I believe they're divided. You have Democrats who are more liberal, you got Republicans who are conservative, and then you got Republicans who are alt-right, who are so extreme that the ordinary Republican group don't mess with them, reject the ideology. Okay. So, but to be simple, split.
But then you got those, you got those that don't identify with none of them.
Right. Exactly. So to just smooth it over, right? Just to gloss it over, I believe they're split. You got racist white folks, and you got white folks who are not racist, meaning that they don't have an ill will agenda towards black folks. Like they just want to be good in their own right and make sure their family is safe and can provide for themselves, and they're good. They don't give a damn about next black person doing well themselves, LeBron or anybody else, Tiger or Obama. They don't give a shit. Okay, so that's my position. That white people are split on how they feel about black folks, and they had a whole war. Go ahead.
We've had this conversation before, publicly and privately.
Right.
I'm of the belief that everyone, so I don't make it all white people, everyone has discrimination based on race. And everyone holds some type of racial prejudice, some type of view with their own group, against other races, everyone. I think everyone that is of an age of forming a thought and opinion, you know, has that. I think it's hard to escape it. World that is racist influential. So, but I don't think that that's just one particular group. Now, I think the issue comes in where there are certain races that have more power in how they can manifest that racial prejudice and that discrimination. I believe everybody is guilty of it, but not everybody has the means to enact.
So let me ask you this. So define racism, or in your opinion, as to what you said.
So in my opinion, there are different levels of racism. That ain't even my opinion.
Right, but give me a generic definition.
So generic, I think it involves racial prejudice and discrimination.
Okay. Right, and you're saying that? Are you saying those who act on that? So you could believe one thing, right? But when you act on it, are you saying like you are not?
Even with those two things combined, technically, so Black people can be racist, Hispanics can be racist, Asians can be racist. So everyone, in my opinion, has some degree of racism.
Right, but let's focus on white people right now.
Right. So you can be actively racist, and you can have these kind of more passive things where you may not necessarily act on
inactive.
Yeah, or
It's just a feel-good belief. That's it.
Here's the thing. I say passive because with white people, there's a difference, because even if they're not actively trying to practice being racist, they are in a system in America where they don't have to do anything. So even when they're not trying to, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I got you, but hold on. I got to hold you to that torch, though. So the person who's not active, but there's a system there. So again, that person's innocent. There's a system that's helping them out, right? In all realities of life. It's giving them jobs. It's giving them breaks in life. Now, unbeknownst to them, like they just believe life is great.
I'm not going to say unbeknownst to them, because most people in this day and age definitely know that racism is a thing. Now,
wait. Okay, hold on. Wait, when you make that statement, okay. Even though, let's say I grant you that, and let's say we're doing white people. Let's say most white people know that racism is the reason why whites are on top and blacks on the bottom. Okay, but that do not prove that the white person who's actually benefiting from the system of racism knows they're benefiting. Some white folks believe that everything they accomplished was merit, hard working, and things like that. Right?
See, I don't believe that.
Okay, so you believe then that would be considered an extreme view.
I don't believe that they're in this day and age where race is such a big conversation. Maybe 40, 50 years ago.
Wait. Okay, Amber, you're missing what I'm saying, so I'll give you a second chance. Okay, so a white person who's grown up in a community, right, where it's not rich at all, they actually, public school.
I heard
black folks
saying.
there.
I heard exactly what you said.
So let me just finish this. Just for the viewers. Just for the viewers.
Real quick, because I don't want you to. Yeah, but I was going to try to summarize, so you can just tell me if I'm right or wrong. We don't have to go through all of this. You're saying that there are some people that understand that racism is a thing. However, they don't feel like it applies to the successes that they've achieved in their life, because they feel that they truly worked hard for everything they got. So while racism is a thing, they don't necessarily tie it to anything that they've accomplished in their life.
Okay, right.
Is that what you're saying?
Somewhat, right. So what do you got against that?
I'm saying I don't believe that. I don't believe that there's
wait. Okay, so let's take it slow, like Wujah will say. Okay, so a white person who grown up in a regular city. It's not really middle class. It's like, pretty much you could say poor class. Okay, so public schools, right? They're struggling. They're trying to get benefits from the government like we would. Okay, maybe they didn't receive them. Their kid, they are making sure their kid is focused in academia more than anything else, more than sports, anything else. If they got to use sports, they use sports. Okay, so this kid is working. This kid is actually working hard, and without tutors, without the guidance of their parents, the kid would be just like everybody else. So they put more focus on their kid, right? More dedication. So now this kid works through elementary, middle school, high school the hard way. Nobody gave this kid a break. Everything this kid ever done, it was hard work and dedication. So now this kid, it finally pays off when it's time around the 11th, junior or senior year, where colleges are trying to recruit the kid. Okay, so now this kid goes to college for whatever they want. Don't know. And then the kid finishes college because, parents push or parents, who knows, and the kid comes home, with a degree. And the kid works and becomes successful, six-figure kid. Where did racism benefit that kid?
Okay, so I'll say this. There are numerous layers, right? Numerous layers to racism and systemic racism. One thing is, how many times did this kid transfer schools? How many times did they have to move? Did they have stable housing? These are areas where, hold on.
Let's say the kid lives in one neighborhood, like I know up in New Jersey, like if you live in Scotch Plains, that's it. If you live in Westfield, that's it. If you live in these like decent South Plains for these nice areas, that's it. Watchung, Warren, you're not moving. You staying right there.
Exactly. So stability in housing, stability in their school system. These are things that very much affect people's outcomes. Areas where Black people are significantly lower than white people are. Absolutely. Most Black people, especially those that are incarcerated, Black males, they have moved around and lived in at least 10 homes. At least 10.
Yeah, but whose fault is that?
Again, you're saying whose fault is that, but again, you're not looking at the grand scheme of things. You're not looking at the fact. No, you're not. Okay, so whose fault is it?
I got no choice to. I heard it all, and I was on that side at one point.
Tell me whose fault it is.
Okay, so watch this. All right, so now I got to go to Exhibit A. All right, so hold on. Exhibit A. I was going to say this for another live. This is 1965. Integration barely, well, definitely not, done with. 1865. Look at the thought on single Black mothers.
65 or 1965?
1965.
Okay.
Single black mothers. Okay. So give me a second. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Hold on. So integration it's just begun. The civil rights movement has just gained steam. 1865. Lyndon Baines Johnson. Yeah, right. Lyndon Baines Johnson had just been passing laws, and they've been passing, but the country has not yet received them. They're not reflective to society. Watch here. Share my screen. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm lying. All right, I'm lying. Not 65. 1986. All right. 1986. This is late. 1986. Okay. So integration is alive and well, and it's being adapted, right? People are applying it. What's the thoughts of single black women with babies.
The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really.
The cycle
male
continues.
figures are not substantially important in the family.
Wow. Notice how old the clip is.
Now, I have a question for you, Unbiased.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So let's pull up. So her father wasn't in the home, right?
Right.
And then she's saying that she don't need a father in the home. So let's look at the reason.
Let's do it.
Why?
Right.
Yeah, the reasons why the black male became absent around this time. I'm not sure how old she probably was in that video, but
She look about 20, 25. You dig? Around 2025. Possibly 18. Yeah.
So let's go back and see that.
Yeah. So now, mind you, it's 86. The crack epidemic just started. So why wouldn't the right? So why wouldn't the crack epidemic was the reason why father wasn't home. Prior to that, father was at home.
That's not the only reason. Another reason.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
I don't know if you've taken any ancestry. Another reason is there were men having multiple families. They were having outside children.
Okay, so that's his problem, right? They ain't got nothing to do with the man or the system.
Wait, you're saying it is his problem, but at the same time,
right?
You're bringing up a clip about Black single mothers and how they don't want fathers in the home from women who didn't have fathers in the home. Who
86,
felt
I'm
like
saying,
they
like,
came out. I hear what
right,
you're saying.
they came out good. Right, they came out in 86. In 86, they came out. It's the same talking points we have today.
Clip, I understand, but where is the clip regarding the flight of Black men from fatherhood? Where's the clip of that?
Okay, right. So that's on a person who opposed this. They got to go find the videos of Black men.
No.
Yeah.
It's not on the person that opposed this. You say you're unbiased and you just talk about the facts. So part of your research should be delving deeper. Okay, I found this, but before I
found this today, though, to be honest.
Let me see what other things were going on, what environmental factors, what cultural factors were going on that may have impacted this outcome.
So okay, got you. What was going on was the civil rights movement, okay? Because the statistics say 80% of Black families were wed, right? They were married. All right, it's nuclear families. Okay, until civil rights was passed and approved and exercised, right? Then I think
I'm gonna tell you now. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay, I mean, but look.
Now,
well, it can't be a lie.
We're
dealing with data.
There were men that were part of nuclear families, absolutely. But I got some people that's way older than the civil rights movement. That
but hold on, but we're talking about. I got you, but we're talking about this. We're not talking about promise to marry. Okay, we're talking about actual marriage. So
no, I'm talking about actual marriage. Actual marriage. And
right. Okay, now listen.
Kids. So they were the father to a whole nother family and wasn't.
I got you. I got you. I got no problem with that. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to marriage, that's paperwork. When it comes to divorce, that's paperwork. Okay. So the statistics dealing with marriage prior to civil rights era being accomplished and succeeding, right, being successful. In the 60s, marriage among Black families was around 80%. After the civil rights era was accomplished and it succeeded, it dropped. It's like 40%, some ridiculous shit. And around that drop was the late 70s, early 80s. And this is 86. So somehow in that time that the black family structure were convinced that you don't need a nuclear family. You can do it by yourself, whether it's the father or the mother, whoever got sole custody. That was the rhetoric at that time. That was the agenda at that time. So we went for nuclear family, where the guy might be sliding off, doing what he's doing. Okay. Is the mother home? Is the mother, doing what she got to do? Is she monogamous still? Was she monogamous before he cheated? Who knows? But I do know that men did take advantage of their position, right? Men felt like they were entitled to different races. I do know that. So most often the cheater will be the man. I do know that. So I'm not disagreeing with that.
Did you see that
But-
single parent households for white people tripled during that same time period?
Possibly, but so my disclaimer is this. Normally when I talk about things, it's about I'm black, we're black, so I deal with black only, right? And then I might migrate to what white people doing. But first and foremost, I'm about what black people doing.
I get that, but your whole point is that, the reason why Black people are disadvantaged in all of these things is because of Black women in the 80s gravitating toward the whole mindset of single parenting. However, white...
Something like that. But I would say that for me, it's not concrete, Corey. I would say that there's a question mark in how I don't know what happened. You dig? I'm saying further investigation. I'm saying somehow Black women adopted the idea that they can raise a family without any need of the father. Now, if white people tripled, I need to see something where white women are saying the same shit. That we don't need.
Well, here's my question. Why do you need to see that? Now, let's say
because we're seeing it from one side.
Hold on. I get it. Well, it doesn't matter. The effect is the same. Whether they thought they needed him in the home or they didn't need him and the man just wasn't in the home, it doesn't matter. But my question is this, because I haven't watched the whole clip. I'm not sure if you've watched the whole clip. But
now,
do you think there's
do
you think there's any logical reason why someone would make the decision that maybe it's more beneficial for the parent to not be in the home, the father not be in the home? Can you think of any logical reason? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me in the chat? You said not one reason here, not one. So abuse is not a valid reason? Abuse of the mother or the child, is that not a valid reason to not want the father in the home?
Okay. So,
Watcher?
So the abuse thing is very speculative and subjective, right? Because that means that we got to believe one side over the other.
Hold on. I didn't say that is the reason.
Got it.
I'm saying, is there any potential reason why someone may not want the father in the home?
I am reluctant.
Now, because I'm not going to speculate on the woman's reason for not wanting the father in the home, right?
So I'm reluctant.
I'm not going to speculate I'm not gonna speculate that it's because she just don't want the daddy there and she can think she can do it all on her own. I'm gonna offer the benefit of the doubt that maybe there's some context that I don't understand or that I don't know.
Well, I
That
do.
there
Well, I do know
could
this.
possibly be some reason.
Well, I do know this. I do know if women or man is given an alternative other than a significant other to step in place of a significant other to make sure that things still go smoothly. In that case, certain arguments that's happening that can be resolved easily, people might not want to resolve them. If there's another entity who could step in place to make sure bills are being paid and food's on the table, because people I know who are married, black, white, Chinese, they all say it's a struggle. They all say that they're learning each other, and it's a commitment on both parts to make it happen. Because they could easily divorce. It's simple stuff. It could be sports. You're a Cowboys fan, he's a Redskins fan. That's enough for a divorce. And you see it now because most people divorce within a year of marriage. Okay, so when an entity is invoked saying, "You listen, hey man, you ain't got to deal with that shit. You ain't got to compromise. Just take this over here, and we'll pay your bills, and that's it." Some people might say, "Yeah, man, fuck all that, man. It's either my way or the highway. I'm taking option A." So without that,
I do want to know because I see a lot of, and it is kind of this might have been what threw me off the other day, because I hear a lot of explaining why women are kind of to blame.
Well, I'm not blaming anybody. Actually, I'm giving different possibilities.
Right. Well, I do want to know because many of these single parents, single mothers specifically, have been able to go on and obtain higher education, attain a better quality of life for their children. Even if they started off on the system, they've been able to go on and attain, higher education and get better opportunities to sustain their families. Meanwhile, these men that aren't in the home have not been able to do the same. They don't have as much of the financial responsibility of taking care of a child because they're absentee, mind you. Which I have my own argument with that because a lot of times we talk about single parents, but we don't necessarily, we're talking about a father not living in the home. That don't mean the father is not involved, period. But that's a whole nother argument for a whole nother day. But let's just assume the father is not involved in any way, shape, or form.
Now,
that means
is this father married or unwedded?
Unwedded. I mean, are there more men that are married than women?
Well, I'm talking about the time frame I'm talking about where 80% of the family structure is wedded. I'm saying, are we still talking about those men who are wedded that's not want to be in the home, that's choosing to go their own way, or are we talking about unwedded men?
Unwedded men.
Wait, say that again?
Unwedded men.
Right. So that would be a problem. That would be a problem. And that what goes to what I'm arguing for is the nuclear family structure. So what happens is when you put each other under... Go ahead.
My point is, if we're saying that there was a point in time where women, for whatever reason, were choosing to be single and not have a man in the home, right? These same men were not in the home. They weren't married and starting other families elsewhere. They were single, free to do whatever the fuck they wanted to because they weren't in the home or taking care of their responsibility. They're totally absentee. Why aren't we seeing men further, black men specifically, further their education or do more for themselves in their community?
Okay, so my only comeback to that is, okay, so depending on the relationships, right? Because they were clearly not married, and a kid is a result, right? So we know how that works. Don't have a kid, I'm gonna have a kid, whatever. All right, well, do you, boo? but I never seen you as wifey material. You dig? So okay, a kid is born, and he proceeds to not deal with her because that's not what he's looking for. As just it's a sexual object, but not really a woman that he could take on a mom. So now he goes to find a family that's something he'll take on a mom, right? So that's how I see that right there. You know, we're just a sexual experiment. A baby wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe we took advantage of Margaret Sanger.
And what about the man that don't even do that? Like he literally he living his best life. He's not committed to anyone.
Right, right.
It's just him.
So you're gonna hate me for this, but that's why I reference Kevin Samuel, where he says that the women decide who have sex and the men decides who get married. So that play without the stamp, that's pretty much on the woman because she decides who has sex and who don't.
But I'm not fuck the woman and the child at this point. We're talking about just solely the man on his own, right? So we can attribute Black women to or single parent households led by Black women to the decline in education for Black children, to instability, to and their living situations, to increase incarceration and all of these things, right? And that's the result of the woman raising the kids on her own without the father's presence in the home and in their lives, right? So on the flip side of that, though, what I'm saying is, despite all of that, we still have seen an increase in women going and getting education, despite all of this responsibility and despite odds being stacked against them. Why aren't we seeing this trend among single Black men who do have children, but they aren't present in their lives and they're not in committed relationships to where they're the breadwinner for a family? They're on their fucking own. Why aren't we seeing a trend of them getting like? Why aren't Black men in a better position?
Right.
If the statistics are true and they've been absent out the home and they fathered these kids, but they done moved on and lived life, why aren't they in a better position financially and socially?
I got it. So during that time, before the civil rights era, right? Pretty much men, like, school wasn't really like needed like that for most people. Like, people could make a living off like the shit that Elijah Muhammad promoted, cleaners, things like that, car wash. You can, without education, you got those hand skills, carpentry, mechanic, things like that. Okay, so after civil rights, where they opened the gates to college for all people, supposedly, the men were still used to just, like I am, like right now, there's some shit called Twitch. I have no idea what Twitch is. Never seen Twitch in my life, right? Because that means I'm accustomed to just what's already out here. I barely do. I never do Twitter. I got an account, never use it. So I'm stuck in my ways, basically. So a lot of those men were, I'm guessing, were stuck in how to make a living their way, which was hands-on. All this college shit was like far-fetched and unrealistic to them. But for the women who were never hands-on, this is the avenue. You know what I mean? It was more of an explore situation for them. Where, all right, let's try this out, because we're not really the hands-on people like that. So men were stuck on hands-on, and I'm believing women were stuck on this new opportunity, which is education and lack of hands-on. Right? When I say hands-on, I mean actually building something with your hands. That's what was going on at that time. Carpentry, all construction, mechanic. You were definitely hands-on, fixing some shit with your hands. Right? You needed to be there for shit to operate. So I think men were stuck in that sense, where they didn't really accept the college way, right? Hands off education, and because this is all like it's an experiment at this point. And men just did what they knew that could bring money, which is, I got to be physically there. I got to physically do something. So I think that's what happened there. And then college, kicked off and provided jobs for these industrial buildings and companies, and that's why you see a large gap that's lopsided.
But I'm gonna let you finish.
Now I was actually done.
Peace, watcher.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I'm about to log in my phone. But go ahead, Amber.
Peace. I was just saying peace to watcher. So he said the families the government makes him support stunts his future options. What families are those that the government makes him support? I'm confused. Because I hope you ain't talking about child support. I hope that ain't what you're talking
Otherwise,
about.
just press pound to continue. You are in the meeting
All right,
now.
so what's that
there
connect?
are 4 participants in the meeting. You have been added to the waiting room.
Okay.
You cannot talk
Are
or
you
listen
serious?
until the hosted.
Yeah.
All right, I got disconnect.
Ooh, the disrespect. The families he abandoned. The families the government makes him support.
All right,
The
Amber,
families
can
he
you hear me?
abandoned. Yes, I can.
Okay, so you understand what I'm saying? At that time, the way men, period, not just black men, period, the way they knew to provide for their family was like hands-on. Like they knew nothing about some abstract or some hands-off, and you work for somebody. Like everything up into the civil rights movement was hands-on. You know, that's why I said up into the Great Depression, most Americans were entrepreneurs. By the way, they didn't work for nobody; worked for themselves. And as you know, before Great Depression, the currency, there was no national currency.
Pretty much they fumbled,
South Carolina,
is what you're saying. In short,
say
they
again?
fumbled. They fumbled
Right.
their freedom.
So
Okay.
right. So wait. Now explain that before I agree with that. Which means fumble their freedom.
So they had the freedom to do whatever the fuck they wanted and make a better life for themselves, free of responsibility of children and the family, and they fumbled. I mean,
We say they. You talking about black men in specific?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know about fumble. Well, okay, fumble. The fumble, in my opinion, will be fumble to access the educational institutions, right? In large.
Yes.
Because right. Okay. Well,
To create
I mean, it
better
wouldn't be a
opportunities
fumble.
for themselves. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be. Well, it wouldn't be a fumble. But hold on, it wouldn't be a fumble because that's like saying we fumble by not investing in Bitcoin or whatever the latest, investment.
Yeah, that could be a fumble too. Yeah.
Right. But it's hard to see the fumble when it's not clear, right? Because everything's risk. Everything's risk. So
how were black women to know what the outcome would be?
Okay, so somebody had to convince somebody that they no longer needed a man, that they can trust in government institutions to raise a kid, and it'd be no difference.
For instance,
right.
No one had to convince her. She was speaking from her own frame of reference. She didn't have a father in her life. Nobody had to convince her. She convinced herself, or maybe that was just a coping mechanism for her. I didn't have a dad. It don't appear that this father is going to be around, so I don't really need
Right. So let's deal with that. All right. So the fact that she didn't have a dad, and I didn't hear her say that she's successful, money's coming out of the trees. I didn't hear that part. She's coping with an inability, and she's justifying it. So, in other words,
here's the thing about success. You're only gonna perceive success with, well, a lot of people, especially back then, you're gonna measure yourself based off of your environment. So if in her environment, by her environment standards, she's successful. She's not strung out on drugs. She got custody of her kid.
I don't know about. Well, I wouldn't think strung out on drugs. Cause I don't think. Okay, crack. Okay, unless Mike could provide something different. Crack was the only drug that was seen as like harmful, where like don't do it. It can destroy a community, can destroy a society, can destroy a nation, it can destroy a state. So outside of crack, drugs wasn't like demonized like that. So the goal.
This was in '86. Crack was already a thing.
Right. No. Crack started. Wait, crack started, but crack was not doing what it was doing. What it's doing now.
No, it wasn't. But what I'm saying is, it was already like a thing, though.
Yeah, no. It was in motion, but the nation did not know what it was. Because '85, that's when Reagan was having the egg frying and pans type stuff at that time. So crack was like unbeknownst to everybody. Like we were being educated on the fly about crack, and that was through Reagan administration and commercials. We was understanding what the hell crack was.
But that was already after people had access to it. So here's what I'm saying, and this is the way I'm painting it in my mind. So just, the hood where she likely lived at, they knew what crack was, and they had already probably witnessed most of the effects because that's where it was, that was the market for it. The general public, white people, and others found out later on through media campaigns and all of that, say no, and this, that, and the third. But for people that were in the quote unquote trenches, they already knew what crack was and knew what crack could do.
Yeah, I don't think that it was that around '86. I don't think crack was nationally known around '86. I think the DARE programs were an attempt to provide awareness, to kind of like be ahead of the curve. But I do not believe.
But be ahead of what though? If you don't know that this thing has a detrimental effect, why wouldn't they think it would be like weed? So they had to know something.
I'm saying the authorities. No, I'm saying the authorities, people who were fighting, the people who were the authorities seeing crack play out, right? The experts. I'm saying like they started to do the ads and the commercials, hey, say no to drugs, this new drug coming out, this ain't cocaine, this ain't no recreation drug, this will fuck your life up, this will fuck your family, your community. And those commercials about that. So like they were trying to get ahead of the storm of crack.
And in my mind, I don't think they were trying to get ahead of the storm of crack. I think they were trying to signal to white people, y'all don't touch it. Y'all won't hear about it, but y'all don't touch it.
I mean, well, okay, let's go with that.
It was already doing its thing in black neighborhoods.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
But Amber, that's my same point, though. My same point is mass media picked it up to warn somebody from indulging in this new drug. So that's my whole point. Like mass media, right.
I agree with you there. I'm saying that the warning came, so they're warning white people about it, knowing that it's already ravaging the black community. So when I'm talking about her and what she's perceiving from her frame of reference, I'm saying 9 out of 10, she's already been exposed to this drug in her community.
I don't think so. Not 86. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think in '86 crack was commonly known to destroy the black family. I don't think so in '86. I don't think so. Because when you go to the Reagan administration, which I don't know off top, by the way, so let me not.
You're missing my point of bias. I'm not saying it was commonly known to destroy the black family. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if I'm trying to think, how can I explain it? Like, you can probably relate to hood shit, right? Because you a nigga from the hood.
Course.
So I can explain something about what's going on in my area, my dynamic, and you can relate to that because you're from a similar area. However, there's going to be specific things. Yeah, there are going to be specific things though to my neighborhood that only I'm gonna know because I'm here experiencing, right?
Right.
So you can relate on some level, but you can't relate exactly to certain shit that happened here. What I'm saying is, in that interview, as she's talking, she's drawing from her experience. No, it may not be widely known or widely understood or widely whatever, But in my mind, shit, I'm successful because when I walk down the street, such and such is strung out and they ain't got their baby, or their baby be in the house crying and with no food, and my baby got food. So in my mind, I'm successful at what I'm doing for my frame of reference. You can't relate to that if you're not from this area. Maybe you can relate to it. Another Black person, young mother may look at her and like, damn, she doing better than me. She on TV and she got her baby and her baby look clean and their hair is combed. These are different things that in the Black community, people pride themselves on. Food being in their refrigerator, and this is normal shit that people expect to have as adults and survive. These things are staples of success in the Black community, especially during that time. So I'm not saying that it was widely known or it had been this announcement that this drug is destroying the Black community, but when she's speaking, I believe she's speaking from her experience. So in her mind, no, I don't need a dad. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful for her peer group and her environment. She felt like she's doing good for herself, or she, is okay in life based off of what she's seeing coming up and what she's experiencing now.
All right, so let me give you this alternative, right? So with that being said, is it also possible that what the hell? What the hell? Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, fucking goofy shit. Okay, so is this also possible, which I know it is, that these programs, after affirmative action and these things like that happening, where these experts knew that marriage would decline, so they said, okay, I got something for this. I'm going to place this welfare system, this child support system, which is around the same era, by the way. Child support dates back, I think, 80s. I'm open to correction. If I can Google that real fast, child support. I think it's the 80s, where people in position, authoritative position, knew that this new program here can be the resolution to indifferences amongst married couples or potential married couples, or just a boyfriend girlfriend baby situation. Like, nah, you really ain't gotta work shit out. If you just come on inside and just file this paperwork, you're good. He got to pay money, and so that's another incentive for single parents or single women to be like, you know what, or women who are actually involved. Say, you know what, I really don't got to be involved because, again, like I said, relationships are hard to maintain and manage. So the easy way out is to say, if somebody offer you monetary gain, like, listen, don't worry about that. You ain't got to be with him.
I'll say this. Absolutely, it's possible. But did they happen simultaneously, or did one come first? Did the system come first and then these absentee fathers? Or did the absentee fathers happen and that was a response to the absentee fathers and more people going on assistance? Okay, well, we gonna give them this assistance, but at the same time, we want to recoup some of our investment. What came first? What was the order? Did they happen simultaneously? I definitely think it's possible. Absolutely. I mean, to this day, there are some women that, they think they make more money, quote unquote, putting a nigga on child support. I mean, but I will also say too, though, that for the most part, these men that they're putting on child support aren't interested in the relationship or living in the home any fucking way. So that is kind of their punishment for them not wanting to be with them. You understand what I'm saying? It's not that okay, I don't want the man in the home and I'm gonna get child support instead. It's he don't want to be in the home and I want to hurt him and make sure he can enjoy life elsewhere. You see the difference?
Yeah. So I looked up child support, Wikipedia. So now that was 86, by the way, right? The video is 86. So it says the right to child support and the responsibility. This is Wikipedia on child support. It says the right to child support and the responsibilities of parents to provide such support have been internally recognized. The 1992 United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child is a binding convention signed by every member nation of the United Nations and formally ratified by all but the United States. It declares that the upbringing and development of children and a standard of living adequate for the children's development is a common responsibility of both parents. This is 92. So I'm going to 56 in New York. So it says, it means bump down. Other United Nations documents and decisions related to the child support enforcement include the 1956 New York Convention on the Recovery Abroad of Maintenance created under the auspices of the United Nations, which has been ratified by the 65 of the UN member states. So let me look further. Okay, so this is more accurate. So with individual countries, examples of legislation pertaining to and establishing guidelines for the implementation and collection of the child maintenance include the 1975 Family Law Act, that's Australia, the Child Support Act, United Kingdom, we know Britain usually sets the standard for America, and the Maintenance of Affiliation Act. Child Support United States 45 CFR 30256 requires each state to establish and publish a guideline that is, I'm trying to see a date though. It tell you that. Okay, here we go. Is this it right here? I'm trying to see when child support was first enacted in this country. I see other countries, I get it, but I want to know.
It don't even matter because at the end of the day, unless their law was a reaction to welfare and a ploy to get black men out of the homes globally, it kind of appears as though this was just a fucking issue that they realized needed to be addressed. Like nuclear families everywhere was breaking down.
Yes, but let me see. Trying to get a date. Can I get a date? All right, so let me go with this thing. Wow. I can't get a date. Interesting. All right, I give up. Okay, I can't really get a sound date.
I mean, but do you think that's logical though? Like,
yeah, of course.
It me?
Nah, of course. You know, these are all logical events that can happen. And it's possible that the family structure was deteriorating, and then they instituted child support. Like that's logical. I would like to just read that, but yeah, that's definitely logical. But I can't. Go ahead.
I seen Watcher had joined.
Yeah, he's on, but I can't even read what that supports me. It don't have an identifiable date. I see stuff in 1935, but we know 35. Women rights were not really respected, so I didn't even entertain that date. But yeah, so I don't know. I gotta do further research on that one. But yeah, that's all I gotta say there. So all what I really have is just what we all know, or anybody did a little bit of research, is that during the 60s, it doesn't mean that marriage was successful and everybody was happy. It doesn't mean that. So all we have is just the statistic. The statistic was that marriage was high, migration passed,
What was the statistics on domestic violence? I hear was wild hundreds.
I've heard some stuff. I don't know. I have to confirm. Yeah. And I definitely heard some stuff. I mean, of course. I mean, what do you think? Look. At that time, for the 1960s and down, a woman couldn't call the cops. A woman couldn't call the cops about getting smacked up. That cop be like, "You damn right. What you do? You dig? You call the cops about getting smacked up." He gonna say, "Well, what you do?" And he gonna walk away. You dig? So like that's 60s and down, because of women's rights were not respected the same way like black people's rights weren't respected. It wasn't to be taken serious.
Absolutely. And I think that's a part of the problem when we had a conversation. Because I think even to this day, there is still a lot of, it's so overused, but I'm going to go ahead and say the phrase, toxic masculinity.
No. That's a real event. That's a real fact.
Yeah, it really is, but I just think people use it so, freely. Everything is toxic masculinity, and it gets annoying.
I mean, listen. It might be. What I'm witnessing, it just might be just that. Everything they're saying, it might not be no hype. It might be exactly what they're saying it is.
But my whole point is that
wait, Amber. Before you do a whole point, Amber, I played basketball and I've been seeing some shit. I also watch like basketball. Cause everybody's doing lives now, right? So people do park takeovers. I mean, one state travels the country and they play. Yo, I'm telling you right now, Watcher is my witness. And Haskell will tell you because he played ball. Playing basketball aggressively, you are risking your life.
Oh, I know. You forget.
Right.
To the park to play. I know how niggas get down. In the hood.
You are risking your life. So male toxicity is I don't believe there's any hype there. I think that's just what it is. Like you are to play basketball, not football, not baseball, not hockey, basketball, and because you are pretty good. You dig? Because you're pretty good. The person who's good, your life is more at stake than somebody who's like trash.
And
because
so my
the ego, the pride.
Just think about that in relation to men to men can be really toxic, and men are supposed to have better relationships with other men than they actually have with women. Correct? Right?
Yeah, supposedly.
I mean, allegedly, that's the narrative that niggas be chilling and they don't be having all that drama amongst them. But if niggas can get on some toxic shit with other men, they're so logical. Just imagine that dynamic with a woman who most men, and I'm not gonna say all men, but I do feel a lot of men feel like women are inferior, that they're supposed to be submissive. I'm the bigger, stronger species. You're supposed to defer to me. So for a woman to have a relationship with a man, a lot of times it's almost coming at the, she got to kind of sacrifice having her own mind to a degree.
Yeah, so, it's a possibility of that. It's tricky. It's very tricky because now, I will feel like you got a better argument if there's no welfare state at that point. You dig? Some affirmative action, all that shit is being signed off in the 80s and 90s. I would say you got a stronger point. But the fact that was there as a reason to like, all right, I can leave this nigga.
Not as a reason, as a kind of as a fail safe. I think it was more so like a safety net. Now, of course,
see that right there. I find tricky because if you go way back until 1865, 1868, right? There was two organizations who were against the freedom of slavery, right? It was the KKK. It was the women's suffrage movement. Okay, those two say, black slavery. Like they opposed black slavery, the women's suffrage movement and the KKK immediately. Like there was no established KKK or women's suffrage group established, like well known before the freedom of slavery. They both kind of like coexisted. 68, 69, 18, 68, 69. They came out of nowhere. And the difference was the KKK, they didn't want nothing to do with us, but the women's suffrage group wanted to, get black women to join on to their movement. And because black men, if people out there listening don't know, that black men only were granted, those rights under the 14th, 15th, 16th Amendment. The right to vote, all those rights. It was only black men. Black women, period, really were not, those rights wasn't respected until the Civil Rights Movement, really. So, although on ink, the 18th, 19th, 21st, all that amendment said women was, involved in these things, it wasn't protected and respected until the Civil Rights Movement in 1965, 68, 70.
Is for me, and this is just me personally. I can't speak for nobody else. I've always shared. I've been in an on again, off again, back and forth relationship, whatever. And love them. But as a person that's always been an independent thinker, and he's not super toxic or anything like that, but it gets a little frustrating because to be a woman, a black woman with an opinion, you're perceived as being aggressive, angry, triggered when you're not. I could be talking about something that ain't even directed at him. I'm just sharing my opinion on something. And if I express a degree of passion, why are you so mad? Why are you so like, I'm not mad. Like, why don't so it gets to be frustrating. Kudos to women who can do it. But to me, that's kind of like killing myself a little bit to try to fight to be in a relationship where I can't really be myself, or I'm being perceived as being aggressive or negative. But meanwhile, men will vent about all manners of bullshit aggressively, and I can listen to it and understand that, oh, you're not talking to me, you're upset with the situation. But if I do the same thing, I'm being aggressive to you. Like that's crazy to me. Like it's bananas. So when
so you're basically at a catch-22. All right. So some people are said to be too early for their time, right? And eventually, when that person no longer exists, that time is there, and that person gets credit for their stance, right? So when they were living, they got no credit. But 20, 30, 100 years later, they got credit for being before their time. So that could be your case where, in this time, those thoughts will be seen as aggressive because of the outlook, the perspective on the opinion on men and women's roles. Okay, so I mean that's the way it is. So as you're living, you'll be considered aggressive, masculine, those things. And 50, 100, 200, 500 years, that might be the norm, where science debunks it, and this just humans, just natural human behavior. And that's just the position certain women in. But just know, in 2022, those opinions, those outbursts, those rebuttals are going to be seen as masculine, aggression. And especially, it'll help you out that other women who
I'm not gonna. Before my time or whatever, like I mean, I tend to look at that, and this is what I always say. My go-to is maybe we're simply incompatible. Now, I do feel like it's helped. I communicate because I'm realizing I'm not as effective a communicator as I like to believe when it comes to intimate relationships. He's realizing the same. So we're learning to kind of, compromise a little more. Even though I really hate that word, but the more I can understand him and his perspective, I feel like he's understanding me and my perspective, then we can meet somewhere in the middle. But I'm like this. If I can't be myself, I just can't be in this relationship. Just point blank, period. There are some women who, feel like having a man is necessary for them to feel fully like a woman. I don't believe that. I'm gonna be a woman just because I'm a man.
So to respond to you, what you just said, this is why I tell my boys, my age and even younger, I say, yo, you got to question who you're dating in advance before you decide to get into something, right? So one of those things is this, like you need to know. So, cause for me, I think you need what men would call a simp, and that might be an unfair term, out of context, and just like same thing like bitch and snitch and coon and sellout. All these shits are out of context. Like simp might be out of context as well. But just for the sake of pointing to a particular something that we all have heard before, like you might need to date and ask questions, and you might need to really look for what some men will call a simp. They don't mind a woman being aggressive, outspoken, and those things, and he had, I think that's the issue.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, first of all, I'm gonna have to go with a quote unquote simp, because he gonna have to be a simp for me, to me. Now, don't get me wrong. I would hope nobody never get fucked up. A man who my nigga is, because he ain't that guy. he don't try him. But at the end of the day, in order
no, you miss it. No, simps are not punks.
No, exactly, and
right?
but my whole thing is, I don't see how a woman
will
can
blow your head off as fast as the toughest thug in the damn community.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, I don't see how a woman can settle for a man that ain't a simp for her. And I don't necessarily see it as being a simp. To me, you gonna have to love me as much as I love you, because I'm willing to meet you. But if you're not willing to meet me, I'm not doing all the work. I'm not making all the compromises. I'm not gonna defer everything to you, and you get to make all the decisions. No, I'm an individual. And unfortunately, for any man that attempts to try to build with me, I've always made my own decisions. So
right,
for me,
but again, you know how people say Kevin Samuels delivery. Well, Amber, your delivery, okay, your delivery is going to turn off men who are not defined as simps, right? As far as long-term relationships,
but that's the thing. I don't want you to say turn off, because any guy that is like super toxic and masculine and just over the top, I feel like you're trying to prove something, and I'm probably not who you really want anyway. You're trying to oversell your masculinity, and I'm just not buying it. To me, that's a man that really ain't secure in his manhood that has to oversell it like that. So I'm not even attracted to those types of guys. You're doing too much. You're doing way too much.
So right. So here's the reality. The reality is that some men like thin women, some men like thick women. Some men are programmed, brainwashed to only light-skinned women, and some men got their own mind. They don't let media decide what beauty is, and they like dark skin, brown skin, light skin, whatever. You dig? So media controls the skin tone of women for certain men. But media does not control the height or thickness of a woman for men, because men just going at that point, like media might control the color of a woman, but media can't control after that. You know, it might control the hair and maybe some. Hey, that's about it. The color of the skin and the hair, media might control, but the eyes, men don't give a shit about that. And you know, so if a man likes thick women, he might prefer. Media might control and say, hey, well, she got to be light, or she got to have this type of texture hair. That's what media might control. Right, but outside of that, the media don't really have too much control over a man's, you know, what he wants. But some men don't mind a woman being aggressive and taking control, you know, and some men do.
But that's the whole thing. So again, it's not about aggressive or taking control. It's about, so you mistook me saying that I have my own mind, thoughts, and opinions for me saying I want to be in control. Like just that quick.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
Because the fact you saying you got your own mind, that's a white man talking for you.
No, that ain't the white man talking for me. Everybody got their own mind. At the end of the day, if we're in a relationship, it ain't no you make the decision and everything is on me. I don't believe in that. If we're doing something together, we're together. We're having discussions about it. We're talking about it. Now your own shit to the side, you don't really have to run that by me. It's respectful to, but you don't have to, because that's your own. Because I believe that you have your joint shit, your collaborative shit, and then you can still be your individual and have your side shit. I think it's important to have your side shit in order for this to work, because we can't get lost in this relationship. You got to have your own thing. I got to have my own thing, and then we have our together thing. But on the together thing, yeah, that's like it. This ain't all you. This ain't just your show, and I'm just happy to be here. I don't believe in that. I'm not going.
So, do you believe that, this is just a question for you, right? Do you believe that men and women are polar opposites in certain respects?
Oh.
Wait, I didn't hear you say what? No. Okay, so do you believe that aggression is equally split between men and women, and femininity is equally split between men and women?
I believe overall, there are some women that are aggressive. There are some men that are aggressive. There are some women that are passive. There are some men that are passive. I don't believe that is something that
is it even. Now I'm saying, is it even?
I'm not gonna say even, because I haven't looked at any statistics. I'm going to say I believe that society, our societal standards, men believe that it is supposed to be in their nature to be more aggressive. So you have men that are trying to emulate what they believe is masculine, even though it's not their nature necessarily. They're trying to adapt.
So let's look at right. So at some point, like, you only can suppress the nature but so much before it shows its head. Okay, exactly. So right. So I think I was watching somebody's podcast. I don't know if it's academics or whoever else, but they were pointing out that when it comes to violence, right, among men and women, okay, I think it was academics. Like, you tend to see the violence play out in petty. I just mentioned basketball. You tend to see petty differences. The violence tend to always favor men over women, or petty differences. I mean, the extreme, like straight gun, kill. I gotta kill you because I disagree or I don't like what you did. I got to kill you. So, and that goes into the realm of aggression, right? I don't know women anywhere in this world that aggression like is indicative to them. Like that seems to be something that's proprietary amongst men. You know, and
Well,
we have the wars and things like
I
that
think
that follow.
I think it depends a little bit. So I'll say like here in my area, I know I've heard rumors that New York was similar. That in New York, a lot of the women are more aggressive than the men as far as violence. You know, ready to pop off and ready to get with the shit. Here, it's the same thing. Now, are men doing a whole lot of killing? Yeah, but there's a lot of women that you'll see, you know, they participating in getting arrested with gangs of niggas for doing home invasions and like they with the shit. They out there with their guns and they pistol whipping motherfuckers like they're with the shit. Out here, women are super aggressive, like as well when it comes to violence. So I think it depends on the area you're in. Now, if you're looking on a large scale, I don't necessarily think that means that men are more aggressive. That just speaks to our global culture. Men are more, you know, empowered, you know. So, and the perception is that men are supposed to lead and they're supposed to be aggressive, and we know that a lot of that has, you know, religious roots. I don't necessarily think that's their nature, though. I think that speaks to how they've been nurtured.
Okay, so now I would want to ask, because you know when it comes to the term woman, that seems to be challenged nowadays. So I would want to ask those women that you spoke about that was aggressive, popping off and burglaries and home invasions. I would want to know, do those women consider themselves as studs? You dig? Because you know where I'm going now. A stud is, you know, by all means and purposes, is a woman. But in their mind, they're a man.
I can tell you a lot of them don't. Here, these are heterosexual women. They're not lesbians. I mean, they may do a little something on the side, but no, they're quote unquote feminine women that just rough around the edges.
Right. So now don't forget, you have, you know, you got gay men who are flamboyant, and you got gay men who dress like me, talk like me, but are gay. You dig? So it gets a little tricky when it comes to that.
I'm saying these women are hitting licks with their niggas. This is what I'm saying. They baby daddy, they hitting licks with them. Like they're in relationship with men.
That's a tricky part right there, because especially when it comes to women, more so than men, you know, women be kind of confused on what they want to do as far as relationship. Because a woman could tell you she's gay, and then next thing she's not gay. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Same thing with men. It's a lot of thugs out here that's on the DL. They're shooting nigga, but they also getting fucked in the ass. Like, what we talking about?
Right, but that guy on the DL, his primary persona is masculine. It won't be feminine.
Yes, his primary persona, but the reality is when he's laying with another man, somebody, is that masculine still, or is he submitting himself to another man? Like,
I ain't thinking about that right now, but trying to motherfucking throw up.
I'm
anyway.
just saying, all this shit is an illusion, is what I'm saying.
All right, so let's go back to the original we talking about. So okay, let me ask you this, personally. Do you believe that men are more masculine and women are more feminine? Be careful, because high school or two people might call in.
No, I don't believe that.
So you believe that those
I
are just
believe
conditions.
I believe most of this stuff is conditioning. People are
Relative
emulating.
conditioning.
Yes, people are emulating who they believe they're supposed to be based off of societal and cultural norms. I'm supposed to be
All right.
aggressive. I'm supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be that. Like, if people would just be who they are, like, it's the same thing. Like, Kevin Samuels, people talk about alpha male and that whole thing, and him, he just showing men this.
That's another shit is pseudo.
But the reality is, if you were an alpha male, it's kind of, to me, an oxymoron that someone has to teach you to be. That you got to go to alpha male training and boot camp. That's kind of it's kind of an oxymoron. Not only
the whole
at the end of the day, you're being taught to be quote unquote masculine and a leader, and to be this assertive guy, but you're submitting to another man. Like,
the whole alpha male thing, that's pseudo. As you just pointed out, if you are like when alpha, that's something like that's in you when you're born. That's genetics. That's not something taught to you. So the whole alpha term comes from animals. When it comes to, you got alpha male, alpha female. When you kind of wolf packs, hyenas, wild dogs in Africa, and things like bees, things like that. So that's genetics. There's nothing to be taught. That's like an inherited right in those kingdoms. That's just something you just ascend to. You don't got to be taught. Nobody got to coach you. None of that goofy shit. And alpha men is so pseudo that they really base it off fighting. Like, really, when you come down to it, like, it's based off who wins the fight. They ain't got nothing to do with leadership skills, intelligence, because you do it in the animal kingdom. Not only can a wolf beat your ass, but it's intelligent. It displayed its ability to be a true leader. Where it can lead the pack out of trouble, where it can survive and be numerous, it won't fight amongst each other. And the average nigga who can fight can't lead nobody. You've been some young thug shit where all y'all niggas locked up for 30 fucking years. So the alpha male shit is pseudo-ism.
yeah, I know, but my whole point is that niggas was really following that shit, believing it, still swear by it, but it's kind of, to me, it's kind of like weird. Like, okay, you are alpha male, but you need training to become the alpha, and then you taking your cues from, you ain't even. To me, it's something kind of crazy about you're purporting to be an alpha male, but none of these were your own original ideas, concepts, strategies. You're pretty much using someone else's playbook. That feels very beta to me. Like, so.
That is. If an alpha got to coach you, you're definitely a beta. Yeah, you're a beta pretending to be alpha. If alpha got to coach you.
I mean, but if you listen to Kevin Samuels, he pretty much said somebody else taught him a few things. Like,
yeah,
so,
well, anybody using the word alpha is pseudo.
Yeah, but overall, my point was that, to a degree, there are some Black women who are going to continue to, get in relationships, and they don't really care the cost, and not just Black women, period. But then there are those who their own self-identity is really important to them, and they're not going to get into the relationship or maintain a relationship for the sake of maintaining one if it comes at the expense of them comfortably being who they are. Now, I can understand people, compromise in a relationship, you compromise, and that is, to a degree true. I don't like to look at it as compromise, because if I care about you and I feel like your point is valid, it's not a compromise. I'm improving, I'm growing. So I don't mind improving and growing, but at the same time, I'm not going to be the only one, because everybody got something that they can work on. So if you can't listen to me and my feedback and what I feel or my thoughts and opinions on how you can improve to sustain a relationship, then I don't want to hear you telling me what I need to do to improve to sustain a relationship.
Yeah. Okay, so right, so you believe that men and women are equally masculine and feminine. It's just a social construct or whoever's steering the boat. Okay.
I mean, to the degree that I'll say it's a lot of
So you believe in evolution then?
What you mean? I believe that. Whoever said I didn't believe in evolution?
Yeah, because evolution basically tell you that human beings, in the beginning, you know, for those who are called human beings in the beginning, them motherfuckers is fucking dirty rat. Human beings pretty much.
A lawnmower.
I try to run over this goddamn filthy rat. So evolution tells you that human beings were savage. So my point of emphasizing human beings is that we were the older we were, the more ancient we were, the more savage we were.
IBM said you got a bobblehead of Farrakhan on your dashboard.
Nah, that's my shock. I hit something in one of my shocks, is on some bullshit. Nasty ass nerk. I ran over something to nerk, and one of my shocks been acting dumb since then. You dig? But I know it's a shock. I went and actually physically grabbed them, and and one is definitely more loose than the other one. So I know it's a shock. At first, I wasn't sure. I'm like, well, maybe it's the what's that called? When the wheels, the shit they hold the wheels. I'm all messed up right now. The axle. I wasn't sure if it's the axle or the shock. But when I touched the shock from both sides, that was confirmation that it's definitely the shock. So then now the bobblehead is the shock that's actually ridiculous. And North is, horrible with the streets. You're gonna hear it a lot. But anyway, so I pointed out evolution because I'm trying to tell you that in order to accept, it's not a belief, it's an acceptance. In order to accept evolution, then you really can't hold on this ancient Egypt bullshit. Not saying you do, or in this what's the other the doggone tribe bullshit, because that's absolutely bullshit. Because the more ancient we are, the more we had the less science we had, and the more pseudo shit we had. The looker shit would reign supreme. And the more we come into the 2022, the more science reveal what's practical, what's bullshit, and what's just evolution. Like we're coming from a primitive state. So 2022, the people who are privy to this technology, unfortunately, like we are, unfortunately for blackologists, that's the more civil we are. And the people who don't have this technology, you're seeing this more primitive. And it hurts because a lot of black folks don't have the technology, so we, it's certain words that we hate, and for I don't know, for whatever like psyche drama we have with those words, like monkey, evolution, apes, monkey, so it's like easy to reject that. It makes sense, and that's just where we are. But then we got the bell, books like the bell curve, where they say how black folks are behind intellectually, IQ, and then we'll argue that shit, but then we'll bring up slavery. It's like you can't have both of it, dude. If you were deprived writing and reading for 250 years, how the hell, and this other race was reading and writing, but how the hell you on the same level as them? Like, come on, it got to be a setback somewhere. But it doesn't apply all to every last black person. But some black people got to be fucked up mentally. Their brain didn't develop. No reading and writing. We can't have it both ways, and that's what that be some of the problems right there. Is that in one end we're fucked up, white supremacy, but in the other end, indigenous, and we're still perfect. Like, dude, wait, hold up.
But
Dude,
I mean,
you can't. Go ahead.
but by the same token, I do agree. But by the same token, you got to consider white people got to be fucked up too.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, in their own way, because if you normalize hatred, if you normalize murder, right? If you normalize this shit, you're crazy.
Sadism,
right? Right. But yeah, so the same coin on the other side, it exposed their flaws, right? But when you I don't think a lot of white people argue that shit when you point it out to them. When Elijah Muhammad made the statement "devil," I don't think a lot of white people argue that. That's the thing. I don't think they actually argued being the devil according to Elijah Muhammad's definition. I think a lot of them embraced it and accepted it, and some of them were shamed by it, and some of them took it as, "Hey, this is who I am. Then fuck it, I'm the devil, and I'm gonna continue being one because this is necessary to rule of you niggas." You dig? So I think white folks more embraced their dysfunction more than black folks.
But even it's easier to embrace your dysfunction when you running the show, though. Like, yeah, I'm fucked up, and what you gonna do about it?
Wait, no, not all white folks. Okay, so during slavery, let me just point this out. And maybe you know, maybe the watcher know, but maybe the bulk of black folks don't know. Because I know they don't know, because I hear weird shit. During slavery, only about 6% of white folks actually owned slaves. 94% of white folks did not own slaves. So 94% white folks were not running the show. A small group were.
But what I'm saying is now, in hindsight, now, today, they're still running the show, right? So if you were to say, shit, y'all fucked up, this, that, and the third, it's like, okay, yeah, we are. And so what? Like, we're running the show. What you gonna do about it? Versus black people who are already perceived as being fucked up. So any admission of being fucked up almost justifies. See, this is why we treat them like that. So I think that's the reason why a lot of black people are slow to admit any type of issues within the community. They don't look at it as it's going to be used for our betterment. They look at it as it's one more thing that they'll use against us. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think even in that, the fuck ups are different. I think hold on one second.
Yeah, Tiffany, that's the point too. It's a lot of them that didn't own slaves, but they ain't stopped them from showing up to lynchings and participating, whether they owned them or not. They benefited from the institution, even without owning them.
Wait, say it again?
Tiffany said just because they didn't own slaves don't mean they didn't support the system of slavery. And I said, yeah, that's true, because it's a lot of...
Well, okay, so it's hard to support something. Okay, now watch this. Be careful what you say. In Black Society 2022, you see we're doing the same shit. For example, they could say we support our system of oppression, like the gangs. The same way how white folks didn't speak out against slavery, and they was complicit, and they went along.
I don't think that's what she's arguing. We agree there. I think even now, I think I've shared. I have shared in a conversation with, I believe it was I forget the DJ Focus, when we were having the conversation about abortion one day. I shared that I think that abortion has in large part desensitized Americans to, just life in general. The not necessarily, it's not a living thing, or, you know, but just the concept. I think it has desensitized a lot of people to the value of life overall, period.
20%.
Huh?
No,
What
go
you
ahead.
say? I
Now I was
also
talking
feel
to guests
like
in it. Go ahead.
violence in the Black community, it desensitizes people to the value of life overall. So to me, I don't think that, you know, by saying, oh, well, the same could be said. Yeah, the same could be said. And I say the same thing. Like, a lot of these things that we see in society, that we've seen in history, has brought us to this point where we're desensitized to the value of life, period. So it's easy to see somebody suffer and not feel anything. It's easy to participate in someone suffering and not feel anything. I do believe in large part we are desensitized to the suffering of others.
Okay. So this is why I say certain things. All right. So do you believe that, okay, so let's talk about that, desensitized. So that means that men are desensitized of the plight of women, right?
Absolutely. And I think women are desensitized to the plight of men as well.
Wait, but women don't control the show. So where, cause I listen to you talk, you just said the person who runs the show. So I want to focus on.
Well, when I'm talking about
who,
men, I'm talking about Black men. I'm not talking about white men.
I got you. So I'm talking about men.
Black men
in the
don't
country.
control no show. So
right, but of course not. They're powerless. But I'm talking about men in the country, right? The men in the country that they outside of non-black men in the country, white men. Let's go with that. White men pretty much run. They run, not pretty much. They run the show. Okay, so they make the law. They protect people that have that's you know, you get where I'm going. So so when I say men, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about because there are a lot of black men thoughts. You know, when you know what you're saying, if that's true, then why did we get blamed for men shit, white men shit? It's because they understand that black men have adopted white men ideologies on the outlook on life and how they see women. You know, black men thoughts of women, you know, you can hear from our chat. Black men thoughts of women come from white men. Those white men thoughts first. So white men, you know,
but I look at black men as being no different than poor whites. They've bought into a narrative that doesn't suit them. You know, they're participating in a system and a structure.
Wait. You do think there's a distinction because earlier you said in the conversation that even poor whites believe that, you know, that they're, you know, that how they view themselves is a lot different than how black men view themselves.
Right. They view that. No, that's what I'm saying. They view poor whites view themselves as being superior to black people overall. Right.
Right. There's every distinction there.
Right. There's a distinction. But I'm saying black men believe that men are superior to women, even though they don't really benefit from that belief at all. But they still hold that belief.
Yeah, but what are their justifications? Yeah, but what are they what justifies them in that belief? If you could just narrow it down real quickly.
I don't think anything justifies them in that belief.
Yeah, the fact that we're stronger. So that rhetoric is easily bought by us because we're stronger than women, white, black, Chinese, whatever. Like, but the
again,
fact that we're stronger.
But the thing is, but again, what makes strength as in your physical ability? What makes that? See, what they do is you want to believe you're superior to someone, right? So all we got to do is throw out some shit that don't even matter. It don't even make a fucking difference that you're physically stronger, so you can overpower a woman. First of all, why would you want to? But that's the only way. That's the only place that's useful, that you can overpower a woman. At the end of the day, that's kind of irrelevant. It doesn't really prove a point other than you're physically stronger. So you wanted to believe in it, and this is what you use as your justification, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Hold on, me fucking cop car. All right. So
Confirmation
there are
bias.
things. But there are things in nature that shows that the strong survive, right? You look at just nature outside of humans, right? If you go to insects, to animals, the way they survive and move
Humans
on
are different.
and replenish is going to be strength.
Humans
That's
are
gonna help
different.
them move on. Right. But I know, I got it. But I'm just saying, the way that they move on is going to be strength, right? Because the way humans justify things, we look at things, what's going on around us. So if you see a spider overpowering something, if you see a cheetah overpowering something, and then you're told that power and strength is everything, that's kind of easy acceptable.
But what's the main reason why we dominate in the animal kingdom? Even though we can't overpower a lion or a fucking ape or an elephant, what is the reason why we dominate?
Well, we dominate because we're humans. That way we can think outside of our instincts.
Exactly. So for humans, it ain't about strength. That's not what makes us powerful. For humans, our power is our ability to think, right? So why then defer back to the power argument regarding strength when it comes to women?
Well,
You
I
get
would
what I'm
say
saying?
power and mind, because the early humans, right? In order to build something, let's even go with the pyramid structure, right? You need strength, okay? Because the technology was limited, and they ain't had no goddamn science. So their science was serendipity. Just they was winging it, but they didn't know why shit happened, which is real science. But in order, so when they had an idea, they had to have the muscle for certain things, not everything, but for some things you had to have muscle to bring it to fruition, right? Without that, it ain't happening.
We don't have to talk about then, because now we don't have to do that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just to give scope on how aggression, force, and brute strength really runs it. Females on the playground, if you watch them in 6th grade, 8th grade, freshman year, high school, and any sports on the basketball, normally the female that runs shit and who's not the scared or who's going to fight the most ends up running it. If you look at prisons and the way that prison guards maintain order, they beat the shit out of the inmates who don't pay attention to them. You look at how cops operate and how they manifest in the world. You look at the military and the governments. We can try to disavow or minimize brute force and strength, but we got to realize that it does run the world on all levels, in all areas. At least who's maintaining it.
Well, the thing is, no, it doesn't. Because even in those instances where brute force is used, there's also a strategy used, correct? It's not just
but the only thing that
strategy plays a
maintains
part.
that strategy, Amber, is the brute force of that threat. These governments, everything is all ran off that threat, that nuclear bomb. When it comes down to it, will end your life.
I understand that, but there's
That's
a
why people
strategy to it.
compromise.
It's not that I'm just a woman and you're just a man, so I'm going to attack you because I can overpower you. Even that's why you see police officers showing up 5, 6 deep for a single man, because at the end of the day, even though we're both men and I can take you, I still have to be strategic in my approach. At the
Not
end of the
strategic, just more force. more brute, more strength, more
but
guns.
more force. But you're
more
bringing more
guns.
force because you're being strategic about it. Like, what we talking
Okay,
about?
we can strategize about how much force we're going to use, but at the end of the day, you're going to use force to execute, maintain,
exactly
to maintain that. So we can't minimalize it.
But are women a part of the military?
Okay, see, if we're going to do the battle of the sexes,
are women a part of?
I can answer your question, yes, but my question back to you, if we're going tit for tat for a battle of the sexes, that's really irrelevant because the main point is going to gender roles. And I agree with what you're saying, but I just don't want to minimalize or try to have the argument stand on about alphas being strong and all that, because you're right. Guile does supersede, and just look at the society or the world it is. People try to say the black man is stronger than the white man per se, but the black man ain't running shit. So that can kill any argument if you want to go into a authority and how guile and being smart and strategic can really manifest it. I can argue with you in that point, but let's not minimalize how the force and the brute is.
But that's the thing. I'm not minimalizing it. I'm saying that it's being maximized in the conversation as to why men are superior to women. At the end of the day,
solely don't disagree with that. Say that there's more categories. Just being stronger isn't the sole reason. There's
first of all, I don't believe that men are superior to women. So I'm not gonna say just being stronger isn't the sole reason. What I'm saying is, as humans, we have to expand. We have to expand what we consider to be powerful. Like when we talk about, oh, well, men can overpower a woman, we're only talking about regarding strength. We disregard
right. So
concede that,
and then, but Amber, you have to recognize when you have to concede something and then broaden it out or talk about the other 30 categories that will minimalize that point. But when you try to have the battle within that, when it's already losing, you're losing the ground.
But have what battle? Watcher, you're asserting that I made an argument that I did not make. I never said that.
I'm talking about the back and forth that you and I'm biased. The only reason why I came on is just try to move us beyond that point. Because
what I'm saying is I never said that that strength did not play a part at all. I'm just saying that the one area where men are unarguably more superior than women, which is strength, is what men defer to because it's confirmation bias for them. Well, we're stronger, so that's why we're superior.
All right, now freeze right there. Now, what only one I hopped on is saying, Amber, concede that point and then bring up all the other reasons why you don't agree with why men are superior or why their relevancy is this. Because you're giving some points about the alpha and the beta and how a man has to take all their instruction. Like you were hitting points, but I was just trying to move you away from falling into that trap. Because I see a lot of these relationship gurus and these red pill dudes, they bait women into that because they're.
But here's the thing: it's not a trap if you're listening. Because I never said like, "Oh, man." My whole time was, don't stop there. You have to look at power in more ways than one. It's more than one way to be powerful.
I agree.
Don't just look at strength as power. So it was never that. Well, just so what, y'all can overpower us. And my whole point was always, okay, but we're humans. So we don't have to limit ourselves to just strength. We have the ability to use reason and logic and to think. So we have to include that. That's what makes us dominant over other species. Like that's the reason why we dominate. Not because we can overpower the lion, but because we can outthink the lion. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand where you're going. I understand.
Right. So what I was saying was the fact that we can think is a great plus. But you're still going to need some type of strength, to get the thing done faster. So on a low level at our jobs, right? When you're working at, let's say, Walmart, and you're doing stocks, right? You're stocking and something heavy, right? Some things takes a 2-man crew, but if you possibly have a woman helping you, It might be a 3-man crew.
It might be a
You know,
3-man crew with 3 men. Shit.
but,
If one of them a midget,
now watch this though.
if one of them a
But
midget,
watch this though.
it could take 3 of them motherfuckers.
Right, but watch this though. In the pharmaceutical industry, first of all, in matchmaking.
I use the wrong phrase, little person. I don't want to say midget.
Now watch
That's
this.
David.
Now watch this. This is interesting. I asked a question. As far as matchmaking, as far as all those making the product itself. Right, we got different things. Dispensary is the most physical, but it's all physical. I asked them, has a woman ever worked in this company in all 3 years of existence? In this branch, not the other stuff. It was an anonymous no. And it's not that they can't, they weren't willing to. Once they see how physical the shit is, there's never been a woman back there working of hired. Because it's very, very physical, and you gotta have endurance to do it day in, day and night. Right? So I showed a video of what I had to do. Well, we all got to do in dispensing. And if I show that video again, most men ain't want to do that shit. So I had a video sharing. I was giving tips for how to be valuable at a company. I said the way I became valuable at most companies as like a new hiree, is that I will perfect the job that nobody wants to do. I will make that like my go-to. Like, okay, y'all want to do this one? Then I'm going to be, not only I'm going to do it, but I'm going to be the best at it. So dispensing at the last job I had, pharmaceutical company, was very, very physical. You had to beat the drum with a wrench, a big wrench. I forgot what they call it, the type wrench. But you had to beat that thing, and guess what? You got to do about 6 drums. So to beat one was tiring, and men will be checking out. Like, the watcher, Amber, I will be the only person beating the goddamn drum, all 6. That's how much the men will complain and cry. And these guys weigh more than me. They're bigger than me. I'm thin. I'm only 170. You dig? And these guys will cry to the point where, look, let me just do it. Or if they do it, it'll take forever. So I'm like, yo, let me just do it. You guys just do the other shit. Let me be the designated beat the drum guy. So I recorded myself doing it to give you guys an example of how physical this shit is. So I'm only saying that to say that the physicality is still important on top of the intelligence or the IQ or the brains. You still got to be strong enough to accomplish it. Otherwise, you still can do it, but the manpower, the hours that's going to take to do it will be long as hell compared to just a male squad that can do it in a fraction of the time.
I totally agree. My only point is that does not make men superior to women. You need both in order to be successful or efficient. So whereas a man may be more powerful than his significant other, maybe she is more strategic. So he shouldn't feel as though he's superior to her because he can overpower her when she can outthink him. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
like,
got you. So back to the animal kingdom.
But real quick, hold up.
Nor should she feel like she's superior to him because she can outthink him.
But hold it. I'm sorry. I'm cutting people off. My mic's not. Am I heard?
Yep.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is, you. Give me a second.
Yeah. So when he comes back in Amber, all I'm gonna say is that in the animal kingdom, it's clear who's more superior out of the male and female. Now, of course, you'll say humans. I get it. But when it comes to lions, right? And you ask who's more superior, male or female, that'd be tricky because the common answer would say it depends. The males are more physical, more stronger, but women are strategical and smart. And you'll say because the women bring the food. But I'm going to say, okay, are you sure? Because who feeds the male who get chased off by the father? Because he ain't got a pride. He got to eat. Okay? So the male lions don't feel like it's their job to go hunt. They feel like it's their job to make sure that no other rogue lion comes and take over the pride, and it protects the territory. But when need be, they can hunt, and that's why when they get chased off, they don't die off in starvation. They actually hunt and kill by themselves. They don't need a whole pride.
When they get chased off by who?
The father.
The what?
The father of the tribe. His father, the male's father.
You talking about the lion pride?
Yeah.
You do know that there are instances where the women overthrow.
I ain't never. Wait, hold on. Stop. Go back.
I've had an argument with
listen,
my brother.
Wait.
Brother-in-law.
Amber, I got
on
you,
this.
Amber. But Amber, hold on. Before you do that with me, just know. Believe me when I say this. All right, the watcher, everybody listening. If the few people listening, not everybody. I've watched every lion video imaginable, unless something's new. 22. Every crocodile video, every dog, wild dog,
Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
So now, wait. Before you get the moment, I need to clarify what you're saying. The female lions drove off who? Because I need to know exactly what you're saying.
The female lions drove off the male, overthrew him, and another man came in.
Wait. When you say overthrew, wait. Okay, let's be clear here. When you overthrow somebody, that means
you're his shit and get the fuck out.
Wait, but hold on. Right, but I need to first clarify what you're saying. Because you say overthrow, that means a lion is ruling, right? Right?
That means they allowed him to rule, and then they say your time is up.
Okay. And nah. Yeah, you got to search on that one.
Well, we can agree to acknowledge that that may be an exception and not the rule. Can we do that?
Okay. If she can do that, which I don't think she can, right? Because that'd be one video out of a million I didn't watch, and I will give her credit. I would give her credit for showing me a lion video I never watched before. I would give her supreme credit for that one. Okay,
right. But I mean, we don't argue in absolutes. It can be very possible. It's not even contention,
I would love to be. Yeah, I would love to hear the exception. I would accept being debunked with the exception on this one. Because that's information for me.
Right, but I mean, I wouldn't want to be someone who would try to argue what someone saw or tell her what I would not go that route, but I would just concede like that could be true, but that would not be the norm. That would be an anomaly. That's a rare condition.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely, if she's able to show one video and the anomaly, and don't forget, they're all white lions, right? So I told my boy that earlier when he started going to exception. I said, my man, they're all white lions. They're all white tigers, right? And they are the exception, and they hardly ever live and survive. You dig? Because they can't be camouflaged and hide, and creep up on prey. When you're white, you can't creep on shit. So they have a hard time of living.
Yeah.
Cause they're not camouflaged. They're like everybody sees them. That's why they die off. It's a miracle when they did one documentary on a white lion. It's like you could Google it. It's a miracle. White people are so happy because he actually survived. It's like one finally survived. They all die off. They are starvation. They can't eat. So like you're saying, if I would still like to see this one exception, you dig, and I would give her credit for that because I haven't seen a video that states that. Because it would be what would be the reason to run off a male lion? Because usually when a male takes over pride, all the lioness are bowing down, they're submitting, right? So what would be the reason why they'll have? Because he's doing his job. He's spraying, he's protecting, like he's doing his job. So I don't know what would the reason be for lioness to run him off.
I've seen videos where the young lions, two young lions came and ran the old one off. I guess he got beat up, had a hanging tooth on one of these.
Yeah, let me say this though. Yeah, two strong young lions. They can only run off an old male lion. Two young lions cannot beat a healthy ruling lion. They can't.
But I mean, like every lion has its sunset on their dynasty, so it happens. It's like a progression.
Yeah, right. So all I was saying was that, like, when you say the young lions, again, like we're going off our imaginations, right? Because you can't draw it and show me a picture of the lions you're talking about. If those lions don't have a mane,
the video and the commentator was talking about it.
No. You got, but you understand what I'm saying though. I'm saying
listening.
that first of all, the male lion they ran off, I highly doubt if he's in his prime. And then if he is,
I'm telling you, he was not.
Okay, of course. If he's old, yeah. Even the women run his ass off at that point.
Right, and that's what. Okay, I get it. So you're not arguing against it. You're just saying it's just hard to believe. Okay, I get it.
No, not even hard to believe. I'm giving reasons why a lion can be ran off by his offspring. It's because he's out of his prime. He's old, and his offspring is just adolescence, or the or is here, or he's in his prime, but the adolescents are fully grown with manes and everything. Yeah, one lion can't beat two healthy, grown, strong lions.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. I wouldn't get into arguing. I don't have the research on that. I'm not even going to argue that. But my headset did go out and I had to charge it. But what I was trying to address with you and Amber, because I think Amber was talking about stereotypically and generally. Again, I don't want to get into the argument. I just wanted to highlight points. That's what I try to do. I don't have the argument. I just highlight and redirect. Right. So she was saying something to the point where men are stereotypically perceived to be stronger. And again, I'm trying to be charitable how I phrase this so I don't take her out of context, and you can let me know if I am. But she is like, we're going off the point where men are perceived to be stronger, and in some cases, not all, women are perceived to be smarter. And what I would say in that, if a female is smarter than her man and she knows that he's stronger, it's to her benefit to let him believe that he's running shit, knowing that she's running shit. Damn near covert. Right. Because when it all comes down to it, if there's an intruder at a house or if there's a natural disaster, everybody understands that the guy has to go risk his life, whether it's 1, 2, 3 kids or the first date, to preserve that woman or protect that woman. So, I mean, it's... Right. And if you're smart enough to recognize that with regards to militaries, you know, the infantry and the generals and the runts and the people who are risking their lives first for the greater good aren't necessarily considered the leaders. So if women were smart, they would just shut the fuck up and recognize that at their deployment, they can send their greatest asset to go destroy whatever it could be, risking themselves, and while her and the offspring get to live. But some of these idiot women are young and they start wasting that at early trivial. This dude was winking at me, or XYZ. I want you to go handle it. And then they fuck it off right there. But then it's completely unvalued.
Well,
that's the 2 points that I wanted to hit.
Yeah, well, I did find it. It did happen at like a safari park zoo. But they say in the article, and I do believe there's video too, someone captured it on video, that it is typical for female lionesses to overthrow someone that they don't feel like is fit or are too old. But my whole point was that it occurs. It occurs. So at the end of the day.
So when I hear isn't fit, so that goes back to the argument I conceded about Watcher. I was saying that if the leader is old, right, that means he's unfit to protect anybody. You know, so yes, the lioness would not want to mate with him because he's old and they see him as weak, and they'll run him off because they don't believe he can protect their offspring. And when a invading lion come, he doesn't necessarily kill the offspring. It depends how old they are. If they're old enough, the new lion king, will let them live. But if they're young enough, he's definitely gonna kill every last one of them. So if the lioness run off the male, if they have younger cubs, they're gonna die. You know, but if they're a little older, then they know that we can run this guy off because the new lion that comes to take over the pride ain't gonna kill these cubs.
So I wanted
Because
to touch on what
lions don't want to lose their cubs.
I wanted to touch on what Watcher said though.
Yeah.
Regarding if females are so, intelligent, and I'm not going to say that all women can outthink men and all of that. Again, I'm not going to stereotype, but statistically speaking, we are stronger in those areas. However, I have to agree a little bit and disagree a little bit. Now, I feel like the same way it annoys me when men boast about how strong they are. I know it's a lot of men that, prefer a more mild woman as far as her intellect, because some women can use it to try to make a man feel inadequate. The know-it-all. But at the end of the day, I'll say this. I don't feel like you should necessarily have to let a man believe that he's, running the show. I can't do it. But I do feel like there has to be some type of respect. And just because you may be more, intellectually astute, that doesn't mean that you should be the same way a man shouldn't just be trying to intimidate a woman because he can overpower her. A woman shouldn't be trying to use, mental games to manipulate or put him in fucked up situations because, he's perceived as this protector. So she wants to sick him on whoever gets on her fucking nerves, I have seen it. I think it's disgusting, and it extends beyond just relationships. People have gotten their relatives in all types of fucked up situations based off of this. I'ma talk shit. I'ma turn you up, and you bet not touch me, or I'ma go get such and such. You understand? Almost like men are animals or something to be used. So I have to agree there, but I also have to feel like I also have to say in a healthy relationship, I don't think that a woman should have to necessarily let a man believe that he's running the show. I don't think it's necessary.
You may not think it's necessary, but to certain men, it might be necessary. Just for their development and their growth. If it's perpetual, then it may be an internal issue, but every now and then you got to encourage or discourage or gas up your significant other, especially when you feel like they're falling short. If you're above that, then that could be who you are in your personality.
Well, no. It's a difference between gassing up and like encouraging and letting somebody think that they're running the show. Like I see those as two different things. I'm encouraging and gas you up because I truly want you to win. That's just gonna come natural. You know.
What's your problem with relinquishing the illusion of someone running shit? Because at any given time, you can always pop that fucking bubble. But sometimes it'll make the team. Like if I'm going to go play basketball and I know I'm the best ball handler on the court, but we always got the tallest guy who wants to dribble and he's going to pout. So, you know, let me get in here, set screens. Let me go get these rebounds. I got my shooter over here. Let me give him the ball so he'll play defense because he got the longest arms. I normally concede what I want to do in my strengths to make sure that we win. And everybody wants to be on the team. For me, like LeBron or certain players, you have to be smart. If you're the true alpha leader, the true leader, you can concede the illusion of power because you know at any given time what can really happen.
Well, here's the thing. For me, in the world where we have to be under all types of illusions all day long, I don't want to be under no illusion in my relationship. I want to fully be who I am. I don't need to be running the show. You don't need to be running the show. We need to be running this shit together. That's just my personal opinion. Are there going to be some instances where I just defer? Not because I want you to believe you running the show, but because, okay, I see what you're saying. That makes more sense. Yeah, let's do it that way.
But Amber, in certain situations, it's not always going to require your approval. When you trust someone and you give them benefit of the doubt, and this is their strength area, you have to concede that without them explaining to you, and they don't have to explain to you later on.
But that's the whole thing. I do concede that, and I can't. I'll say this just so it can be very clear. For the most part, when it comes to organization, money management, that nigga running circles around me. Like, period. He's very organized, very strategic, I got a reason for everything I fucking do. But there are other areas where I am just more proficient in. Now, it's not to say like, oh, I want to run this area, but men can get caught up in well, I'm the man, and it's like, but you're setting us back. Just let me do this thing because I do it better. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
that's completely reasonable. My issue is when people want to make it seem like there's two steering wheels and there's only one steering wheel in a car. And it's not about partnership and teamwork. It's one person's driving and then the other person is driving. If you're better at driving in mountainous terrain, then maybe you should be driving.
Yeah,
but if we're going on a flat land and we're driving,
I'm
then
not trying to argue about everything and be tit for tat. No, when I'm weaker in the area, I don't have no problem. Like, this is your wheelhouse. You run circles around me. Why would I argue that just to say I gotta say so? Like,
but that's a spirit. But Amber, that's a natural spirit to someone who recognizes, you know what, you can step up, I can step back. And I have no problem with, to me, it's like, I don't understand why you would be concerned with someone saying like, I'm running a relationship. Like that would be a deal breaker for you. Like that's a turn off. Like all of a sudden that would trigger you. You could look at some, hold up, let me finish the statement. Let me put the period on it. You could look at someone saying that statement and reevaluate. Like, is this nigga joking with me? Does he really believe me? This dude's a fool, an idiot. All right, whatever.
But no. I'm not saying it like any relationship. When I'm speaking specific to. So when I brought it up, I was speaking specific to the relationship I'm currently in. It's not that I have an issue with him running areas where he's proficient, but it's like when it comes to certain things and I say something and you're weaker in this area, or you just, used to doing it your way, even though my way is better or my perception is better, and you like, let me fuck this duck and you just hold the tail. I got a problem with that. No, fuck that. I know you used to doing shit, but this way is better. When it's your thing, I'll let you do your thing. I'll let you run that because that's your thing. You're excellent at it. I can't improve it in no way. I'm gonna let you do it your way because it's the most efficient way. But when I present that here's my way and it's the most efficient way to do this, and you just like, well, nah, fuck that. Like, now I'm having a problem because no, everything can't be your way, because I'm not gonna watch us just sit back and we're doing 100 over here, but over here we at 20 because you want to run everything.
But do you do that? Would you be willing to do that? So like if you feel that you're more adequate or you feel you're equipped in a situation, you'll be willing to concede to your partner because you like, all right, fine. Just not for the sake of appearance, or maybe that there's something that you're missing, or you know what, I've ran 10 times, or let me give him this one. Or is it when you feel like you're running shit out? I'm a dermatologist and we're not using that lotion on my daughter. I don't give a damn what you're saying. This is where I'm laying my foot down. I have the credentials. I'm right. And it's what it is.
Wait, repeat your question over,
What
because
I'm
I'm
trying
confused,
to,
because I
what
thought
I'm trying to
I
get.
thought I already said that I concede where he's more proficient. Like, if I'm more proficient, I don't see the point in conceding in that area and letting you do it when
But
I'm more proficient.
Amber, in your mind and that person's mind are conflicting. So to resolve an issue, someone's going to have to acquiesce. And in relationships, you have to compromise. But again, there's a reason why a lot of people refuse to be in relationships, or it doesn't work the way they want to, because they don't recognize that that's going to be a continuous struggle. And the point is not to go past. If you're looking at a 100-yard football field and it's the 50, you don't want to go too past.
Well, here's what I'm saying. There's no relationship I want to be in so bad that if I say,
look at the qualifiers, so bad. You don't have
here's
to
the thing. No, there's no relationship I want to be in so bad where if there's 10 things, 10 metrics, and you're doing 100 on 5, and I say, you want to do that, have it, baby. And then I'm doing 100 on the other 5, but you say, no, let me have those 5 things too, because I'm just the man and I should
That's
have
not
it.
reasonable. No one in their right mind should want you to be in that type of a scenario.
And that's what I'm
trying
saying.
to explain to people.
So what I'm saying is there's not many areas where I'm more proficient than him in. I'm gonna just be honest.
Well, then why are you fucking up and not being with the dude? Because those areas that you're not proficient in are supersede the experience or the relationship. Not to be probing or to be rude.
It's not being with him. What I'm saying is, like, I don't understand. Like, we're getting to a place of, him kind of listening more. Most of the time, I think it was just communication and maybe some hesitancy on his part, because he is super independent as well. So for him, that's like, oh, yeah, I don't really be letting people do shit for me, like, or giving me I do shit my way. I always did it my way, and it's been working for me. Same way I do shit my way. But I can also realize, oh, he's great at this, so let's do it his way because he's better at it than me. Like, I have no problem admitting that. Whereas he felt like it was taking something from him to admit that I'm better. Like, even when he do it now, like, it still come with some little slick talk. Oh Lord, you might know a little something, like it he can't just give me full credit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's something away from him. And my thing is, why is it that women are expected to just defer so much? And when we try to contribute, even if it's something small, we're not fully appreciated for what we can contribute. Like, at the end, that was my whole point. Like,
okay, I agree. And it's hard for me to have this conversation. I feel like I got to put the gloves on when we encapsulate around your relationship, even though I know we have to use your experiences because that's the mindset that you're coming from. It's easier for me, or maybe I can be more slick if we're talking general. Like, in general, like most women, because the example that you're giving, I can't even say acquiesce. I would concede, because it's a give and take. And that's, to me, it sounds like it's a progression that both of you guys are walking, and you guys have your own journey. But I want to take it out of your anecdotal or your personal experience. And let's say in general, like women in general, the women that the women that you hang around, are their dynamics with their relationships with their dudes similar to yours? Is their dude 70%?
As a matter of fact, I'm looked at as being not. I'm in the minority, right? So
meaning. So we don't want the exception.
I'm in the minority. They're typically the submissives. Like, I'm gonna let him think he running it, or he is running it. It's more of that. Like, they're not as vocal, or they like, oh, I've been doing it by myself. I want a man to do this and do that, and I'm not gonna argue if he want to do everything. It's more of that. Like,
okay, let's slow walk that then. Okay, now what percentage of your friends do you think operate in that mode with their relationship? If you have 10 friends, how many of your 10 friends are operating in that role? I'm not even going to use the S word. How many operate in that manner in their relationship?
Literally all 10.
So all 10. Okay. Now let's be fair. Now
some variation of that. Yes.
And that's
all
what
10.
I'm trying to do. I want to narrow it down, being fair and charitable. Of those 10 out of 10 who are and they're in relationships, so they're not single. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many of them are happy per se? And again, I don't mean like everything's 10 for 10. He's hitting me in all these different areas, financially, intimacy, all this, emotionally, all that, but just like general happiness, like 70%. If that had to be a percentage of happiness that you had to hit them with, what percentage would you say of them are happy? Or what percentage do you say are at least 70%, at least 70% happy?
I would say they're all probably happy in the same way that I'm happy. Like they have their complaints about, this thing. I told him this and he didn't listen. But when I'm like, oh, well, did you, like, did y'all discuss it? Whatever. Child, he just gonna do him and this, that, and the third. Or I can't even be mad at him. I'll let him. I made him this way. This, that. It's kind of like they're not gonna go too far into trying to challenge it. They'll vent about it, about not really being heard or feeling heard or whatever. But for the most part, they're happy and they're not going to give him any pushback because this is the way it's been, whatever. Now, if there's going to be some blowback down the road, I don't know. But at the end of the day, currently they're happy. Like I complain, about certain things. But then again, I complain to them and I complain to him. I'm vocal, to the point where I stop saying, I'm like, okay, I just said it. I'm not going to keep, because I hate feeling naggy. I'm not going to keep talking about it. We done discussed it. Either some changes going to be made or, whatever. But I'm not going to be the dead horse. But
what's their average length of relationships? So of those 10 relationships, like how long do you think the average relationship? 3 years, 7 years, 12 years?
On average, they've probably... There's some that's like 17. There's some that's like 15. There's some that's 7 years, varying ranges.
Okay. And what's the percentage of them do you think have children?
All of them have children now. Are
They
you talking
all
about
have children.
existing children or, children
just push the
within
child
that
out the
relationship?
womb? They push the child out the womb with the person that they're with or previous relationships, but just or
all
our
of them
mothers.
have children.
So they
Yeah,
all
all of them have
experience
children.
motherhood. All experience motherhood. Okay. And more than one child?
Yep.
Okay, so they've all experienced more than one child with the person they've been with for a significant amount of time, and they've all come to the realization in order to be happy, it
Well,
might
some
benefit
of them,
me.
some of them had children going in.
Okay,
They
which is
were-
reasonable.
yeah.
And I'm not even going to knock anyone for that separate situation because you live your life, you make your experiences. And if you can find someone who's willing to take that on, they got to be held accountable because they decided to take that on. You can't take it on and then be a bitch ass and try to hop out of it. That's not how it works. So, I mean, like if they hopped in it and they stayed in it, which the scenario that we're painting right now, they've all stayed in. To me, it seems that they found the formula that works for them. And they are rare as fuck. Because I mean, like, I don't know anybody who would say that majority of their friends are pretty much happy in their relationship with their life and the decisions that they made, and they're gonna make it work. A lot of them have exit strategies in their conversations, or they talk about, well, if she keeps doing this or if he keeps doing that type shit. So I mean, like, it's your scenario makes me wonder what the fuck is wrong with you.
Well, I mean, part of me is I don't really like nobody. Like, so
So what it is you may not have met the person that you may be willing to compromise for.
but here's the whole thing. He's the person that I'm willing to compromise for. I mean, to a degree, I'm just not willing to compromise.
You see how you threw that caveat in there real quick?
Yeah.
It's like, I'll be effeminate and I'll follow the rules. However, there is no however.
But that's the thing. It's not about being effeminate and following rules.
It's like you got the problem and the answer.
Yeah, it's not about being effeminate and following rules. It has nothing to do with rules. Like, again, I feel like if you're in a relationship, he makes it easier because although he can be stubborn, he does kind of come back and he's like, you know what? I thought about what we talked about the other day, and you was right. I was kind of being a little, bullheaded. I wasn't really hearing you, blah, blah. And that's something that within the last couple years he started to do. So there's growth there. Like, but I'm gonna be honest, I got my own fucking issues. So I kind of get him. He has some commitment issues. I got some commitment issues. Like, we two people that's used to being by ourselves, doing things our way. It's kind of like we really didn't expect it to be like this, but we hear what we gonna do. We both learning. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I try to give grace to that. The only thing,
but you gotta recognize, Amber, if you're gonna be with someone, you gotta sell out your individual who you are. You can't be that individual person who you have to. In order for the two people, the two souls to work in that one body to be one unit, you have to kill your other self. Like I had to kill the player that I wanted to be and the person that I wanted to operate in. And I love the looks that I got from all the bitches. And I can just
wait, but don't get focused on player, because that's his device. You dig?
So
what
do I have to kill? What do I have to kill about myself?
See, it's not about us revealing that. You know specifically and exactly.
Right. Yeah,
I
was going to say that. I was going to say, what men complain about you.
Honestly, the only thing he complains about me, and I don't know how to.
Now, I'm not talking about him. I said men. That means your entire life of dating.
But here,
you know what men complain about.
My entire life, men have told me that I act like a man. I detest you.
Okay, sorry there. Okay, there you go. You got the answer. So men want you to kill that.
But here's the thing. He already knows that's not that one thing he never is concerned about is whether or not.
But I'm not focused on Amber. I'm not focused. You asked the question. What
I'm biased.
do you need to
I'm
kill?
biased. Are you listening to what I'm saying? You're not even letting me say without finish my sentence. What I'm saying is
you narrowed it down to one man desires, and I'm trying to pinpoint all the other men.
I hear what you're saying, unbiased. I said men have always told me I act too much like a nigga because I detach too easily. They didn't feel like I was invested in them enough, right? Like, damn, you just quit fucking with me. That's not even a concern for him because of everything we've been through.
He already seated you up.
He already see you. It's up and it's stuck, right? So that's not even a concern.
But maybe he just settled though. Like maybe it is an issue, but he just settled.
Of course he did.
It's an issue for him that I abandoned. Well, I ain't gonna say I abandoned the relationship. When I get mad, I go on blocking sprees. Fuck you, don't talk to me. Blase, skippy, woo woo. That is a problem for him.
Right. So he's settling. He's compromising. He's settling.
No. I have actually improved that. I stopped doing it once he told me how he like, man, that kind of fucked me up. Like, I know you love me, I know you care about me, but like, you can't keep doing that. It makes me feel, away.
Men deal with abandonment issues. You can't do that to a dude like that. Well, you can't do that to anybody who's been abandoned.
The thing is, he had his own issues in the beginning. He used to do shit like that. Like, so my thing is, don't get mad at me now because in my mind, shit, it's easy for you to turn this shit off. So just turn it off today.
Yeah, but your strengths may not be his strengths. Like you may be able to handle it a certain way and he can't handle it. And when you're in a relationship, you got to recognize that. Like, damn, this dude is 7 foot tall, but he can't rebound for shit. So let me
again, I recognize it now because he's finally verbalized that it's a problem to him. But before, he didn't let me know it was a problem. I thought he would be good. Like shit. I had to tough through it back in the day. I thought you was cool with the shit. You might have needed your space too. No, he don't want that. I need to always know I got access to you. Don't do that. I don't care how mad you get. Don't go on no blocking sprees and don't be doing all that weird shit. Okay, you said it. I won't do it.
How long did it get to the point before he was safe enough to express that to you?
Last year.
Last year. Okay.
Now it did take me some time to get settled in. I did block a few times after he said it, and then I went back and I said, "My bad.
You
I'm
just a
supposed to be
petty
working on me."
motherfucker.
No, I really no, but that's me. When I get pissed off, I shut down. I block my mama. Like that's just what I do. Now
Hey,
I
I'm the
realize
same way. I'm the
I
same
realize
way.
now that that's not healthy. You know, I'm working on me. But
But
at
how
the
long
same,
since you said he told you that the last year? How many years have you known him prior to last year? Meaning, how long had he had to endure this torture?
15. But see, the difference is
Talk over that. Go ahead.
the difference is I live in another state now.
Oh,
So
wow.
so back then he would give me a few days and then he gonna slide down. The fuck wrong with you? Why you block me? You know, but he can't do that. So
Wow. Well, let me ask this question. Of your friends, I don't want to say 100%, 10 out of 10, but yeah, I guess the friends that you have encountered, what percentage, or let's just step away from that. Okay, what percentage do you think that represents in the United States or Black America, your friendship experiences with their relationships? Do you think 80% of the Black women in the United States are experiencing what you're experiencing, and the media is just propagating this false gender war and battle of the sexes? Or do you think it's 30%? The shit is true, like what that woman was saying in '86, that they're just brainwashed into thinking like, shit, I can survive this way, and not understand there's a difference between living and surviving. And of course you can survive that way, but that's not the best way to live. But they don't obviously know the difference if no one in their whole fucking block and neighborhood and 10-mile radius is actually living. Everyone's surviving. So again, what do you think the general population in 2022 is living like, what your friends or circle is living like? Honestly. And it's just a guess.
honestly, I can only speak from my frame of reference.
Right.
So I'm speaking just about my quote unquote friends, you know, close family members, female.
Right, but freeze. But what I'm asking you is to take that experience.
But what I'm saying is, overall,
real quick. But I'm just asking from what you know, because you're not square. You're somewhat hip to understand the context of music and the genre and the movies, TV shows, and understanding that there's an Atlanta, South, North, and Houston.
But
you know, so what percentage?
If I could just get my point out.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, I'm just speaking just to my friend group, but it's hard for me to fathom that, because the only place I see these gender wars and stuff really and truly is on the internet and on TV. Because even outside of my close people, my immediate family, most are married. The men, they have wives and have been in those relationships for years. So they're married, been in relationships for years. My family's family, you know, I mean, my friend's family, married, been in relationships for years. So for the most part, I don't really see this play out in my immediate frame of reference. Now, can I speak to some shit I seen back in the day, you know, but even those people that went through, you know, the fucked up relationships, a lot of them have gone on to get married and be in relationships. So I can't really speak to it. I know it's a real thing. I don't think it's coming from nowhere, but I can't really even say what percentage, because the reality is most of the people I'm around, they're in some type of relationship. For the most part, I think I've maybe, out of my whole family, maybe 2 people have gotten divorced. But they got divorced maybe after 10 years of marriage, 7 to 10 years of marriage. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
My bad. I was talking. I was asking.
Does that kind of answer your question? Like,
yeah, it did, and I had a follow-up question. It's just I was talking on fucking mute. Damn. Yeah, you answered it, but I'm just trying to get understanding because it's like, again, that's why I make sure I preface it properly. Like, we don't really know if this is what we're experiencing because it's always told to us via media and social media. Yet I wanted to understand, like, is this a small town that you're living in? Like, this is a very unique culture than what's being propagated.
it's not a small town I'm living in, but y'all gotta realize I don't fuck with people like that. Like, I be in my lane in my business. I'm around who I choose to be around. So I choose my circle, my space. So like, I live in Minneapolis, but I can't tell you what the Minneapolis culture is like that,
I hear you.
Other than the areas that I frequent with family. You know what I'm saying? And even with them, I limit that because certain things that they're into, I'm just not really into. It ain't my thing. So I show up for family events and then I be in my lane in my business. And I've always been like that. So
I get it. It's so what so the questions I'm asking become I feel like it's twofold. Because even if I'm having these conversations with my European white friends, it's hard for me to tell if they're living in a bubble and their experiences are just far few in between, or if they're on code and they're not even trying to engage in that type of a conversation because they don't, because it's against the code. Like, if it's easier to speak to women and they will never acknowledge it because they're staying on code, or they're just so privileged and they've never experienced that type of thing. And, or like, I'm talking so racist and they just don't believe that cops actually do this, or what footage do you have? Like, I have to really go climbing uphill to try to prove something that really seems like it's an avalanche snowball going the opposite way. But I try to be charitable. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to just presume this person's on code or presume they don't know what I'm talking about. So that's why I ask all those qualifying points before, and I get real specific so I can get you to either say I agree or no, I don't agree, because I don't want any waffling, or I don't want it to seem like you're waffling. That's why I try to make it real, something that's obviously gray as fuck. I try to make it black and white just so we can continue with our conversation. But again, go ahead.
Back when I was outside, in Gary and outside.
Okay, like how many years ago? 5, 10?
It's 2022. It was at least
2010.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, probably even back then. I wasn't really outside because I've been dealing with him since 2008. So even when I was outside, I can't do too much multitasking. Like, if I got a nigga and I like him, shit, that's who I'm focused on. I don't got
so
time
your pimp game is then weak. Then you're not a full representation of what's going on in the streets.
Right. That's what I'm
watered down. It sounds like this nigga got you on lock. You may try to play around, dibble and dab, but this nigga.
Now I have been around people that was outside in the time.
Let me ask you this question. I'm cutting you off. Has this nigga ever, Amber? Has he ever pulled up to a party and snatched your ass out of a club or car or a restaurant and drug your ass home?
No, that ain't his style.
Okay.
Nah.
Just making sure.
Now,
so,
if he ain't drugged me out, but he gonna give me that look and he gonna slide up. Oh, I ain't know you was gonna be here tonight. I ain't know you was gonna be here tonight either. Like, oh, okay, and I already know. Okay, I don't do shit anyway, but sit up and look cute when I go out. So it wasn't. It ain't like he sat me down. But if a nigga was in my face too long, I'm gonna get that look. Like, girl, don't play with me. Shit.
All right. But then it's hard for me to get an understanding, because I try to speak, or I ask the question so I can get what do you want to call it, a case study or a thought experiment of what's going on in the US or Gary, or at least in your experiences. But to me, it just seems like but we've been saying that from the beginning, that you're an anomaly.
I'm boring as fuck, low key. Like, I'm boring. I don't be doing shit.
But honestly, the energy that I get from you and the vibe I get from you is actually I don't want to say a character, because a lot of females try to play that role. Just like you see the
the Nicki Minaj, the Magic City girls, or the who's them city girls, the girls with the nails and all, like the Valley girls. It's just there's a lot of women who come across harder than most dudes, and a lot of what am I trying to say? A lot of dudes who don't have fathers, they're raised by their mothers, so they look for a strong woman. So they seek out some women that are even stronger than them, i.e., like their mother type. So when I run across women who have strong demeanors, I try to look for the soft side in them and to see if they have them. And some of them won't show it for shit. They won't concede, won't back down. They'll pivot and deflect and argue everything all around it without recognizing, okay, I can be reasonable to this point. It's not going to really destroy me too much. Recognizing that you got to have your boundaries. You're a human being. You can't let someone you don't know break you down and strip you for whatever, or reveal too much about you. But at some point, when you can't acknowledge that something is reasonable, you can't acknowledge 2 + 2 is 4 because you feel like you're going to take you to 4 + 4 is 8, and you don't want to say 8. Then it becomes too hard. But in your situation, as long as I've known and spoken to you, you're valid. I mean, the pedigree is what it is, So I have to speak to different people. Like I would want to talk to Miss Tiff and see what her experience is, or your homegirl Bridget, because I just need because to me it's like hearing what you're saying, that would give me more reassurance about my people, and then it'll be easy. Like, okay, Fox News is just lying to everybody. All these relationship gurus and red pills and all these people, they're just picking up the 10%. Like all these people calling Kevin Samuel.
I do believe that that's a lot of what's going on, though. Like, I believe that they are creating a lot of not to say that there wasn't an issue there, right? Like, not to say that it wasn't an issue, but I think they're magnifying it and making people feel worse off than what they actually are.
Okay, so let's get a little specific. You're saying they. So you're saying media.
I'm saying media. I'm saying a lot of these quote unquote relationship experts or therapists, these YouTube, like they're creating the problem so that they can be the solution, right? Like, hey, are you tired of gold diggers? Are you tired of, these fuck niggas? Are you trying to be fuck nigga free? And for the person who really ain't even in a relationship, they out here living their best life. But now, these fuck niggas. Whole time, bitch, you ain't even want to be in a relationship. Now you talking about fuck niggas and niggas doing this and that, but you've been outside. You've been outside for 27 summers. Like, nah. Like, what we talking about? But they're creating this idea that you're not in a relationship, not because you don't want to be, but because there's no quality men out here.
Okay, I get the issue now. I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and honestly, what it is we need to be talking to the fucking 18 and 24-year-olds. Because they're the ones who are more susceptible to the BS. You're smarter and wiser, and you're from an era where you can actually go out there and experience this shit. And opposed to a lot of these people, they're getting all their experiences from reading this bullshit, and that becomes their reality. So when they go out in the world, that's all they represent, thinking that game is going to work. So let me act like I'm just this type of shit, or let me just cake on these bitches and leave with my wallet, and then wonder why 5 years down the line she don't respect me. 2 years into a relationship, you done try to buy her, and now your money ain't long, or nigga, somebody got a deeper wallet. But the whole point is they're not even seeing it because it's happening so fast and everything's just so saturated. And you're right. There is a market for people saying, like, who is that guy? What's his name? He was just simping for bitches. Jackson. What's his name? Anyway, it was
Derek
a black
Jackson. You talking about Derek Jackson?
Yeah, am I muted? That's the guy I'm talking about.
No.
Derek Jackson, that's the guy. Like, I couldn't stand him because I saw that he was just caking to these females. But
it was multiple situations where at first it was a few of his videos. I was like, okay, Then after seeing it, I'm like, oh, you want straight bullshit. Even the girl, Love Dorsey, she's a woman that does these videos and, try to talk to women about improving themselves in a relationship and what a man don't respect and all of this. And a lot of stuff I can agree with her on. But then she pop out with a dude and he filling her up in public in a restaurant and she got her chest on it. It kind of goes against everything that she's been preaching about. How a man respect you and this, that, and the third, in all of her rhetoric. But then when you get with a man, you kind of doing shit that's anti what you've been preaching all of these years,
But
so again,
that's my whole issue. Like when I listen to these people, like they're talking about how Destiny's Child, and they're like, can you pay my bills? You pay my telephone bills, or ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets will grow. Like that was just being inundated over and over in their heads. So what do you think is going to happen to the next generation, or where are the youth at? What are they listening to, and what's their motivation now? Because what we think and what we're operating on is just gone. And then how your mentality, where you're saying like, I don't need to submit to a nigga, or these niggas ain't even worth submitting to. A lot of these females are running with that narrative, but they don't even understand what that means. My point where I was getting at, but what I
your
was trying
mentality. Ooh, now I ain't gonna say you wrong because I ain't gonna say you wrong because I do feel like, and that was my issue earlier. I think when I'm biased, kind of mentioned relationships, and I think there's like people not having the full conversation. Men are talking about women should be submissive, this, that, and the third. It's women saying, yeah, I agree. I love submitting to my man, this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, skippy, woo, woo. And whole time in my mind, I'm like, there are impressionable minds out here that you all aren't given any qualifying criteria for the type of man that's worthy of your submission. I also feel like another part of the conversation is men are not talking about the ways in which they submit in relationships. It's all about women being submissive, but men submit too. And
I hate doing it. I don't even want to make the argument for men, but we're going to go tit for tat. If women want to be submit, well, we need to see where men need to submit. Women don't want a man who submits.
But that's
women want a man who respects them and respects their opinion, but these words, they don't apply both ways. You know what I mean? Like I don't expect.
Here's the thing.
Okay, I'm listening.
Women, people have an issue with the word submission. So
all right, now freeze. So, listen to that. Listen to that. People have a problem with the word.
Exactly.
Now, how petty is that? Not the
but
action.
It's petty on both sides, though.
See, now we're gonna dilute it. Okay, like when we're trying to boil something down to the point when we pour water into the pot, we're going back to square one. So we're trying to figure out what's going on in this situation with the issue. Once we say men do it too, we just put another gallon of water in it. So we're gonna have to boil out how men be fucking up and how women fucking up when we're trying to get to the point of it. But let me just
I'm saying it's petty on both sides.
And I agree, but
so women have an issue with using the word submission in regards to their significant other. It's perceived as.
But what if it was called cotton candy? Women need to cotton candy to their husband.
Right, but I don't know who created the reason. I don't know who created the issue, but I think it's probably biblical, and that's where most people get the concept from. But it's perceived as submission being something that a woman does.
I don't even think it's biblical. I think people have gender roles from the beginning, and then they try to structuralize it with people's different doctrines. I'm talking about the
popularity of the concept submission and what it means. I think
whether it's popular or not, if you look at any culture or civilization, genders started to pick up roles and other genders picked up specific roles. When people try to codify it into law and then try to put emotions and other stuffs into it, that's where all the disagreement come into. But I think at some point, just to where we can find common ground, we got to recognize that in the experience of life, if you're going to draw a line, some tasks will be better suited for one gender, and some tasks may be better suited for the other. Not saying they can't cross, not saying they can't share, not saying that on Saturdays you can do this and on Sundays I can do that. But generally speaking, can we agree with that? Because I think it got perverted with religion.
No.
I can concede that. And I think that it's gotten to a point where a lot of disrespectful, unqualified motherfuckers are seeking advantages based off of that hierarchy structure that they don't even qualify for, nor do they believe in.
But the thing is,
religious woman.
Watcher, I don't know who you're giving this this soliloquy to. You yourself have an issue with the word. I don't. I turned around. I said women submit to their husbands the same way husbands submit to their, wives. And nobody talks about that. And you said, well, I don't think it's submission. I think it's respect. Like women want to be respected and this, that, and the third. Like you had to change the word.
No. I said men don't submit. Like a woman doesn't want a man who submits. I've yet to meet a woman who wanted a man who submits.
Okay.
I've met women who wanted their man to respect them and respect their opinion, but I've never heard a woman saying that they wanted their man to submit to them. That's what I said.
So here's the thing. Submission. The act or fact of accepting or yielding to a superior force or to the will or authority of another person. Yielding, capitulation, agreement, acceptance, consent, accession, compliance. Right?
Right.
Just the very act of marriage, right? To devote yourself to another. That is a man submitting to his wife.
Okay. I understand your point. I understand the definition, but I have yet to meet a woman who has said that she wants a submissive man or husband. I understand the verb to submit, but
yeah, that's weird.
With context, what we're talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. People have added additional connotation to what it means, and I believe that comes from the Bible.
And we agree, and that's what I was originally stating. That's why I laid it out perfectly. I went all the way back to prehistoric cultures, saying, and I made it specifically about roles, duties, and then I conceded with you that I think religion and time, contemporary times, and even fuck niggas to this day were trying to usurp it and use the religion to their benefit, to the point where people aren't even religious, but they saying they want a submissive religious woman. Women who aren't religious saying they want a God-fearing man. Bitch, you don't go to church and you're not religious, but you want a God-fearing man because you want a man who's going to submit. This is what I'm talking about. People want their other person to someone they can control because they don't trust them. So they feel like I could be in a relationship 50%, but I'm going to keep the other 50% to myself. I'm going to be in a relationship with myself, but I'm going to be in a relationship with him. And that's why this shit don't work.
But my whole point of bringing it up was that there's a lot of bravado wrapped up in relationships, period. So the big thing that me and him have argued about is I tell him, what make you think my ego ain't just as big and grand as yours? Like I'm an individual. I like to feel good. I like my ego to be stroked. I like to think I'm big shit too. Like,
all right, now freeze. Do you realize that's a lot of masculine energy in opposed to like, I'm a very emotional person. I like my emotions. I like my needs, man. I like when I would cry and I want my back rubbed, and he just starts spitting out all these on the opposite side. A woman is, I would like to see a woman not side-eye the fuck out of her nigga when he's giving his 5 minutes of saying the exact same things, but he's using the opposite gender role expectations, because what you're throwing out is what your expectations are in opposed, which are diametrically opposite to what people consider the norm. Now, if you find a man who's secure in himself and like, baby girl, you can do all that type of shit on mine because that's how I move, that shit's not going to phase me move. You can think whatever the fuck you want to think. You can move the way you want to move. You can act the way you want to act. Don't get disrespectful. And then when there's some shit coming down the line.
I missed all of that because I'm a little lost as to, because I didn't even add any context. I just said, I like my ego to be stroked. I like to, so I didn't add any additional context as to what that was regarding.
Right. No, I mean, I was just speaking general. When you start making those comments, those aren't specific or typical comments that you're going to hear from a woman and to help you or to help drive it home, I tried to flip it, and I was saying, if a man was making those statements
Beyonce got a whole song about it. I got a big ego.
about again,
like,
again, I Amber, I'm not arguing against it, but I'm just highlighting how a woman will use that as an opportunity to shit on a dude and disrespect him. You are a beta man. You're asking me to rub your knees or rub your back or to care about your emotions and your feelings. It just automatically, the man becomes emasculated. Now, again, I'm not saying that that's fair. I feel like if a man wants to be emotionally compensated and he has all these other needs, then he needs to get a woman who's willing to do that. Just like a woman who wants to make sure that she can maintain whatever image she wants, whether it's less feminine or more masculine, she needs to find a dude that's going to understand that and then acquiesce to those moments when she wants to be in that energy and stand up when she's not trying to be in that energy. Because I don't know no woman who wants to 100% be in that energy. Most of them have evolved to that because the people in their life fell short, or they don't want to be that vulnerable, so they put that ego on top of their id as their defense. But again, I could be wrong.
The bottom line is everyone has an ego, like everyone.
Right, but right.
But
I mean,
that's now whether you call it ego, self-esteem, whatever the case, we all have one. Everyone wants to feel good, appreciated, acknowledged. They want to feel seen. That is a human thing. So at the end of the day, if a man has an issue with hearing the word ego, even though
can
he
I
can
clarify,
identify,
Amber, can I clarify when I said ego, what I meant? Because I was referring like Freudian, like id, ego, super ego. And what the general understanding is, like, people create the ego to protect the id. So who you really are is the id, but you create this persona of yourself, which is an ego, to protect the person. And what I was saying in context of the conversation is a lot of women have been fucked over or done wrong, so they create that ego, meaning that persona of someone harder who you're not going to play, who they're not to, and that's just like their face mask. Not necessarily like I want to be better and I want to be like. I'm just saying that hardness, that masculine energy is developed and evolved. Not like you want to dick measure with niggas and you want to say that you're just a niggas, but you just can't be that vulnerable. Or certain people have developed that trying to avoid their vulnerability.
well, I mean, I'll say this, for the most part, I haven't been like, and I think I've shared this on the show, I ain't been fucked over and all of that. I mean, partly because I have always had a certain degree of boundaries. Like, when I feel uncomfortable with something, I'm just gonna fall back. So you're not really gonna get a chance to just drag me through the mud and just do me any old kind of way, because
That's smart.
I don't like the way you're making me feel right now, so I'm gonna just bow out. Now,
I've been there.
At the end of the day, when it comes to being vulnerable, I think most people, well, I ain't gonna say most people, because there are a lot of women who they think it's super feminine to be super vulnerable all the time. And for me, I think just as humans, as a healthy person, it's great to be invulnerable. It's great to be vulnerable. It's useful. It can help you in spaces that you have deemed to be safe, right? So
Facts.
I'm never the one to be vulnerable in a place where I don't deem to be safe. Now, I can talk about most things and share a whole lot, and people can think, oh, she's being real vulnerable. I talk about shit I don't give a fuck about.
Facts.
You understand? Like,
You can't
this
hurt me
ain't
with
me
this shit
being
anymore.
vulnerable. This is me just being me. I'm an open person. But when it comes to
Facts.
true vulnerability, that's reserved for spaces where I trust the fuck out of people, right? That's not for no strangers. And not to say y'all strangers, but like, it takes me a long time to determine whether a space is safe for me to be vulnerable. Motherfucker got to be tried and true. They got to be proven themselves to be consistent. I don't play that. So there are a lot of women, though, who lead with vulnerability.
Like what percentage of women do you think these are? Considering you don't really, well, I don't even know. I can't not put words in your mouth. Of your friends, what percentage of those 10 girls would you say lead with vulnerability? Or is that really an irrelevant question?
I will say, I will say probably 70%.
So 70% of your friends that are happily with children in marriages lead with vulnerability.
Now they are. But they had their share of fuck niggas. So like the experiences of niggas dogging them out or them not being happy or feeling abused and like just really having bad breakups, they've gone through that shit.
And it didn't break their spirit. 70% of them still believe in love and still being feminine and vulnerable.
They continued on and I mean I do, for most of my friend group, we do have a healthy way of communicating and talking about. I'm not the friend that's gonna let you say put it all on the nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Like we gonna discuss, okay, yeah, it's fucked up, it hurt, all that. But what did you learn? Like, at what point did you realize or didn't realize that this shit was, it was time to let it go, right? And not that I'm not gonna be the friend like, oh girl, leave that nigga alone and don't fuck with him no more. But every time, and it's the same thing with me. When I go to my friends with an issue, they're gonna, okay, so what were you expecting him to say? What are your expectations? Have you verbalized your expectations? Have you given him an opportunity to meet those expectations? Like, we're gonna have a conversation about it. It's not gonna be focused on.
I'm sorry, like what age? Because this is, well, obviously this is younger guys I'm dealing with. Like what age group would you estimate this to be?
This has been since we were in our 20s, but we're in our, mid to late 30s now.
All right. So because I probably would need, we would need your son on here. Because from what I've been hearing, I'm not hearing no homegirls lace their other girls with wisdom. Mostly what I'm hearing is other girls are sabotaging their girls' relationships, giving them bad advice, trying to make them be in their situation, or trying to make them squeeze the most out of their situation to exploit their relationships. So in other words, like my guys that I'm working with in training, these guys are in college, and when they speak on their relationship game, it's just foreign to me. Because first of all, it's like, in order to get a girl, you got to have at least 10,000 followers. I'm like, what the fuck you mean by that? And he's showing me everything on Facebook and all these different type of friends. And if you have a blue check, it's amazing how you have to pretend 6,000 people to start getting responses from so many people. Like the dating game is so warped and messed up for the younger generation.
Well, yeah, but younger and older. Now, first off, that has always been a thing. That has always been a narrative anyway.
But see, this is new to me. I mean, like I don't understand. That's why I have to ask these questions. I gotta.
So I'll put it to you like this: in high school, because I've always been like this. I don't know no other way to be. Like I've always been like this. My friends have always been like this, which is why I've always had a small friend group. We didn't fuck with everybody. It was only 4 of us in middle school through high school, and then I had, I gained some different friendships, a little later in life. But we had girls in high school that was on the fucking the nigga on the side and, talking shit. Oh, he was being on some messy shit, But,
so these females exist in your world, in your city, in your state.
Years ago, they existed. Now, not
but they don't exist anymore to this
I've
day.
been in close proximity with them, right? Even with my homegirl. So when I was dealing with, the crazy thing is, I met him when I was out at the club with my homegirl's cousin. So it was my homegirl that I was actually cool with. The cousin, she wasn't available to go out with her. She asked me to go out with her that night. But she actually had a nigga that we went out with. So she was going out with her dude. She wanted me to go out because her side nigga was going to be there, right? So she wanted me to be there so she can kind of get away from her dude, kind of set up plans, chit chat with him a little bit. So my dude ended up being his friend. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know she was dealing with the nigga. I didn't know that was the whole reason she wanted me to kind of be the wingman that night. But later on, I found out when she told me, like, oh, yeah, that nigga got money and this, that, and the third. So that was her pitch to me. Nigga got money. He got some bread. he's somebody out here. He want to fuck with you bad. He been asking about you, this, and the third. And the whole time I've never been into that. I don't give a fuck about none of that. My baby daddy, I didn't know he had money when I started messing with him. Like I don't care about shit like that. That's his money. It ain't got shit to do with me. So fast forward, me and him started talking or whatever. My homegirl, she was in a relationship with a dude, had a baby daddy, and then had another nigga on the side. I'm just not the person that can multitask like that. Me personally. I don't like that many niggas. Like, I really don't. Like, it's hard for me to find somebody I ain't gonna block after the second or third conversation because they just said some shit, throw me off. So I have definitely been exposed to that, but that's younger years. Even the two girls I'm talking about now, they're now married. So for me, it's not that I don't know that these people don't exist. I'm not sure if it's a phase that people go through when they're young and then they get older and mature. I've just always kind of been mature, always been selective about who I deal with, who I date. Even in those relationships, I wasn't telling people what they should do, but I'm like, girl, no, listen, you got to make it make sense to me. If you got a nigga that's committed to you, y'all in the household, he ain't putting his hands on you, he love your kids, he paying bills, this, that, and the third, you got to justify why you dealing with this bum ass nigga. I don't get it. What's going on? Well, he don't spend enough time, whatever. Okay, but if this nigga handling everything, how much time is he supposed to have available to spend with you? There's a trade-off. For all the things that he's providing, you got to know that comes with the sacrifice of time. That's who I've always been. I don't know if you on mute and talking. I don't know. Watcher?
Yeah, I was on mute talking. God damn it. How do you know I was talking?
I didn't know. I said, I don't know if you on mute talking.
I was. God damn it. Oh, fuck. No, what I was asking is like, so when you and your girls, y'all go out to these clubs, what's the makeup of the females that be in the clubs? Ain't no thoughts in the clubs. Ain't no like these boppers. Like to me, it's like I don't. Again, just like I'm out here in Arizona, like white people.
It's always some thoughts in the club. Come on now, it's the club.
Never met another racist white person. They have no clue what I'm talking about. I feel like I'm just pulling.
But I don't roll with thoughts. Not no outward thoughts. Anyway,
I would hope not, Amber. I'm just mean like if you were to go to the club, you and your married, well, obviously you wouldn't take 10 married girls to the club. Well, who knows? I can't speak to that. I don't know. You and your girls, y'all go out. How many? If y'all go to a club and there's 50 people or 50 other females in the club, are those females the same representation of the females that you interact with? Or these females are out there, they're wild, they're thought and scrapping in the car, fucking in the parking lot, drinking, whatever is going on.
It's been a while since I went out to a club. I do like bar and grills, happy hours and shit now. I don't really do the club no more.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'll say this. For me, I don't really want to be in an environment where motherfuckers is doing all of that, unless it's like a strip club or something, but other than that, I'm not trying to be in no club where motherfuckers is fighting in the parking lot and doing all that. Like, that's just not even my vibe. Like, I'm just too chill for that. I barely want to be out in public around people, let alone around the height of ratchetness. I don't really want to be bothered with that. Now, I can do it few and far between. Maybe if it's like a big event or something and, we all going out to turn up. Yeah, I can do it then. But it's been a while since I've done that. So I can't really even give no type of background on that.
I see.
I'm doing a comedy show or something like that. Something light. I'm not doing no damn club.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get an understanding, but all your anecdotals, they're like not in.
Yeah, I'm not on that scene. I can't even give you. Yeah, I'm not out here. I'm in the house.
I'm just trying to get the mindset, because going back to Bias, I don't know if he's still here, but he put that video up. Did he play it all or?
No, he didn't play it all. I mean, does the mindset exist? I'm gonna have to say, yeah. How prevalent it is, I do not know. I'm not sure if maybe people, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. One, I think people are getting into relationships with the wrong people for the wrong reasons.
That's human. I think that's human nature. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Especially in the beginning, in your 20s. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I think we're seeing it now with older people now, because it's so many people that are influenced by Instagram and Facebook. And, you know, I really believe in all of the shows of, you know, these big, you know, engagements and wedding and, you know, gender reveals. I think a lot of people are influenced more than they should be by what they see on social media. And it's driving people to feel like they have to get married or do certain things, or, you know, be with a nigga that's balling, you know, regardless as to what it costs, or get flued out. You know, now bitches is in their 40s and 50s talking about they getting flued out and shit, like weird shit like that.
Yeah, that's
like
a conversation. I don't want to get into those talking points, but yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Right. So I do believe that for the most part, these women and men were content until someone came with the rhetoric, hey, these niggas ain't appreciating you. These women is taking advantage. Right. So now it's like everybody, oh, these niggas ain't shit and these bitches ain't shit, but y'all claim to want to attract, like, these are the available people, right? If all the pool of available men ain't shit or going Dutch, like even that whole conversation, oh, who gonna pay for the first date? And like, I ain't gonna say I've had an instance, but I was younger and the dude was a little younger than me. I ain't had no business talking to his ass, no way. But because I always typically talk to people that's older than me. But for the most part, that ain't been my experience of no dude on some BS, don't want to pay. Like, I've never had issues with, hell, as a matter of fact, when me and him, I'm gonna say his name. I ain't trying to put his name out there. When me and him started messing around, like, it was, you want me to get the kids something to eat, pay for a sitter, like that stuff was offered. I ain't even have to ask. Like,
you think that's still happening today? On average?
Like, I don't know if it's still happening. I wouldn't be surprised if it ain't, because that was never my expectation that he had to pay for my sitter or feed.
No, I mean, right. But I mean, like, just that the quality of type of dude that is. Do you think that at that time it was happening, was that 50% or 25% of the men? Just real quick, ballpark.
Oh, at that time?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that was. It was happening for a few people, but most people, no, it wasn't happening for them.
So what percentage? Just give me a percentage. You think of guys that was
maybe 25% of guys would do that.
25 of the guys were treating, caking, or appreciating a woman to that degree. All right, now 2022. What percentage of guys do you think are doing that? More or less, or about the same?
I think it depends on the woman.
Obviously, but just percentage in the nation of those guys out there,
or more, the same or more.
The same or more. Okay, now
even though niggas saying they ain't doing it, the same or more.
Of course. That's why I always give them plus or minus 5. You know, but let's flip it now. Back then, how many females you think were able to do that? And I say able, understanding that a lot of them weren't in the financial position to the
able
numbers
to
that they're
do
today.
What?
To reciprocate the appreciation to their man in the manner that your guy was willing to do for you.
Able or willing?
That's a very good question. And the reason why I said able, because I understand that there's more women with money today than there was then. So maybe, well, shit, willing is, yeah, that's a very flowery, optimistic type of word to use. because everyone would like to believe they're willing to do something for someone.
No, truth be told, it's a lot of women that will blatantly say that they're not willing to do that.
Yeah, you know what?
Blatantly.
Tell me more about these women.
So I've been in some Facebook groups, right? And got kicked out of them. So it was a lot of I've been in a few kind of like adult conversation relationship groups where, and again, I say cap, I believe it's cap because you can't have all of these dynamics going on at the same time. At one instance, you say niggas ain't shit. They just living off. You'll have this woman. I took care of this nigga, this, that, and the third. Blah, skippy, woo, woo. I did everything for him. He ain't even have a job, and he was driving my car.
Wait. What does that mean? She took care of him. So like, I didn't have a job, didn't have a car.
Moved in with her. She was paying the bills, holding them down.
Okay, hold on. So a woman moves in a guy with no job or a car.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't sound like wise decisions, but she did it out of love or
desperation is what I call it. Right?
Oh, okay, desperation. How many women are doing this?
Of women that feel like they need a man. Like,
how many women are doing it? Is this a normal, natural thing or a reoccurring, or what am I trying to say? Is this a prevalent thing?
It is. I don't know how true it is, but I've never heard a woman say when something ended, damn, I fucked that up. That nigga was a good nigga. It's always, I did everything. I was paying for everything. I was covering everything. I'm not sure if these is just,
how many women really, how many women do you know hold themselves accountable? Like, yeah, I really blew that shit up. Yeah, I fucked with his homeboy. I know I shouldn't have did it. Like, I've heard you be up front. I mean, I remember when we first got on, we were all being up front saying how we done fucked off a good situation before. You know what I mean? So it's like, but realistically, how many women, maybe it's just that face group, but would just be, you know what, I did fuck this off. Yeah, I shouldn't have had a baby by this other random nigga. Or you know what, I shouldn't have fucked his brother. Like, how many women are holding themselves accountable? Who are really going to do that?
Outside of my group, when I look at other people and the shit that they say online in groups, Facebook friends, those who who have had breakups or are going through a breakup, because there's a few of them on my time. Well, they was on my timeline. I followed their ass. I can't do that shit every day. But zero. I say zero. Like,
wow.
It's always, I know my worth now. Never again. I'm focusing on me and my kids, and the typical rhetoric.
That sounds like cap.
Huh?
That sounds like cap. They moving the nigga in as they typing it.
And for me, that's like pretty much what it boils down to. So I don't know. It's a lot of stuff being said, but then it's like his side, her side, but what's the truth? He say he was doing this, he was doing that. She say the nigga wasn't doing shit. I was taking care of everything. And then somewhere in the middle is the truth. Like,
why is that always a thing? It's like, okay, you get with a dude who you have to do all his tasks and responsibilities, and then on the exit you want to throw up that you were doing all his tasks and responsibilities, as if you doing his tasks and responsibilities. But I don't understand when they say I did all the cooking, or they don't cook. I'm sorry, they don't want to say that. What did they say? I paid all the bills, or
I cooked, I cleaned, I had my own car, my own house.
Okay,
my own money.
Who brags about cooking and cleaning anymore? See, that's probably I gotta
or
make
own
my
house,
little
own
podcast.
money. Like, see, to me, this is the shit. Like, but again, I think now I will say I think women are delusional in the sense, and this is something I've seen play out time and time again. Men will be like, "What do you bring to the table?"
I am the table.
I cook, I clean, I got my own money, own house, own car, and in my mind, baby, you're an adult. Fuck is you talking about? What? Of course, like you're a whole adult. Who else supposed to do that shit for you?
What'd you say, Unbiased?
Okay, now, So what Kevin Samuel said, which is true, is like, yo, the average foreigner comes over here the first week to do all that shit. And is willing to do all that. I mean, like, that's not something to bring to the table, because that's look, on the reverse side, women say, what can you bring to the table? We can say security, protection, all this goofy shit, right?
Yeah,
That's any
exactly.
nigga.
Exactly. It's any nigga, and then who do I need protection from? Like, who?
Right, and why I don't, right, to be honest, the average dude don't want somebody cooking everything. We want to go to Chipotle. We want to do all this shit because the average. I mean, what's the likeliness of her cooking better than these restaurants? Like, what's the likeliness of that? But if she cook, that don't mean it's actually delicious. You know, sucking your finger type shit. Like, nah, don't it? Like, and most likely she probably good at one thing. You dig? Like macaroni, cheese, and collard greens. That's about it. She's like, yeah, when I'm in the mood for that, get that.
And the thing is, for me,
Can I say something? I fucked up, I think, my situation because I never was seeking a woman to do duties for me. Because most of the time, high school, college, living in dorms and stuff, roommates, culinary art, like I learned how to cook, always cleaned up after myself. So all those type of things, even when you get in a relationship, like maybe I was a sucker. I should have been looking for someone to be my maid type shit, but I never was looking for that type of shit. So even when we started moving in and I was going to make me something to eat or she was going to make, we would ask once or twice, but after that we recognized we ain't got to cook for each other. You going to make something, you got to make something. Now we got this kid, it's different now, you know what I mean? But it never, and it's funny to me because I look at other people, they expect their wife to be doing this and that and her girlfriend to do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, maybe I fucked up. I should have came with some rules in the beginning because it's like I don't want to say it's a partnership, but it's that true IKEA. We started out young and 20 years later, you know what I mean, everything done grew, but ain't no outside like the real gender roles type shit. You being a woman and me being a man, but it ain't no ironing my clothes and all that shit. Go ahead, Elias.
No, I'm just co-signing. That's what ad-libbing.
Oh,
but I mean, to be perfectly honest, so that's one of the things, like from the very beginning, I have always been vocal. I can cook, but I don't like to. Now he can't cook, period. Like, it's not nothing he ever really learned how to do. He can order the fuck out of some food. And because he's always been kind of, you know, he not anymore, but he was a street dude, so he didn't really have time to be sitting down, you know, for me to be cooking no meals. So I will do breakfast or something like that, but man, we finna order dinner and pick that up and it'll be at the house, you know, whatever. So
yeah, I think that statement's overrated. I think what we're really trying to say is a woman who can like really like a low key chef that can really put some shit together that's like different. And when men say cook, when we say cook, we're talking about that. We're talking about somebody who really puts it together. Because
bro,
if you ain't no better than me,
15% of the population.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So it's like really unrealistic to be asking for that because you ain't, you know, she might like to cook, but that don't mean it's going to be, you know, licking your fingers type good.
It depends on the man too, though. Like, I think I would not even care about like really throwing down in the kitchen because this nigga don't give a fuck. Like, he don't. You ask him his favorite food, he don't have one. Like, he don't give a fuck. He eat to sustain himself.
Hold on, objection. Don't forget, we be in the locker rooms, we be in the barbershops, we have these conversations. These are not foreign conversations. Now, some guys don't mind oodles and noodles and tuna fish. You dig? They would eat it. You make it, they'll eat it. There's some guys I got a boy hard ball with. You dig? They kicked my ass in horse yesterday. He will eat. He ain't picky at all, but he knows good quality food though. He'll settle for some bullshit, but he knows quality food.
I'm not saying that he don't know quality food. What I'm saying is he literally don't give a fuck long as he eat. So if we had to eat out
Wait. So let me just give you a reverse analogy with the sexes. So that's like saying a man that don't care about that woman looking pretty and dressed sexy, smelling good, eats with a fuck. Yes, you have some men out there. They just want the pussy. You dig? Other men want the women to look a certain way, smell a certain way. Some men just look, man, I'm just appreciative of what I got, and I fuck it, fuck all that. You know, yeah. So some men will settle, and to Kevin Samuel's point, that some women will be like, all right, well, shit, since he ain't really picky, fuck, I'm just gonna keep making him grilled cheese. But low key, that nigga really ain't that satisfied.
Facts. Sometimes you want a nigga to get a steak or order that motherfucking steak.
Well, I'm gonna say this. For me, like, because I hate to cook, it got to be something I really know that you like and appreciate. For me to
Of
even
course,
put
and that's
forth
what
the
I,
effort.
that's all I was saying. Like for,
Right.
for women who think
So,
they could just, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if he really loves something that I make, he gonna have to let me know that, right? So him not having no reaction to food, for me, it's like, baby, listen, I'm not gonna go through all of that.
Yeah.
Now, I ain't never cooked him no dinner
Make
or
his
nothing
ass
like
lose
that.
and tuna fish. Shoot his
It's
ass.
literally only been breakfast food. Like, because again, we always ordered dinner or went out to eat. So I've never cooked no, verified meal, nothing like that for him. So who knows if he'll really like it, if it'll just be all right or whatever.
Right.
I do not
Because
know.
there's so many DoorDash, Uber Eats, and restaurants. There's so much shit. You know, like you really, in 2022, you really don't need a woman that's a chef, to be honest.
Exactly. Even hell, in 2008, he didn't need that. He didn't care to have it. So that's always been a draw for me because, I mean, like, at the end of the day, if nothing else, I know we never gonna have an argument over why I ain't cook. If anything, he gonna call what I'm bringing home. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, when I'm in the mood to cook.
So
let me highlight this. It's a benefit if my woman can cook. It is a benefit to the household, to the family, the financial budget, everything. However, if she don't like to cook, or if she don't want to cook, and I love her, she ain't fucking cooking.
Right.
Point blank. She ain't cooking. I ain't asking her to cook. That's just, it's gonna have to be compensated in other areas and other ways. But I mean, like, if you're trying to be with something, there's something that you have to be willing to concede on. That's the compromise.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're trying to make it work, you gotta lower your standards if you're trying to make it work.
Right. That's a great point.
Want to make it work.
Right. Yep.
But I have some friends. I have some friends who they set it up where the guy expects it and they're tired. Like, they hate it. He never cooked, this, and the third. Now they still happy in their little relationships or whatever. But that is a point of contention for them. And it's so much so where it's the expectation that they do it that they don't even know how to say that they don't want to do it. And I've never, like, I literally
you don't want to suck my dick, don't suck my dick. If you don't want to cook for me, don't cook for me. I know the difference when you're doing something you don't want to do.
Right. Yeah. That's a fact. When you playing around, I'm gonna tell you, I don't want it. Don't do it.
But see, here's the thing: where you say most guys settle. Now, I'm not sure if they could taste the difference. Oh, she didn't feel like cooking tonight, and I could taste it. Like, I don't know if they could taste the difference. But what I know is the anxiety that they kind of express, like the frustration, kind of overwhelmed. You can hear it. You know, like, now I gotta do this.
Agree.
Like, for me, I never wanted to be in that situation. So I've always made it very clear. It was almost something like, there's been instances where I could have cooked him dinner, but I didn't feel like it. Like,
modern women were recognizing that they're lazy.
But some women believe, like, he want dinner, I gotta cook something. Like that's their duty. Right. I want it to be very clear, like, no, I don't feel like it. And I want you to get used to me not doing shit when I don't feel like doing it. Because it's gonna be
all right, so look.
Go ahead.
So since we're dealing with personal experiences, right? Then let me add this. I only eat one time a day when I got cooked for myself, right? When I have a significant other, a little lady friend, I'm really hungry throughout the day. So as long as there's food there, I'm gonna eat. And then I'll probably gain some real weight. So that's the difference. Like when it's cooking for myself, so a lot of times I wake up, I will like, you know, some brown eggs, some turkey bacon, and grits right there before I go to the gym. I would like that. Yeah. I would like to eat before I leave the house, you know, all together every time. But when you by yourself, you say, buy a cup of coffee, you dig, that'll work. Yeah, so I would prefer to eat all the time.
But you're saying that since you don't have that, you settle, you're compromising.
Yeah.
Amber, what you said earlier, I think a man may not notice the difference in the taste, but he'll notice like, oh, she didn't make a salad with the spaghetti. Or, oh, there's no garlic bread. Or, oh, I got to get up and get the salad dressing myself. She must be pissed. Let me order something next weekend. There's certain things that a woman will do. And if you really fucking care, you got to pay attention. Otherwise, you're neglecting it or your focus is elsewhere. And when they're doing those little passive-aggressive, subtle things, they try to let you know they're getting tired of cooking or they need a break instead of verbalizing it. And then that's where the resentment builds in. You got to mature and speak it out. And then also you got to be able to see the signs if you really care about your woman. It's a lot of fucking compromise. I know it seems simple. I'm like, well, why I got to say this? It's something that we all know. But I feel like if these statistics about relationships breaking up, maybe it ain't something we know.
Yeah, no, I'm really realizing like it's a lot of, and I think women do it in general, but I know I probably do it like, cause even my friends, they be like, girl, just say something like it. Like I'm like, no, he know what he doing. He know. Like in my mind, it's common sense. Like, of course, I'm upset about this thing that you did. Like, of course, like so me, I can joke around and shit, right? I got a great sense of humor. But I'm also one of them people like, if you keep joking about the same thing in a minute, I'm like, now what's to this shit? Like, you know,
mean something by it.
You mean something by it. Now, I may not say that though. I'ma just make up my mind. You mean something by this shit, right? So the next time you bring it up, I'm going in. He be like, whoa, like what just happened?
Yeah, I done
But
been in
I'm
that
realizing
situation.
now, like, okay, my train of thought ain't necessarily his train of thought. But same way, he could say something and I could make a joke and he'd be like, why you getting mad? Nigga, I wasn't getting mad. It was a joke. Like, the fuck? Like, I was joking. And he's like, oh, you know, you always getting mad about something. Like, no, I'm not. Like, so now I'm finna get mad because you saying I'm mad and I'm not mad. Like, fuck is you talking about?
Yeah. So this is just a generic statement, right? It's don't apply to anybody on the phone in the chat. Like, I believe communication needs to be clear. I believe the rules, the do's and the don'ts need to be clear. So when I'm dating, I ask a lot of questions, right? So I want to know what's law, what's up for interpretation, you dig, all that, and I'm going to hold you to the law of the relationship, you dig. So how are we doing this? All right. When you go, you call, you know, this is not the first date, of course. The first date you just under the radar. But as things progressively build, these are conversations I put on the table and I take serious. And I say, all right, you know, going for it, because you know what I mean, we've been dating for like 2-3 months, getting kind of serious, we only be around, all right. It looked like we're doing something with this. Like, you know, let me know if we're not. All right, but if we are doing something with it, so let's start putting some guidelines, some laws, restrictive orders, all that general orders, all that. So now it's like it's not much to argue because we can look at the letter of the law and say, okay, you say I ain't call you, I'm playing ball, but what did we agree to? When I'm playing ball, I got this little gap right here. Because like when I play ball, it's usually in the morning. Okay, so if I'm playing ball from 9, then my gap is, you might say 12 or 1 later. Fine. So don't expect me to call you more than one time between that time. Because of course I'm going to lose or win. I got time to text real fast. That's about it. Most times when I lose or win, I'm talking to the fellas. You dig? So don't get upset if you don't get a call between those balling hours. You dig? And same thing vice versa. If she's with her friends doing so-and-so, so-and-so, and they're busy, then I might just text, say, "Hey, hello, I'm here. You there?" Text back, but I'm not really expecting text back. So it's a reference book, it's a reference guide we can refer to when things get tense, and like that. That's pretty much how I like to do stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, like I've never been so we once we establish like our rhythm, then I'm pretty chill. I don't really be watching the clock like, oh, it's been 2 hours. This nigga ain't called me back. He said he was gonna call me. Like, one thing about it, he's always been very busy, and when he working. Like, we could talk while he working, but when he feel like he got to focus on something, or he going to a new location because he drive trucks now, he be like, all right, let me call you back. Let me call the job and see this, that, and the third. Okay, all right. When all right, I got to go. I'm finna do this, that, and the third. Okay, whatever. And I've always been like that. Oh, I got to make this run. I'll be back. Okay, cool. No problem. I'm not finna call you and be like, when you coming back, or you been gone for 2-3 hours. Like, I'm not gonna do that. He used to go, I would go to his house. He'll go gambling out with his friends. I'm at the crib chilling. Like, and I'm not gonna ask you when you coming in. Like, I'm not
So
gonna
are
be
you
waking
gonna
up like,
internalize it? The
no.
insecurities?
No. Like, I be chilling. Like,
that builds up though after a while.
No, it don't.
It don't?
No. Well, one, he's never been disrespectful. Like,
Right.
3-4 hours gambling, that's not no big deal to me. It ain't like he coming in 6 o'clock in the morning. The nigga might come in 1 o'clock. Shit, if we would have went to the club, that would have been the time we was coming in any fucking way. I'm not in my mind going to, oh, he out fucking bitches. Like, truth be told, and I think I've said this before, that's not really like nothing I be concerned or worried about or threatened by. Like, I'm just one of them people that just because you have intercourse with somebody don't mean you're attached. Now, if I find out, I'm more likely to be hurt by other shit. Like, y'all sitting on the phone talking and doing all that. You going to smash and dash and shit, that don't really bother me. But you being intimate and having certain conversations with her, like, that's more of a hurt to me than anything. Like, because he don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you comfortable, you like this bitch. Like, you really like her. You talking to her about all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, just fucking hell. He a street nigga. He used to getting pussy. Like, that ain't no big thing. I mean, honestly, I think he probably tired of pussy at this point. Like, he done had so much in his lifetime. At the end of the day, he like, shit, that ain't no big, he done had enough of it, ain't no big thing to him no more. So that ain't even like no issue. But even back then, it was not no problem for me. Like, I wasn't focused on that. To me, that's your business. I didn't even consider us to be in no committed relationship. Now, I come to find out years later, he did. But I'm one of them people, if you don't communicate we're in a relationship, we're not in a relationship. Like, I'm not finna assume because we're around each other every day, all day, that, we together and we're committed.
Hey,
I
if
may
we
commit
kicking it,
to you. I may be committed to you, but I'm not, this is a choice. It ain't like we've sat down and agreed on this. You know what I'm saying? I'm
yeah,
choosing this. It's just how I operate, but I'm not obligated to just fuck with you.
Yeah, so you'll commit, but you ain't gonna submit. Joke.
You're committed. You're not going to submit. No, when you got quiet, you thought about it.
No, I did.
She got quiet. She like,
I was finna say
you about
something
right.
slick. I was finna say something slick back, and then I was like, I'm not finna entertain watching. We're not finna have this debate all over again. But
I'm joking. I'm an asshole. I have to say.
But I mean, I agree with the certain boundaries and establishing expectations and all of that. But see, I don't know if you all have heard about different attachment styles.
Go ahead. Let me hear it.
Different what?
Attachment styles.
Shit.
Like your attachment styles and how you form relationships.
Let's break some down.
Like
psychology.
Blackology.
No, it's not blackology. It's psychology.
Cosmology.
So
Cosmetology.
in psychology, they have determined that there are 4 attachment styles.
Oh,
that
I'm familiar.
how people attach themselves based off of their childhood experiences. So you can have a secure attachment style, you can have a dismissive avoidant attachment style, you can have a fearful avoidant attachment style, and you can have a I think it's
Anxious
avoidant, or and I think it's an anxious avoidant attachment style. So based off the test I took, I'm a secure attachment. I asked him to take the test. He didn't want to take the test, but I can tell you what attachment style he is. He's a
Fearful.
dismissive avoidant. No, he's a dismissive avoidant. So with that, and a lot of men are, to be perfectly honest, if you consider childhood and especially the way boys are reared in society, it makes a lot of sense. Well, black men anyway. But for dismissive avoidance, they're not really vulnerable. They don't really open up. It's actually kind of fucked up for them when people attach themselves to them, like, or they feel like kind of trapped into something. It's like really uncomfortable for them. So like having conversations about stuff like that, like we just really started being able to have like real good conversations, because I'm like, okay, what's your expectations for this relationship? I don't know. Fuck you mean you don't know? So then I'm like, so you don't know? No, I don't know. So in my mind, oh nigga, you know, you just ain't gonna say shit. So later he comes to me and tell me, he like, you be asking me stuff and it's like it make my head hurt. I'm like, so why you got a headache? He like, cause it's like overwhelming. Like you be wanting me to be like Johnny on the spot with my feelings, and then you get mad because that's how you communicate, and everybody don't think it communicate like you. Like it ain't, I don't know in the moment because I haven't really like laid it out and thought about it like the way you think about stuff. Your mind constantly going. He like, just give me some time. You be getting frustrated. So in my mind, you got a method and a way of doing every fucking thing. Of course you've thought about it. Now you may think I'm going to be upset about your response, and that's why I feel like you're holding back, but you've definitely thought about it. So come to find out, yes, he's thought about it, and no, it ain't he gonna be upset by my response, but it's just like me bringing that up and like even making him face something he's actually already thought about just internally, like made him shut down. Like, I don't know, and I don't want to talk about that. Like it was kind of too vulnerable for him. He had to come around to wanting to have that conversation.
Is that hereditary, or is that based on like the way you're raised? Like, does his son?
It's typically based on the way you're raised.
Like, does his son show any similar traits or characteristic similarities?
Actually, he said all his kids do.
So all his kids had the same sort of, what is it, attachments? Wow.
Yeah, but I think it's partially probably because that's the way he's the same way with everybody. Like, I think he's influencing their attachment style. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he's not really showing affection, not like I love you. Like he thinks it's so, he be tickled when Cam come around, my youngest son. Because my youngest son, he will tell you he love you all day long. He give me 1,000,000 kisses a day. I love you, mom. I love you too, son. Kiss, kiss, kiss. He like, oh, look at y'all. But he don't know how to do that. Like, he can do it occasionally, but his way of showing love is like gift giving. Or, you know, kind of picking on you. So he might say, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's
That's
not.
how I move. My daughter taught me how to. You got to have a daughter. I think daughters do that too. Teach you how to express it appropriately. But
Well,
yeah, I was
they
call it negging.
Yeah, he has girls, but even with them, like it's been some situations. I'm like, now why you say that to her? He's like, what? He's like, everybody, because I told him, I said, you can be really abrasive and kind of a jerk, like the way you say shit sometimes. And he was like, well, I mean, he's like, you know what? People been telling me that like all my life. I said, yes. He was like, so maybe it ain't. I just always thought they were sensitive, but maybe it's some truth to it. I say, yeah, you have to think about the way you say things, because the way people can deliver stuff to you and you feel like you are impenetrable and you could take it and it ain't that bad, but you got to consider, and not everybody like that. Some people going to internalize it, and especially if you got girls and you used to joking and your little flat booty self, but for a young woman, those things can really shape her perception of herself. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that
so
can destroy her.
Careful with stuff like that. And he's like, well, I wasn't saying I told her but you can't do that. Like, you're that.
Yeah. So she's gonna be seeking validation from guys.
You looking at it like you just picking on her and she should know better. But what I'm saying is she may not. You understand? Like,
he can traumatize her, and now she's running around hoping that guys notice her booty. And as soon as they do, you got to be careful with that. Yeah, because I know I ain't shit.
Or your little big forehead self. And like, oh, you got a cute forehead, but you just called it big. How's big?
She got a complex.
You know
always
what I'm saying?
wearing hats. I want bangs.
Yeah. I mean, but I understand it. I get it. Like, because he pick at my nose. He like, your little bitty nose. I'm like, my nose is the right size for my face. He's like, man, that thing little. He like, it's cute though. And I know he means well, but I'm like, child, listen.
That's called nagging. Are you familiar with that? Yeah, look that up. Nagging. To nag someone. It's a form of leveling, but also flattering or flirting. To nag someone.
Nag.
Yeah.
Do you know your attachment style since you heard of them?
Yeah, I thought I was avoidance, but shit, I guess I'm secure. Or maybe I developed or evolved to more secure.
You can evolve. Yeah, you can evolve.
I had to evolve because I was very dismissive of people and avoided a lot. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, true. I think he's evolving to a more secure. So they say it's a lot of people. Ooh, when I say they hate them dismissive avoidance, it's been some people that's been heartbroken. But I have a inkling that they're probably fearful avoidant or anxious avoidant attachment styles, and they probably got with a dismissive avoidant, and they wasn't secure enough in themselves, and they kind of fucked up their self-esteem even more. Because for me, like, I'm secure, and don't get me wrong, this shit been trying on my patience and my nerves, but at the same time, it's not like I haven't been through nothing where it's like because I can be a little avoidant too, because I have abandonment issues. I can cut people off and shut down, and but I'm more secure throughout most of my relationships, as far as friendships, familiar relationships. I have a pretty secure attachment style. I can be, dismissive, avoidant when triggered by certain shit. But at the end of the day, like, for me, I'm like, well, damn, I think I'm having an impact on his ass. Because he's not as fucked up as he used to be. And I ain't gonna say fucked up, because that's actually one of the internal insecurities that they have, that they're fucked up, unworthy, and so I ain't gonna say fucked up, because that's how he described himself. But then again, I think it's some ways where I'm fucked up, like, and I know it, but I'm trying to work on it. Like, ooh, wait, girl, you is a lot, honey.
Wow. Wow. Nagging, derived from negative feedbacks, an act of emotional manipulation where a person makes a deliberate or backhanded compliment or otherwise flirtatious remark to another person to undermine their confidence and increase their need of the manipulator's approval. What is some example of nagging? To give a backhanded compliment. When people compare you to other people, they insult you under the guise of constructive criticism. They always one up you. They disguise insults as questions. They're always just joking. When you call them out on it, they make you feel sorry for voicing concerns. What to do? Or how do you tell if a guy's negging you? What does negging look like? Urban Dictionary. Yeah, something to check out. But a lot of times people do it as a gaslighting, but then some people do it as a flirting and just teasing. So you got to really question their motive behind it.
Yeah.
Are they trying to holler at you and get you to like them, or to flirt with you, get you to say, shut up, leave me alone? Or are they trying to psychologically break you down, drive you crazy?
But then I typically do it back when I get annoyed. So
yeah. So you just probably just respond to reflect the energy. So if it's negative, then you respect negative. If they're flirting, then you flirt back.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what we're doing, then let's do it.
But it's a subconscious thing. Like, then it happens. Like, I'm very susceptible to it. Like, I remember, at least when I was younger, I'd be in the classroom and I consider myself somewhat intelligent, but I'd make a mistake and someone or a girl would point it out. Then I feel like I'm obligated to show her how smart I am. I have to one up her. It's like, and I would just go all year trying to prove myself to her, but that was part of her little plan. And then I ended up dating that damn girl, or I end up giving her all the attention that she wanted. So it's little passive. Go ahead.
How I do, if you do it and I say it's a problem. So he calls me like my mom, like the little version of her. And I'm no, we're not gonna do that. That's not it. And then he's like, no, you look just like her. No, but we're not gonna do that.
Oh
So
shit.
it got to the point where he was like, why do you get so mad? I said, because I don't like when you call me that. And he's like, that's your mom. I said, I don't care. I'm Amber. She's who she is. Like, cut it the fuck out. And he like, you seriously don't like? No, I seriously do not like it. He like, okay, I won't do it no more. Now, it was an instance where he did it, and I do believe he did it by accident, but I call him something that he don't like me to call him. So he like, I told you to do. I say, right, and you just called me, and I told you I don't like that. And he like, well, why didn't you just say that? But why it always got to be a tit for tat thing? I said, well, it ain't a tit for tat thing. Same way he's like, but the difference is I genuinely did it by accident. You're doing it as a learning lesson. I say, yes, because I want you to take more care. I asked you not to do it, so take more care and be a little more cognizant. Like, that's it.
Yeah, see that? Yeah. You see,
Now,
I understand that.
I'm tit for tat. I'm.
Oh yeah, you
I'm not
petty.
gonna. Yeah, very petty. Yes.
No free
I be
blows.
waiting on the moment. I'm trying to grow up and be grown, but I be waiting on the moment. I've learned not to argue points all the time. I'm gonna say what I say. I'm gonna let you take your stance, and I'm gonna wait for the opportunity to let you contradict yourself.
Yeah, that's one of the better ways to do it. That is the best way. Yeah.
I'm like, now remember when?
Yeah, let me run this back.
Remember when?
Oh, those are the best ones. Those are the best ones. The delayed validations. Yeah, I was holding that L, but here, let me go ahead and get this back to you.
Just, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna fall back and just shut up. I'm gonna let you have it because you swear up and down. Oh, it will be the same situation. Same thing. Okay. And I'm waiting on the opportunity because I know it's coming around.
See, I enjoy those moments because those are opportunities. How I look at it is for me to tighten my shit up, because she's not going to really call me out unless it's something that I'm just blatantly not aware of. She can tell the difference when I'm just bullshitting or I'm just trying to save face. But if I'm really fucking up, I'm out of character, or if I'm off my square, then she's going to call me out. And if you're not in a situation, or you guys don't have the boundaries or the power, freedom to
have the moment where you can call someone out or bring something to their attention and they got to eat that, even if they may not agree with it, at least eat it for that moment and then maybe come back later on with why, then it's hard to build, because we used to try to bring shit to each other's attention, but while we're doing it, then we're already trying to counter it or explain why it happened, just to not necessarily be right, but it was just something we always did with each other until we just came, you know what, whenever you bring something to my attention, sit with it for a while, or I'm going to hold it for a little bit to see where you're coming from, internalize it before I try to explain away or counter back, because sometimes she was right and I just didn't see it from my point of view. Or like when you're saying it, like you're talking to your dude and your perception is one way, but theirs is completely different.
Like I'll say he getting better at sitting with it. Like, to a degree, I've always been good at that. Like, one of my flaws is I expect, respect, and damn near demand harsh criticism. Give it to me straight. I don't want all that. Don't chase it. Don't do it. Just be straight up. You know, the beating around the bush, be direct. I don't worry about my hurt feelings. I can deal with my feelings. So for me, he can criticize and I'm like, okay, yeah. If it's something that, because I'm very much aware of the shit that I do and where I'm flawed or fucked up at, right? So if it's valid, I'm not finna argue that. But what I'm not gonna let you do is put something on me that, no, that's not what I was doing when I said that. And you're not gonna convince me it is, you was, no. Now I can explain to you exactly what I was doing and why, but you're not gonna tell me that that's what I was doing. Now the difference is, so we had got into a whole argument about, we keep it wasn't even a need to rehash it. It was another situation. He said he didn't understand while I was upset. I went back, found out later on from like my family member that he actually did tell me something that I thought he didn't tell me years ago. She said, I remember you actually telling me that story years ago. Yeah, he told you that shit. And I had been arguing with him that, no, I just found out in 2019, you never told me that because it would have been a problem and this and the third. And he like, I swear I told you that shit. But his memory be fucked up. He like, but you the one got the better memory. So he ain't really argued. He deferred that he never told me, right? Even though he's like, I could have sworn I did. So I went back. I was like, oh, you know what? You was right. My cousin confirmed that you must have told me because she been knew about it. And he was like, see, I told you. So he's like, oh, yeah, I'm rubbing this shit in, this, that, and the third. Now, no, there's been some things that I have brought up to him that he just wanted me to drop. He didn't want to discuss it. Blah, blah, skippy, woo, woo. I said, you sure you want to do that? You don't want to take your win gracefully? No, I want to savor this moment. I can't. I'm gonna rub it in. This and that. I said, okay.
Shit.
So I had already told my cousin she was like, you gonna go back and tell him? I said, yeah, because I'm just honest like that. I'm gonna go back and tell him he was right. I said, but I already know he gonna try to gloat, and that's gonna open up the door for the other conversation I want to motherfucking have. So she was like, girl, don't be petty like that. I said, oh, I'm gonna have to. So when he brought it up, I said, okay. I said, so you ready? And he was like, wait. I said, so since you want to open up that door, since you want to talk about people being right, can you concede now that I was right about the whole your boy situation that led to you serving that 8 years? Why the fuck would you bring up some petty? See, you just take shit too far and this, that, and the third and blah, blah. So he got real irate and irritated. I said, well, I'm just saying, like, I can admit when I'm wrong. You have a hard time admitting that. No, one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other. And you're just acting like what I did was so wrong. I'm the one that served this time behind bars. And he went on a whole tangent. So I went the fuck off. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna even repeat all the shit I said and I hung up. So we talked the next day and he was like, you just couldn't let me have my moment. You know, you love to be right all the time and this and the third, and you just had to find a way for you to be right eventually. And I said, no, that's not why I said that. I said, you always want some shit to be dropped and moved beyond when it comes to you. But if it's a situation where I'm wrong, you want to talk about it, you want to revisit it, you want to have bullet points, you want like I don't understand. I said, and I'm supposed to just be quiet, even though my shit was some little shit. Your shit is major shit. He's like, well, so he tried to save face. He said, well, I don't understand. You act like we had all this stuff together and properties and stuff and that really affected you and you. I was like, okay. I said, so I don't supposed to be affected? You always talk about how long we've been in this shit, what we have, and I don't supposed to be affected by your time behind bars? I ain't saying that. But I'm saying, I said, okay, don't worry about it. So the next day, I was smoking a cigarette. And he's like, you smoking them all fucking cancer sticks and this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, skippy woo woo. I said, oh, I said, you didn't tell me to quit, huh? And he was like, hell yeah, I hate you do that stupid shit. Yeah, you smoking them cancer sticks. I said, if I find out tomorrow I got cancer, you be mad as fuck at me, ain't you? Yeah, because I've been told you to quit smoking that shit. And why would you even say something like that? I said, so you can understand how I feel then, because I had been told you not to fuck with that nigga, right? He just looked at me and he was like, you petty as hell. You always, I said, but it's the same situation. You tried to warn me about a fucked up outcome. You ain't the one that got it. You ain't got to deal with the cancer. But it would still fuck you up because you're trying to save me from a mistake you think I'm making, from some potential harm, right? Same way I was trying to do. I mean, is that not the same shit?
There's levels, but yeah, it's the same.
I mean, same concept, same principle, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, he just dropped that one in my lap. I wasn't even expecting that one. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be like, oof, huh?
I said, where I'm biased at? He got him a relationship?
I don't know.
Nah, I'm on hold for just a couple seconds. That's all.
Bias probably got a few of them. Shit.
You got him circling?
Oh yeah, the other night I said I'm gonna save the joke because I'm not gonna do it today. But when he was, I hate rats. I started to put in the chat, unless they hood rats, you love them motherfuckers. Talking about you hate rats, nigga. You love them hood rats. Shit, that's your words, not mine.
Man,
like this.
I could not do it. I don't know how y'all do the dating and the meeting and the. I don't know. It's too wild.
I mean, truth be told, I don't do no dating and meeting and all of that. Like,
right. Like, how would you date and meet someone new? It seems like the only way you'd be able to meet or date someone is someone like you may have known it back in the day type shit nowadays. Like, I've seen so many of these This Is Murder and these true crime documentaries and these crazy people, or just people who be full of shit. You meet a girl you really like and she ended up having 2 or 3 kids. Or you meet a dude and he has a whole family and marriage and a wife and shit. Like, yeah,
I'm
no idea. No idea.
That last baby daddy slid in between, I was with him and then, but that nigga, oof, I wasn't expecting that. That nigga was a certified stalker. I wasn't expecting that. That nigga to turn me off. No, these niggas is crazy. They don't know how to leave shit alone when it's time to leave it alone. Like,
Like, show up at your house and have never been invited to your house. Didn't even know where they live type shit.
Like, for real. But the crazy thing is, I thought about it like the other day. I was like, God damn. Like, niggas wasn't as intense, but I've had a few motherfuckers slide down on me. Like, he used to do it, but, they always say the nigga that you really like and want, it don't matter when he do some, little crazy shit, but because he just slid down on me a few times. Nigga, where the fuck you come from? But when I think about it, I was like, I've had a few people slide down on me and I was confused. Like, nigga, we not even like that. The fuck is you doing here? Like, what's going on?
How you know where I live? You follow me? That's when I knew I was in trouble. Motherfuckers I don't even know. I met you at a park and now you showing up at my apartment door.
real.
Yeah, that's weird. Weird,
There's
weird,
some
weird.
shit real. Yeah, that's
Weird,
wild.
weird, weird.
Wow, I was like 19. I was like, oh shit. Females do this shit.
Yeah, that's why I hate when people kind of like say it like as a joke, like, oh no, you ain't had no real stalker, baby. Shit, that shit ain't funny for real.
No, it ain't. No, it
That
ain't.
shit is not funny. No, that why you don't do it, baby? Listen, when I say I will be hoping, like, no, I want him to find somebody so he can leave me the fuck alone.
Fact.
Like,
And they don't
and then
understand
he'll
when you
be
say
dealing
that.
with people and still stop. Like, why? Like, why these bitches ain't good enough? Like, I don't understand it. I'm just,
No, it's just multiple times and just delusion. It's just what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe it's a psychosis. Like,
it definitely is, because in their mind, they've told themselves in their mind, oh, you're just playing hard to get. You really want that. Like,
she told herself, this is the first time I've ever come over here. I'm like, no, this is your third time over here. Because the first 2 times I was by myself, and now I'm here with my girlfriend. What the fuck are you doing? Like, this crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, imagine if I would have done something. Like, I can see like what all my homies talking about, the bricks through the window and the slashing the tires and shit. And I'm like, okay, she was one of those. I would just, for whatever reason, was just always real busy and blew her off. So when I was being cool with her, I was never like, I was too busy to take advantage of her. Maybe
right.
That's honest. I was like too busy to take advantage of. But I can see how, like, if I was just
do a little more,
right, shit, just was a little less busy. You know what I mean? Like,
shit, I'd have been really fucked up because I let that bitch on.
Oh man, I led her all the way around. Man, it was just almost 30 minutes away. I'm not driving all the way over that. Damn, on the other side of town. We just went to the movies. Yeah, I can't pick you. So it was like I was always like, nah. And I guess time she wants to figure out where I was and follow me all the way to fuck home. And yeah. And that's why I feel bad for females. I'm like, imagine if a dude, like, I would have sucked me. I don't want to get violent, but I mean, like, I could have handled myself. But if it was the tables turned and she had inches and pounds on, oh my gosh, that shit would have been wild.
Yeah, I mean, but the funny thing is, now I'm not sure if my BD ever stalked him, but he got a history of having stalkers in his past. Some BMs, that show up and this, that, and the third, just do weirdo shit. Now, the crazy thing is, to a degree, I think I don't think he questioned how I feel about him, but he's so used to women expressing themselves with that extreme jealous nature and just being on shit like that he find it really, he like, you ain't never went through nothing in my house or went through, no, nigga, I ain't never just went through your, like, never. Ever.
Yeah, I had that happen.
I ain't never tried to go through your phone, none of that shit. Like, no, I don't give a fuck. Whatever's in there ain't my business. Shit. My thing is, one thing for certain, and this has always been with my first baby daddy, other guys I've dated, if there's another woman in the picture, most times they're going to make their selves known.
Facts.
I don't got to do shit. I'm going to sit back and be unbothered. I don't give a fuck. They'll find out and they'll make themselves known. Because obviously this bitch must don't know I'm around. Let me show her where I am. Me personally, I'm not doing all that. Even if I was pressed by a bitch, I could never let them know I'm pressed. Like, that's just, again, that ego. I can't do it. So there's been situations where, and I ain't gonna lie, I did a lot of baiting. I used to do shit like post pictures where he's partially in the picture but not quite, but it's enough of a profile where a motherfucker that's fucking with him know exactly who it is. Like, oh, you know who that is. I used to do shit like I had a Twitter account and I would kind of, announce oh, they coming over, this, that, the third. So the crazy thing is one day, I was like, oh, we're taking the kids to this. And so, on Twitter, I did just used to, make a little post like that, whether I was baiting or not, just say a little shit on Twitter. Cause I ain't have a whole lot of people personal following me. You know what I'm saying? On Facebook, I don't really share all those details. But I'm at the little place and lo and behold, here her ass come in, walking through the door. I said, I know the fuck. So she calls her sister. So I get on the phone with my homegirl on some messy shit. So I say, yeah, his baby mama up here. I said, what the fuck for? She ain't gonna do shit. And she done call her sister like she gonna do something. Like, the fuck? So my homegirl on the phone, like, girl, she like, so yeah. She ended up leaving before I did. So I got there with my kids before she got there. And then she ended up coming and she probably stayed maybe like 45 minutes when her sister was ready to slide out. Her ass was too. Now, truth be told, only reason why I had this type of smoke for her is because, never mind you, his baby mama, whatever the fuck. That bitch went riding down my street one day, calling his phone like a crazy person and honking the horn. She ain't stopping in front of my house, but she went rolling down the street in front of my house, and I just don't play that shit. So I went outside like, no, tell that bitch to stop.
That's
bold.
No.
He like, no. Like, she don't want no smoking this. I know she fucking don't. I know she ain't about that life. But I am. Like, the fuck wrong with her? So, anywho, that's the only reason I had smoke for her like that. Because at the end of the day, girl, don't fucking play with me. You can stalk that nigga all you fucking want to, but bitch, don't play with me. So I did some petty shit, went to her job, sat outside on my car, smoking cigarettes and shit.
Wow, nigga. But hey,
just so she know, bitch, girl, listen, it ain't that I couldn't find out shit. I didn't give a fuck. But make no mistake, bitch, I can catch you wherever the fuck I want to.
Yeah, see, yeah. Well, I've learned my lesson. I'm glad I'm older. I don't have to deal with that. I just empathize for this generation because it's just magnified, just worse. Like, if you really in a relationship with a real psychotic person,
you went out.
Oh, you there?
Real psychotic person.
Okay, now I don't know what I must be tired. I just closed the tablet. I was like, oh shit, man, you can't do that. You hang up. No, but it's just this generation. I don't know how they really can prepare themselves because your phone can be pinged and tracked. If you're using these apps, they know where you're at. You post something, you check in, you take a picture. One partial background can be CSI and they find out where you're at. It's just wild. You think you cheating on your girl and then all of a sudden she done pieced it all together and your phone is just like, wow. It's just.
Well, people share too much any motherfucking way. But now I'm not going to say, I'm going to do some digging, but I'm not really social media digger. I'm a public records digger. I'm looking for the public records. I'm in the tax assessors and I'm looking up marriage certificates. I want to see what the fuck you got going on. I'm looking up any companies or LLCs you got in your motherfucking name. Now, this is shit that I knew anyway, but I want to know where your mail sent to for those. I'm nosy like that.
Yeah, but shit, you gotta be, because some of these relationships, some of these situations, these dudes be going all out and be really having a whole family in the next town or next state over. It's like, why would you go all this route creating these fake emails and these fake Facebook and Instagram, social media to meet somebody, to carry on a full relationship, and then people gonna dump them and wash your hands like it's okay?
Yeah, it's funny. We was talking about Instagram the other day, and he's like, I had an Instagram. He said, but I ain't been on it. I said, I know.
Oh shit! Yeah, I would have shut all my shit down.
He was like, what the fuck you mean? You know, I mean, but see, I'm honest. Like, I know where all your shit going to. Like, you ain't got to tell me. So he was like, how the fuck you know? I said, what you mean how I know? He was like, how do you know I have an Instagram? He said, I ain't been on it like in years. Like, I don't even know if I remember the password or my name or nothing. I was like, well, I searched your name and you did have your name attached to the profile. I said, so it came up. He said, but how did you know? I'm pretty sure I ain't the only one out there. I said, no, you're not. But your picture was the same as your Facebook profile picture. He said, so what, they linked to something? I said, I don't know if they fucking linked, nigga. You would have to know that. I said, but you was using the same fucking picture that you was using back when you had got your Facebook or whatever. I said, and I know how you refer to your block too. So when I seen the name, I said, oh yeah, this a motherfucker or whatever. He was like, oh, I said, yeah. I said, plus you had 2 of your baby mamas that was following you. He said, 2 of my baby mamas follow me. I said, yeah. He was like, oh, they wasting their fucking time. I ain't posting nothing. I said, I know it's public. You ain't posting nothing. He said, but I can make it private. I said, yeah. He was like, oh, he was like, I got a lot of followers. I said, you got some. I said, you following my pages, then, you know, it's following you. I say a whole bunch of Instagram models, big booty bitches, you know, nigga shit.
Hell no.
Exactly.
I can't. I'm just too petty. I can't even give a bitch the satisfaction of seeing I'm gonna follow you or like you. Nah, if I don't know you, nah, it ain't. No.
No, he created the shit when he was in jail. You know. So
okay, yeah, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, he created the shit when he was in jail. So he was looking at some bitches. Okay.
Yeah, man, that's standard.
And he ain't been on there in years, but he was cracking the fuck up. He said, you wild. I said, yeah. He's like, did you follow me? Hell fucking no. Hell no. Ain't no action over here. You ain't posted shit. I can't get in your DMs. Hell no, I ain't followed your ass.
Shit. That's another thing too. All these people on Instagram and Facebook, you're probably looking at maybe 40% of who they really are outside all the filters and
listen.
Man, makeup, surgery.
I had to put them on now. I told him, I said, nigga, you gonna have to change your settings on your page. I said, why? I said, nigga, I'll be searching your name and see all the little shit you be posting in your groups on Facebook.
Oh shit.
He like, you can see that? Hell fucking yeah, I can see all that shit.
Damn.
No.
See? Yeah, see, now think of the other females who wouldn't have said, sure. We're just waiting,
but that's
waiting for that one moment.
I really don't be giving up. Hell, we done been in groups together where, you know, it's like, you know, little sexy groups or whatever. He might make a little post or something. So for the longest, he like don't be posting nothing, this and the third. Like he just kind of wanted to see how motherfuckers would maneuver if they felt like he was, you know, single or whatever.
Right.
So I'll sit back on the little post and he'll post something like, women, you know, what drawers do you prefer to wear, this and the third. So they be, oh, I like this and that and the third and blah, blah, skippy woo woo, but whatever my nigga like and this and the third.
Fuck a wedge.
Huh?
I hate wedges. Go ahead.
So, you know, a little shit like that. So I'll be sitting back cracking up. I'll post my little comment like I'm, you know, don't know shit. So one day they was having a twerk contest in the comments. So I posted my twerk video.
Oh, you ain't shit. Oh, nigga, see, that would fuck my head up. I had to shut my shit down.
Can you send a copy right here so we can see?
But the thing is, I wasn't in nothing like scandalous or nothing, but I just post my little twerk video to the comment section.
Nah, nigga, you had me shut it all down.
Hold up. That nigga must have slid under them comments. He like, oh, you got life all the way fucked up.
Oh shit! I'm laughing because it's.
I was like, I'm just having fun. It's a contest. Like, what are we talking about?
But nigga, you
That
finna
nigga
die.
like delete this shit now.
Nigga, you finna die, nigga. Oh,
We about to have a conscious community twerk competition.
Nah.
Going first.
My co-host is True Story.
I mean, truth be told, it was really. I did it again. I'm tit for tat. I feel like he was trying to see how long I could go before I felt some type of way about something he said. Like he was trying to see, oh, she gonna get jealous. You know, no, I'm not. You'll get jealous before I do. Shit.
Amber twerk video verse Nepal nudes.
Now I do hate rats. Okay, I hate mice too. Hate them.
You don't hate hood rats. Shit.
Nah, nah, not hood rats. They're not human rats. But
not human rats.
Rodents. Oh my god. Varmints. Oh, I hate them so much. I literally watch YouTube videos of 100,000 ways to kill them. Air rifles.
I actually saw
traps,
some of those videos.
poison.
I seen
Yeah,
this
that's
dude
I
was at a
watched every
farm.
last one. Yeah, there you go.
Now,
I love
you know,
them.
you know, if you was a kid, they'd be setting up a profile right now. You would be displaying some.
I hate. Hey, listen.
His
I would.
profiles
You see,
in
in Jersey, at that point in Jersey, you know, that type of license, you need a gun license. You know, it's an air rifle. You can't even have an air rifle. You need a regular gun license. So,
Are you serious? Just for a BB gun?
So my friend who was a ex-police officer said that. So he killed all my hopes of killing these fucking rats. Like, dang.
Oh, that sucks, bro. My daughter shoots pellet guns and air rifles.
Yeah, nah, you get out here.
AR, pigeon.
Well,
yeah,
they had, thanks to the Roe versus Wade, where they was able to review it and challenge it. Yeah, it's the same way they said, all right, well, we're going to stop there. You know, Bill, they're going to have a whole bunch of shit in there. So they was able to strike down the New York gun law, which prohibited residents to really carry it, unless you had special reasons. And believe me, those special reasons meant you had to be at some armed security. So you had to go, you know what I mean? It wasn't for the regular,
5 years.
Regular,
a former cop.
Yeah, exactly. Some brink truck shit. So, we had this conversation in the chat about state laws. State laws can indeed violate the Constitution, and they could change, right? They could, like, for example, like to give abortions. You know, that could be against a state law, depending upon who's in office. You know, but you don't have a right to abortion. You only have a right to the constitutional rights and all the amendments that follow. That's it. So state laws can't violate those. Okay, if they don't violate those. Okay.
I did want to hop on the panel. I think I did hop on, but y'all was kind of beyond the conversation. But y'all was trying to figure out like why nobody had figured it out that it was a violation. And I wanted to say that it's not necessarily that nobody figured it out. I'm pretty sure it's a case that had been sitting there. But did I call you? No. But they choose what cases they're gonna hear or what cases they're gonna rule on. So it ain't necessarily that nobody hadn't thought about it, but probably they didn't have the right dynamic to review the law, right? Because
Right. So in hindsight, so we were speaking in hindsight. So the fact that they was able to strike it down, that means that somebody did challenge it. So it turned out that two New York residents had got arrested for possessing a gun because they felt like this is our constitutional right, and they got arrested. So that's one of the best ways to overturn a state law to find it unconstitutional is to stand up for your rights and get locked up for something like that, and then you challenge it. You know, so I was telling Stu Pease, this is why states, when they violate your rights, they're reluctant to like lock you up. They might give you a warning, depending upon how you're reacting towards it. If they think you're educated and knowledgeable on that offense, then they're probably going to avoid locking you up. They'll talk shit, they'll put you in handcuffs, but you're probably going home.
if they want to keep that as state law, because they know once they lock you up, it becomes court case file, it's documented, and now it can be challenged. So a lot of times, they'll illegally search your vehicle, they'll illegally do all this shit to lie to you, but a lot of times they won't lock you up, right? Because it's not gonna stand in court. It'll be dismissed. You won't need a lawyer, nothing like that. So 2 residents of New York bought guns, got locked up for it, and then challenged it. And like you said, they sat on it. They waited to the right moment. And Roe versus Wade, they said, all right, yeah, put that shit in there, because they knew if they led with it, it'd be hard to get it struck down. So let's lead with the Roe versus Wade and put this shit in a package, and it'll go through. And that's what happened. So a requirement for us in New York. So basically, anything New York do, New Jersey follow right behind. Everything. So so New Yorkers put requirements, and they're saying you got to have a certain amount of gun training, right? You got to go to the range, whatever, certain amount of hours, and then you qualify to purchase it, to get a gun license. Not purchase a gun, but get a gun license to purchase the gun. So they're going to do it because they understand that a lot of people in states where you can defend yourself, a lot of these people are going to jail for murder, second, first, third, manslaughter, because they don't understand how to defend themselves. So if I put a gun to Amber Head, that's violent. If she can shoot me before I get hurt, it's justified. But if I take her wallet and money and I run away and I'm like a block away, or not block away, but 100 some odd feet away from her, and she shoot me, Amber's going to jail. Because the point of the law is you're defending your life of a threat to your life. If I'm running, I'm fleeing from Amber. I'm no longer a threat to her life. So when she shoots at me, she's now the aggressor. She's no longer defending. She's offending. That's how that works. A lot of people getting locked up for that. And so New York, New Jersey want to make sure that the people, their residents, don't have that problem. So they're requiring you to take some, classes where they educate you on that. Because many people retaliate. Same thing with officers. Like, you can't retaliate. You're not supposed to. But so if an officer, think about it, if an officer have a problem and he's supposed to be trained, a regular joker got no chance at all. Like, he's gonna retaliate because his emotions or her emotions is there, and they go to jail. You gotta know the law. Your life has to be in danger or appear to be in danger, and then you're justified. And so, in other words, as long as the culprit is in your vicinity, like close range, maybe 25 feet, because that means he could. So even though he left from you,
harm you.
He right?
Close enough to harm you.
Right. So even though he left from you, he took your money. He's so close in certain range that he can actually come back and shoot you now. So as long as he's like around that area in a store, if he's in a store, you can blast the dumbass. So like that's the best way I can say it. If he's still in the store, you can shoot his ass. If he's still in your driveway, you can shoot him. Once he crosses the street or leave the store, you chase after him, you're in trouble.
Shit.
Yeah. So now that that's there, but my obsession is shoot rats, like pass me. So
I keep telling you,
you
keep saying that, and they're gonna be creating a profile for your ass.
I hate rats. I'll tell you, but I hate rats. I be trying to run them motherfuckers over. When I see them, I hate them.
What about pigeons?
I don't care for pigeons. Because I know what rats can do to a home. They can destroy your entire house. You're done. And a lot of extermination crews they're not trained to deal with it, because a lot of issues be plumbing. They got to cut walls open, and they don't have that background. They only know how to set traps. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really poison them either because they'll end up dying in the walls and then the smell and the
Shit, man.
decay.
If I got rat infestation, I'm giving permission to poison motherfuckers.
And then you'll have like 10 rats smelling all decaying in your walls, bro.
I would get a room, let the motherfuckers decay. As long as that problem, because they end up, there's one company, the twin experts, they end up doing that. The rat infestation was so crazy that there's like to block their pathways and set traps wasn't enough. It was just too many rats, 415 altogether that they killed. So they just said poison, and those rats they came back. They like rats were alive but couldn't even run. About 4 to 15 rats, right? So yeah, man, I wouldn't mind. I'll move. I'll stay with somebody for 2 weeks. I said that shit's done decomposing.
Bro, you're living in a house with 400 rats?
Yeah, man. Listen, that's what I'm trying to say. How fast they multiply, man.
How
and
fast
of
do
course,
they?
your house got to be filthy enough. Okay, because if your house is fairly clean, you're not gonna get that much. You might get 10, 20 rats. Your house got to be extremely filthy, where they can hide in so many places, and that's when they could multiply to 4 to 15. So yes, a lot of the homes was filthy. They had dog food open, they had cat food open, the rats would eat the cat food, that type of shit.
Yikes.
Yeah, that means they're shitting everywhere, bro.
Oh my God! You know what? It's not even the shit that make you move. It's the piss that make you move. The ammonia is so strong. These people don't even open up bedrooms. They be like, "Nah, that door right there, we don't even open," because the ammonia is so strong in that bedroom.
Oh my gosh.
And people
Yeah.
actually live there?
Yeah, they live there, and guess what? They hired 4 or 5 companies, and nobody can resolve the problem because none of them have the license to cut your walls open and remove your tub, because they say a lot of rats hide in your tub. So they gotta get your permission to cut open shit. And cut pipes, because a lot of the way they travel is your pipes. Like whoever you had there, whatever plumbing you had there, they don't really complete their job. So basically, like they'll cut a pipe and leave it open. Whatever, I don't know why they do that, but they'll leave it open and close your wall because they know you're never gonna open that motherfucking wall. So it's just like cutting corners, and that's what kind of like most plumbers do it. You'll never know because the wall is closed and sealed. But that opening is a gateway for rats to travel.
It's plumbers sealing up walls. When I used to get plumbing work in the house I lived in Gary, anytime because it was an older home, so if you don't winterize your house, and then the pipes was older, so like I had a situation where I had to replace some pipes in my house because I didn't winterize my house. They left the wall open. I had to have somebody else come.
The wall open is okay. The wall open is okay because mice and rats just don't disappear magically in your house. It's the pipes. So what they happen, they travel through the sewer system in different ways like that in pipes. And if your shit open, that's where they're gonna nest. If your shit closed, you're gonna turn back around and go back where you came from. Hate the little nasty things, man.
That's crazy. Imagine, like, I can't imagine.
Yeah, so from what I've been watching, because the debate was, what would you rather have, rats or mice, bed bugs, roaches, mosquitoes, all this type of shit, and like what we give various answers. From what I watched, shit, I'd rather have roaches and everything else than a rat infestation.
I'd rather have none of that shit.
It's just so. And the thing is, roaches really come when you're like kind of not clean, so you could kind of blame the owner or the renter why they got roaches. But rats, it's not about cleanliness. To some degree, you could stop them from multiplying so much to be clean because they can't feed or nest. But they come to you by mere convenience. They're traveling through pipes and all types of ways and they found an opening in your house. Be very close. A lot of these homes, watch your Amber, be a million. It was one mansion
Y'all
that was
know
infested with
for mice, what they need like
rats.
what a quarter's width, and they can get in.
Wow.
Yeah, they can suppress their like ribs, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so you might be talking about mice. Yeah. And you know what's crazy? Like rats are. So now here's where the poison comes from, Watcher. Rats, for the most part, are considered foreign animals. So the government, the state is with you, just annihilating them however you can. But if it's a mouse, the rules change now. You can't just go kill them. So if the exterminator is able to identify those by the droppings, that those are deer mice, domestic mice, yeah, like they're limited to how they can handle that now.
Wow. So
So
what's the
animal rights
size
people-
difference between the mouse and the rat?
Oh no, it's definitely a huge difference because a rat is like 3 mice.
Damn, that's what I was gonna ask you. Are they like 3 or 4 mice? Yeah, see, in Arizona,
like
we
3
have
mice.
mice. You might have like
Yeah.
roof mice, but you would probably have at the most maybe like 3 or 4. Well, I'm speaking of myself, but 3 or 4, and it's just because the neighbors have a grill and they don't clean the grill, and I guess it comes up through the sewer, and it's kind of like you said, just by happenstance, we just happen to be in between the sewer and then the neighbor's house, so they were trying to find a nesting spot over here, but that was not happening.
Yeah, I hate them. Yeah. Do you know rats eat mice?
Hell no, I don't even know what a rat looked like.
Rat.
I seen
Rats
some on video,
mice.
and I seen some in Cancun. Ooh wee, baby. They
Y'all
was
talking like the biggest cats, bro. What the
yeah,
fuck?
that's all I was gonna say. Like the size of a cat or like a small raccoon. Like
Yeah, they grow very large, man.
God damn. So aren't they like diseased with claws and teeth and shit? I'm
Of course,
shooting
and
it.
guess what?
I'm shooting
And
that
guess what?
motherfucker.
They're so big, rats don't even attack them. I'm sorry, cats don't attack them. They're so big.
Oh, for real? That's wild.
Cats don't even find them as like a prey.
That's my contemporary. Damn, that's fucked up.
yeah, I had seen some on video some years ago, and I'm like, wow. So we was in Cancun and we was leaving a restaurant at night, and we just walking down the street to go to the bus stop, go get back to our hotel. When we see this thing running, like, what the fuck? Now, no, it's Cancun, so it's people on the street. So they're like,
You
oh,
talking about
that's just a rat.
Can't
I
go
said,
Mexico?
just a rat. Like, when I say I freak the fuck out, like, because they aggressive too, ain't they?
In Mexico?
Yeah.
Yes,
They'll
in
bite the
Mexico.
fuck out you.
I have
Yeah,
no idea.
a mouse will run from you. A rat, if you attempt to try to catch it or trap it, it'll bite the fuck out of you.
I heard a joke. Somebody said that they were trying to stamp their foot at a New York rat, and the rat stamped his foot back at him. I'm like,
Yeah, and look, and that's New York. I'm seeing these big motherfuckers in Newark. So that's what caused a concern for me. Like, all right, well, if they're in Jersey, then at some point they're gonna be everywhere in Jersey, not just Newark and these.
Oh, so they
areas.
haven't
They're gonna
always
be
been
everywhere.
there.
No, that's been a New York. That's been a New York thing, like New York rats.
Okay. So you think that like they growing in population and expanding?
Yeah, like traveling and like merch, barrels like that, docks. That's how they travel, and like most likely they're the Norway rats from Norway.
oh wow. So you got an invasive
Yeah.
species and shit.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why like they don't really have no protection for them.
Like I was watching these videos of these dudes shooting hogs in Texas because they.
Yeah. I love it. Look, I featured those videos. Those are feral hogs, right? Feral pigs, feral hogs. So what happens is they're wild hogs, and what they do is they mate with the farm hogs, and when they do that, they become huge and very aggressive.
Ooh.
Mate, or
Bigger
they
than
raping them?
bigger.
Is it
Both.
consent?
Now,
Did you
I
say
think it's
consent?
it might be both.
Damn.
But yeah, man, we're talking about 400 pounds. So
Damn.
I had featured that on one of my lives, and the title was "This is Real Black Power," because in Black society, like we are so extreme. Like Amber, you might have missed it earlier, but I said white folks hate to talk about racism and racists, right? They feel a certain way. Black folks evenly hate to talk about extremisms and extremists.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. So, Black power really is extremism. Like it's straight bullshit. We talk about a central farm. No, we need a farm. One farm to feed the black nation. That's just some goofy, dumb shit. One farm. White folks and other black folks who don't think like that, they just say, no, I just need some few acres. And I'm gonna have animals that frequent my land. And when they're on my land, it's all fair game. So what Watcher's talking about is that those people, some of them shoot the hogs, the Watcher, and some of them got traps where they could trap about 20 hogs at one time.
With the circle cages, I'll be watching that shit, bro.
Yeah. Now that's real black power. Because these people ain't waiting for Stop and Shops, Walmart, none of that shit. These people are skilled enough to hunt, trap, and then clean. Because it's a certain way to clean it. Like you can't clean the shit how you want. It's a certain way to get to, like you can't let the urine touch the meat, you can't hair touch. It's a certain skilled way to butcher those animals. Go ahead to watch it.
Yeah, you got to take out the and there's so many of them that they don't even really cook them all. It'll be like 40 of them. Like, I'm gonna just cut the backs off of this, and then I'll be good.
Right. So you can only imagine that they're probably selling some of that meat to butcheries and shit like that.
Oh, they are, bro. It got so bad.
Yeah.
They changed the laws. You used to have a license to kill the hogs. Then they changed the laws. You don't have to have a license. Then they changed the law saying that you can come in from other states and hunt for fun. So if you got you some come from other states and then just get some permission from the farmers, and you can just slaughter them and put them in a pile. Some of them don't even require you to put them in a pile. Just kill them. We'll take care of the rest. Because they cost them tens of thousands of dollars.
Hey, I seen one guy shoot them from a damn helicopter, bro. You seen that one?
Nah, yeah. I heard about it. I heard
helicopter.
That's wild.
And he's not just shooting them, he's shooting all shit like bobcats, coyotes. He's killing every motherfucking thing he sees.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I heard about that in Alaska, shooting wolves. Pissed off, but
I hate hearing that. Yeah, I hate watching shit like that.
But they say these wolves
even
are actually
coyotes and bobcats. I like to see.
But they're saying these wolves in Alaska, like, they were hunting people and hunting crops and shit. Like it was kind of like how the hogs are, but in Alaska it's worse because their numbers and they don't have no natural predators, so they're just multiplying.
Right. Yeah, they bold as hell. Yeah.
And they say once they get a taste for blood, then you got to go find that pack and put the whole pack down.
Damn.
Yeah, because these wolves are smart in their way they hunt, and they'll just keep coming back to the same spot, and they'll just wipe out a whole farm, killing everything, and even the people.
They say y'all got us fucked up.
Facts. So I remember, and this was way back when it was like Sarah Palin when she was the governor in Alaska. She was signing these bills saying that it was legal to shoot wolves from helicopters. This was all the way back then. So like when I saw the hogs and stuff, and they said it's not even like it's not no comparison. Like it's a fucking infestation. Like you think of someone that thousands of roaches in your house. This is how it's killing Texas. Like farmers are actually going bankrupt because they're just eating up all their profit.
Yeah. They do. They eat up all your grass too. So the cows and shit like that have nothing to eat. Those hogs will destroy your shit.
Yeah, but they will find the feed for the animals and the chickens, and they're eating those too. Like going into the you got to recognize, like the governor and the state senators and shit passed a law saying that niggas, you can bring your guns from other states and shoot this shit.
You need
That's
some
wild. Hey,
help us.
Just think of that. You
now,
passed a
now,
law saying you can come in my state with your gun and shoot. That's
yeah. So the thing is, like when I see them do that, I think that's smart when they eat it. And even though I don't eat red meat, I haven't eaten that shit in like 30 years. If I can live on my own land, that's the only way, and do it like them, I would do that. That's the only way I'll go back to eating red meat. If I had land, I could kill and cook without, you know what I mean? Like real survival shit. Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm waiting for it to be like a big business, but I guess it's so much over there. It can't even be a business. Like you can't even sell the meat because it's just so much. This is ridiculous. I'm like, well, I can take it to another country, or like that got to be profitable somewhere. But you just got to realize, like, it's that many to the point where it's like not even worth them shipping it out somewhere. Like, yeah, we're gonna give 2 of them to our dogs and just let the rest stay here. Like, god damn,
right?
People are dying. Yeah, so what?
So, and this black man got mad at me the other night when he came on because we were all chilling, and now I'm guilty because I should have let him talk a little more to bury himself, but I'm guilty like of stopping him because I knew where he was going. But I should just let him just go where he was going. Okay, so he, Asiatic black man, Asiatic lion. He came on the live some months ago talking about some black guy invented some cars, some old, what's that bullshit he was talking about? Some ridiculous. I Googled it and it was debunked. It was some fake news. He got mad and, you know how they do. They get mad and, hang up and act like you're the problem. So Indigenous played a black guy who was able to create water, right, from the atmosphere for some machine he built. So I told Indigenous, it's the way you represented him. Like you were coming to us like he invented this shit. And mostly all of us who was in attendance, either in chat or live, already knew about things like that. Now what he did was remarkable because his thing was definitely bigger than everybody else that I ever seen. Like his shit was like the size of like a trailer. The other guy's stuff was the size of like a regular water machine, So that was the black guy was an ex-army vet and whatever. And I was trying to educate the indigenous. You came on like he invented this technology, and that's why we came at you hard. Had you come on, and by the way, the water is disgusting. It cannot be commercialized. It can't be put in retail stores. It's nowhere near because it don't have the minerals that bottled water has, right? The bottled water is good because of the minerals.
Right.
So this should just taste like distilled water, you dig? But for people in Michigan, because he was focused on like places that have water shortages and or water corruption, like in Michigan. So those people not gonna complain too much,
Hell no.
And it was free, like it was offered. And guess what? So in the story, he was offering it for free, and we're trying to tell Indigenous it's free because it doesn't taste good. You can't sell it. Not in America. Nobody buying that shit after tasting Poland Spring and Fiji and Essential. Anybody buying that shit? Like, it got 30 cents. We still ain't buying it. So there was a catch to it, but it was free. I felt bad for the brother because some, I believe, white supremacist suspect came and vandalized his thing. So he was out like 2 weeks to a month of business, and it's free. Don't forget, he collect donations and it's free water. You don't charge. So people sabotage his equipment for a guy handing out free gallons of water, which is like weird to me.
Wow.
They hate us. You don't want to listen.
Yeah. So they say, right. So I don't mind, some of the jargon. I just say, bruh, just at least say a group of them, a portion, have some type of number where it's not all. or even close to all. Like that's all. Like just be fair because when somebody black does something wrong, sell drugs, kill, murder, all these rappers killing each other, a white person can be extreme also and say, hey, all black folks think like this. They're all murderers. So that one white person who represents the white nation, don't get mad when that one black person represents the whole black nation. So and that's what I tell the digital, like don't do that, bro, because black folks are not who you think they are. Like we're humans too, and we fuck up and do shit. We're corrupt, and we do everything everybody else do.
Yep.
Facts.
So don't do that because a lot of, and we had the show before, a lot of black people just argue white extremists, white supremacy. That's how we argue. We argue those people. We don't,
really,
and what we.
It's a matter of not equality, but trading places. Like a lot of people are arguing to be the superior group, so because they want an opportunity. They want an opportunity to put somebody else in subjugation. Specifically white people. But my thing is, you won't limit yourself there if you get the power. You know what I'm saying? So
facts.
I don't even think people really realize y'all upset that you're in this position, but you really vying to have the position to subjugate other people. Like that's really what you're arguing for if you listen to your talking points.
Yeah, it's like the penguins in the zoo talking about when they get in charge, how they gonna take over and punk the lions and punk the panthers and put the people in bars. It's like, damn, y'all have no clue. Wasting good conspiracies on BS.
Yeah.
Like, have y'all heard anything about they're supposed to be doing some technology with like the battery or something? Or
what about the battery?
It was supposed to be like some technology they're supposed to be making like a new battery or a better battery or electric car, and this person ended up getting shot like in Brooklyn or in one of these mass murder type shit. I heard somebody. I didn't get in front of the computer to look into it, but I get tired of searching for conspiracy and then find out these
niggas probably know everything about that.
Right,
yep. And they tie into something else.
But that's what will happen is you'll do the research and find out there's 4 different stories that have nothing to do with each other, and you just wasted.
Right.
That's all. That's all I wanted to ask y'all first before I go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it, but they make conspiracies over every fucking thing. Have y'all heard? Have y'all heard they found out how to enter into another dimension?
Oh shit! I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
That sounds good though.
Yeah, that's some more conspiracy shit. Hey, listen, my boy is so thirsty. This is my boy that remind me to watch it. I got a close friend remind me to watch it in certain ways, but not. He's cool as fuck. But this guy was outside talking, whatever. He's getting his car attendant. We just talking, just chopping it up. So then a plane was flying, and then another object was in the air, and it wasn't a plane. It was interesting. You dig? I didn't know what the fuck it was. I never seen something like that before. All right, but in his mind, it's an alien. Because none of us can identify it, it's an alien. Like, dude, like that's not like my man, like dude, you like borderline retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, like you borderline retarded at this point. Like you just can't go since we can't identify because we don't fly shit and we don't watch a lot of shit like that. All of a sudden, our ignorance turns into an answer for you. That's an alien, and he went that deep, like that far. It's an alien. I'm like, brother, I don't know what that was, and it is interesting, but to say alien is like OD. It's really extreme because we don't know if there is alien life somewhere. Why do you automatically think they're superior to us?
Facts.
Right.
You know what's insulting, bro? That people aren't even satisfied with the UFO anymore. I'll give you a UFO. People don't even want that anymore. They want aliens.
I'm a share the video. I'm a share the video of them allegedly.
Of entering into another dimension.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't watched it. I've just seen somebody, but they focus on. Well, they really don't focus on conspiracy theories, but that's one of the things that they do. I don't ever watch their conspiracy
Now,
because I don't get into all of that.
now the source of the video is it YouTube or Facebook?
YouTube.
Okay, well at least it ain't Facebook.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a little more credible.
Yeah, when it's Facebook, I don't even give a fuck to watch it. It's Facebook.
Yeah. They took my Facebook account a long time ago.
They
what
took
you
it.
do?
They
That
locked
sounds
my
like
shit
Yeah,
up.
what you do?
That's exactly.
You know me, I'm
White man,
questioning
the
everything.
devil.
I question everything. Yeah, my shit's locked up.
You was cutting up. They say get this motherfucker out of here.
For real.
White man, devil talk.
I was
Hey,
just
the watcher
putting-
Amber. Did you see that woman who got locked up for a $3 million credit repair enterprise?
Yes,
Nope.
I did. I was gonna send that shit to you too.
No,
Yeah,
what happened?
Let me
black. Yeah, to some young under like
play the news
25-year-old
clip.
black woman. I'm
Like 10
actually
years, bro.
almost home.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm almost home. Yeah. But indigenous, or no, Stu P sent it to me.
IBM is certainly in the chat. He said he told you about it. He said I was
one?
asleep. The battery.
Which
he
one?
said I told the battery thing.
I don't even know about a battery. Like you're indigenous. Unless you sent me a link, like you can't go with that. I already told them how it works. Send me the link. You know, you can talk about all you want. Just send me the link so I can look at it for myself.
Oh, he might
So
be talking
if
about
you
the
send
water
it to
thing.
me,
He said it's a
He's talking
battery
about
that runs on water, etc.
yeah,
The
because
brother who was
some
shot in the supermarket shooting recently. Oh no. He's talking about the thing. So I guess the guy was shot in the supermarket shooting.
yeah, but they were like it was just all these weird shootings and shit. And then they were saying that somebody had ended up shooting that guy who was important or something. And then they were saying it was like a
all right.
Mexican. Yeah, it was just a whole
but
bunch.
but here's the thing. See, with Matt, it's like we act like people just can't die. Like everybody, Johnny Cochran conspiracy, Reginald Lewis conspiracy, Michael Jackson, Dr. Khaled. It's like, so black people just can't die from natural shit, especially shit that affects us.
I think
Bernie
that Khaled
Mac.
is a conspiracy.
Yeah, but the people who are most closer to him said that he had high blood pressure. He took medicine.
Oh,
And
how
the
many black
doctor
people?
warned him for like,
Okay.
huh?
Well, I was gonna say how many people have high blood pressure, but then again, if you ever watched the Khalid Muhammad video, that brother had a whole different level of energy.
Exactly, and they would and don't forget, Elijah Muhammad said, don't take the medicine. Don't take the medicine. Eat to live. There's a food you can replace that medicine with. So when your life on the line, you don't really believe that shit like that. But who knows if he flirted with it? But I do know they tell you to don't do anything strenuous, don't yell, and all the lectures involve yelling and getting excited.
Yeah. Don't drink raw milk.
Right. and you know that he's on a road, so he was unhealthy.
Yeah, traveling different time zones, not sleeping properly. Yeah, and then stressed out. Wasn't he kicked out too? Heartbroken.
Yeah, exactly. Stressed out. Top of that, begging to get back in.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I mean that's supermarkets. Like everybody was telling me about battery.
So let me respond to that. Right. My point was people are normal, right? So there was also probably a math prodigy in that supermarket. He died. So why there's no conspiracy amongst him? Like we keep thinking. And I was getting on indigenous about the water shit. That guy didn't invent shit. The water technology is already there. All right. So now what he did was he made it bigger. That's definitely great for him. Kudos. But the technology is already there. That's my point to indigenous. Like, my point was, like, indigenous, you misrepresented what he did. You came more as though he invented some shit and he didn't. He just borrowed the technology and he just, did well with it. He brought it to needy people. The other guy, white guy, of course, he's trying to sell a motherfucker. He's trying to sell the water. But the black guy realized this shit tastes like shit, so I'm gonna give it for free to people in need, which is a great deed.
I can rock with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, well,
That's all I
those
was
are
trying
two
to tell
good points. There's always a mathematician or a secretary who got shot, and then, so what happens with that? That's a good point. But also, they
Somebody
said
had
every time there's like a new battery or then those people get shot. Whenever there's like a breakthrough for technology type shit.
Nah,
But again,
I mean,
I didn't
nah.
go into it. I don't know it. I didn't even know this part, like what an indigenous type thing. I'm like, okay, well, maybe there might be some valid to it. But I think Amber, or maybe one of
I'm
you guys
sorry.
said
I'm
something.
sorry. If indigenous posted is indigenous, you did it to yourself. I warned you. Be careful what you say in front of people, because then we start looking at you sideways when you could be possibly correct, but you've been wrong so much we like kind of don't trust you. Dig. So now, since I'm here with my laptop, I can share stuff. So let me share that sister that was doing the credit repair, paid over $3 million, and now she got to do 3 million years.
3 million
That
years?
time.
Wow, that's so wrong. Damn, oh
So every
my
dollar
gosh.
she made, she got served.
But how many people have ran Ponzi schemes and this is so fucked up. But okay, whatever.
Yeah.
A thief is a thief.
Yeah, okay, but it's the way. Okay, it's her method. It's the way she did it, because most people who do credit scheme shit, like they won't get locked up. But she actually. So remember, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So if it actually works and it produce good results, you're probably going to jail, because you probably do some illegal shit. So she was not towing the line like everybody else. She was flat out illegal. There's no way to justify this chick. I'm gonna show
For
you.
like 10 years, bro? Is this the same one?
Who?
I thought I saw one for like 10 years this broad was doing this.
I don't even think she was doing it that long, bro.
Okay. Well, let me
but
not.
She had over 100 certain clients.
And it was like over millions of dollars, right? And she was like
over 3 million.
Kind of black or fair skin, like damn near Puerto Rican.
Yeah,
I couldn't
her.
really tell. Oh, okay.
That's her.
It might be the same story. It might be the same
Rose.
story.
Her name Rose. Rose Credit Repair. There we go.
I don't remember the name. I think she was wearing black, and
That's her though. She's like Cardi B and shit.
Bro, I know she wasn't doing it by herself. She probably had a whole enterprise. You don't just snatch up $1 million and do that shit solo and get caught up like that.
All right. So let me get to the. Oh, here we go. All right. So let me share my screen. This chick. Do damn commercials, man. All right, here we go. Let me share the screen. I ain't even connected.
I don't see nothing.
I'm trying to see how I'm gonna connect. Okay, here we go. I think. Okay, Mike, let me do it now. All right. I got to log back in on Zoom. I called in with the phone. Here we are.
How old was the sister?
She was under 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, so you able to see my screen right now, right?
Oh yeah, we see it now. I see the Asian lady.
All right. So as soon as here we go.
Harris County Precinct 4 investigators say they have uncovered a $3 million credit repair scheme happening here in Houston. They say the woman behind it was using falsified police reports to help get her clients better credit. Janelle Bluta has a look at the allegations.
Wow.
In handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit, 29-year-old Rokisha Brisby was led in front of a judge today.
More and more folks are coming.
Damn. 3.3 million, sister. What are we doing? You didn't run? After 1 million, you got to shut it down. What are you doing? You ain't
multi-million-dollar credit.
You was using police reports? Oh, you a bold motherfucker. What?
Wait. Where was she from?
Houston, Texas. You know her? Is that Bridget?
Bridget from Atlanta, first of all.
Hey, she got aliases. People
And
move.
she got credit repair.
You used to date the Heathcliff's the cat.
You got my cousin fucked up.
No, she seemed like quality people.
Coming forward that have used her to try to fix their credit.
After being arrested Friday for what investigators call a multi-million-dollar credit repair scheme.
She went and basically would manipulate police reports.
Court documents linked to Brisby's social media. Her website says your credit won't fix itself.
She used my front page of the police report with my name on it.
But Precinct 4 Constable Mark Herman says it was under the guise of that business. Rose.
So when you look at her website, she also, not only can you solicit her services to fix your credit, but she also can teach you how to do the same shit and make money. They always gonna have the goofy shit.
Is her website still up? Is it still up?
Yeah, I'll show you right now. There you go.
Oh shit! Do it yourself. Oh wow, she's tatted up, thought it out, sister. Oh.
Yeah, the problem is she can't spell.
To allow this to be all reality.
So now here's the red flag right here. This is the red flag right there. I will list out how. What kind of English is that? I will list out how you're able to remove. Now look at her yours.
Wow.
It's possessive now. It ain't the
All right.
Yeah, $3 million. You might want to make sure your shit is on point. I will list out how you are able to remove any account from your credit report, and that's you're lying. So I was watching. It's funny because Tarkin Bay had said Inky fell off, and he did. Like he don't. I believe his channel got suspended. So now he's just like homeless on YouTube. Like he's this person's channel, that person's
Homeless
channel, but
on
he don't have a
YouTube?
channel.
Homeless on YouTube?
Yeah, you have a channel. And when he talks, they get little to no views. So I said, all right, well, let me see what's going on with Ali Muhammad. And same shit. And I seen a video where he talking about removing everything from your credit. I was watching a little bit because I was going to do a live reaction, but it wasn't even worth it. He was lying so much,
Damn.
Don't even need to. So
along with
the
real
keyword
dispute
is
letters. That's not even a complete sentence.
Oh my.
No, it's not.
Along
but see, what she did was she
reason.
managed to capture, though. If you go back to the top, people don't give a fuck about websites. Like, if it looks pretty and they look like they know what they don't give a fuck about the details of the website. It's all about
the sister.
So she did some style shoots to get all of this done.
But I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm like, that's a high something to be sitting on never mind. Let me stop.
Like she's selling pussy and fixing credit. Oh.
I'm just saying. I'm
okay.
interested, but my credit is perfect. But it's also 1 o'clock, or 2 o'clock. I don't know what.
All right, now the website is cool, but look at what indicted for.
Was credit repair, where he says she would commit illegal activity falsifying police reports to increase her clients' credit scores.
Was she?
How?
Now I would love to know. Yeah, okay. So what happens is
probably
I have
claiming
a credit card.
Probably claiming that they filed fraud claims.
Yeah. So I got a credit card with
I missed it.
So if you suspect fraud or something like that, you could file like a police report. So she probably was doctoring police reports sending them to different credit organizations and stuff like that, like to get things removed.
Oh,
Right. So in other words, she sent it as though the police reports acknowledged it as being a fraudulent activity.
Oh, I see. So the police are validating the theft. Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Oh,
So
shit.
that's why he said she used my name.
That's why he was so pissed.
So she was
Okay.
getting real results, but she was still
Right.
she was taking a step further by really, she wasn't just fuck the disputing it and letting it be off your credit report for 60 days.
Yeah.
Bitch, I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna create falsified police reports, send them motherfuckers in to the different collection agencies, have them remove the shit.
So technically, she shouldn't be going to jail for lying because she was repairing their credit. She going to jail for stealing for the police.
Well, she
falsifying
and for
records.
falsifying,
But
for
I'm just saying,
impersonating,
'cause that money got to go somewhere.
Oh, of course.
So it's like that money must be. Where's it going? Like, so some credit unions call the police officer, hey, you guys found our money, huh?
Yeah, they probably more than likely paid them restitution, paid them back what they were owed plus some restitution, and the police department, and then the rest of that shit probably confiscated.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, so if I had, let's say I ran up some account for 10 G's and she can doctor up some police account saying that, well, he didn't really spend the money. Someone stole a credit card and it was a fraudulent account. And they're like, all right, great. So the credit card company, before they write or after they write it off and get it sent off for insurance purposes and taxes, they're going to contact the police office so they can get that serial number so their insurance can cover it. Like, they got to verify that somehow. So I know when they finally did, he was had a stack.
But I mean, if she was smart, she probably had all that information. Like she had that information on her documents. So it was for a while, it probably was leading back to her organization until somebody like, hold the fuck on.
That's what I'm saying. You're not one person's not doing this for $3 million, A, and then B, this had to be going on for a significant amount of time. I'm sorry, man. We gotta let this guy play this.
They might be overestimating what she grossed too.
Yeah, of course they do. They're always gonna do that. Yeah. They always do that. But if they would have caught her with money, then they would underreport it. Yeah, play this shit, Mo. I want to see how long she was doing this. If he didn't fall asleep.
I'm biased.
Yes.
No, his ass
You hear me?
No, now we can.
No. Yeah, so you me play the rest of it? Here.
We submitted police reports on these folks' behalf saying that the monies that were spent were fraud or stolen, and this is the police report to prove it.
An alleged scheme the constable says actually worked.
Many of these financial institutions basically reversed the credit for these people, and it did make their credit scores, better because they had a police report on file.
Until Herman says one of those institutions reached out to his office with questions.
We noticed that the case numbers did not correspond with our current case number system.
He says that led to a lengthy investigation where they discovered 133 falsified police reports from his department alone. And Herman says there's evidence she used reports from other agencies as well.
FBI is involved with us. We've flagged many of her bank accounts, and we'll be able to see exactly how much money she made off customers.
In Houston, Janelle Blue to KHOU 11.
So it sounds like they're estimating based off of the volume and amounts that they know of.
Right, because she had over 100. She had over 160 something clients. So based on what she charged, they.
But the crazy thing is, child. So that was the DIY kit. How much was the because that ain't no damn DIY if you falsifying reports and shit.
Right.
How much was it for her to get her hands dirty?
That was some guarantee shit. I guarantee I'll get it off.
Yeah,
3
I'm wondering
million,
if
bro.
I'm wondering if the clients actually knew this that she was doing that. I mean, it would seem kind of
They have to know. There's no way that you're gonna get 3.3 million out of what, less than 200 people.
no, I'm saying I'm wondering if they knew that she was falsifying reports. Like, so I could pay you and you could say, oh, I'm gonna produce this result, and here's the people I've produced this result for, right? So I might just buy into it just based off of your little testimonials or you being able to show me, okay, you've improved people's credit. And then I buy in. But that don't necessarily mean that I know that once you look at my credit report, you're like, all right, so I'm gonna create a fake police report for this, and this, and get this shit turned around. So I wonder if the clients had knowledge, because it seems a little risky to me for the clients to know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a
Like,
percentage game. Like, I think obviously some had to know because she's getting certain things struck off. You know what I mean? So they're getting 10,000 off from here, 20,000 off from here, 10,000 off from here, and you know damn well you spent the money. It ain't like it's a mistake on your account and it's just getting wiped off for nothing.
yeah.
Or are they paying it? Like, I'm trying to figure out, where's this money? Like, how is she accumulating the money? You understand what I mean? It's one thing to defraud and then you're just wiping money off the books, but how is she getting money? Or is that what they're accusing her of, bilking more? What's bilking? Is that a financial scheme term? Bilking, BIL.
Well, you know what? The multi-million-dollar may not be what she actually grossed. It may be what they suspect she's gotten companies to forgive.
Oh, so that's the defraud amount.
Right. That might be the amount that she defrauded companies out of money that they
makes
would
sense.
do. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm really trying to figure out, like, how is she accumulating this money? How are these people paying? If you can pay that, pay your bills. How does bitch? I'm tired.
Yeah.
This shit just wasn't registering in my brain. Like, I'm in the wrong business. How does she accumulate 3 million for people with debt issues? But I get it now.
I mean, technically it's theft.
Yeah, I get it. Damn, but I mean, like, damn.
She bobo, baby. They said the FBI involved. Is they involved because they just joined? Or is they involved because? Well, I'm pretty sure she crossed several states because different, creditors come from different areas. But I also want to know, did she pose as the FBI too? Goddamn, shit.
I think so. Is that what you heard, Unbiased? I thought she did say. They said she did.
He said they got evidence that she's done it with other agencies, and then he said the FBI was involved. I'm not sure if they was involved because of the places that because multiple states is. I think it is kind of automatically like federal with this type of crime.
Yeah, shit. Isn't it? You steal 10,000 from a bank? Isn't that federal? Or no, that they're assured up to 10,000. What is? God.
Well, they're a financial institution. Creditors collections is a financial institution, so I think they probably are under some of the same laws and have the same type of protections. That's bananas. Child, she looked fairly young too.
Yeah, she is. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's damn. She's the fall girl.
Fall girl, but how about I just keep thinking of Scooby Doo. Nah, they got away with it too. If it wasn't for you meddling ass.
Damn.
Meddling ass.
Damn. So we doing a hustle like that, Whitney's supposed to get away or break away. It's not something you can just keep running for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
Exit strategy, people.
her model wasn't sustainable because, like, you depended on these fake ass. Like, you got to know your luck gonna run out. Like,
that's my point. You got to have a hit number. Everybody has to have a target number. Bitch, this bitch thought she was waking up in the morning going to work.
Listen,
like she had a whole career.
If only she'd have just changed her motherfucking mind. You got away with what, like 130 something police reports. That 134th one, you just had to submit that motherfucker.
Damn,
you just had to.
And she would have got away with it too.
Wasn't for the meddling ass kids.
Man, that's some fucked up shit. Yeah, she could have stopped at 99 and been cool.
So how much time did she get?
Good question.
I'm biased.
The one I saw was different.
Oh, she just been arrested. She ain't okay. She just been arrested.
Yeah.
So she ain't got no time yet.
Yeah, I didn't even see her in the courtroom. I saw her actually on the streets. They had her on the streets.
Oh, wait. I wonder how much time she facing.
I don't know, but this is Texas. She needs to get into shooting hogs or something. Man. She don't need to be
baby, it's too late for that. It's up and it's stuck.
Yeah. I think that that sheriff took it kind of personal. She in trouble like a motherfucker. He said my name.
I'm not gonna say she's a fall guy, but one thing about it, I'm pretty sure she probably already got some fraud in her background and been to jail, for it. Like those. That's one thing I will say that I don't know if maybe it's been like this, but I feel like more now, younger generations, they getting into that credit card fraud and check fraud and like they getting into that shit early, and they be cold as hell at it too. I ain't gonna even help you, but I'm pretty sure this is probably something that it's probably they're gonna probably realize or come to find out that it's not just her. It's probably happened. It's probably like a whole scheme all across America where motherfuckers
bingo.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say because I was watching. I don't know.
He's just the first person to get caught.
Facts. Yeah, Bias probably knows more about. Well, you probably do too. Those what's these new groups like Young Thug and Slime and all these different. What are these? YFN. Just some new groups and these niggas in Florida and Georgia and shit. And they having all these little groups, but there's also like offshoots of women who's running their own little sister syndicate programs where they're just using credit card schemes.
That's the sister syndicate program.
Yes, the sister syndicate program where they got like these females who are actually like Cardi B did a video and she had one of these kingpin women in her video. Like there's a whole little sisterhood gangs out there where they're just running these credit card scams and they're running these PPP loans and they're taking out to 10 G's and shit. And they were using all the money from the PPP loan scams to bail niggas out. Like it was ruthless.
Yeah, it's a few motherfuckers on my timeline right now. Talking about another round of PPP and the government giving away this money. And whole time like, oh my God. So it's real prevalent out here.
And they know what they're doing.
Yeah, boosting, check fraud, credit card fraud, like motherfuckers setting up like stings and shit on different stores, like high-end stores. That's a real thing out here. Like these motherfuckers be having all types of hustles. Traveling different countries and shit, all on somebody else's dollar. Like they real serious with it. But my thing is like, that's why I was kind of trying to say to Unbiased earlier. Not only is they in the dope game, they in the fraud game. Like these motherfuckers be deep into these streets and into all types of shit. Like the women, they done got with a nigga. they do a little fraud. They teach a nigga how to do some fraud. The nigga do a little drug selling. Teach her, like, they be deep into a lot of shit. So that's why I was like, oh shit. She look feminine? Hell, I'm pretty sure she got other stuff going on if they was to dig deeper.
Yeah. You know how they be doing that? What's that Tupperware shit? Like there's Mary Kay and there's some other shit. What was that? It's fuck when I'm
Vector?
tired. What was it?
Vector knives?
It could be. And I can't even think right now. But I know there was like this company.
Pyramid scheme?
Bingo. That's what it is. There's all these pyramid, what a ML multi-marketing level, whatever it is. Shit, I can't think.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah, thank you. But they're running that, but they're actually being financed by these millionaires or these rich billionaires, but they're paying these women in Atlanta and Houston and Miami and shit, paying them millions of dollars just to be the blackface of a new Ponzi scheme, and they're just bringing in all their women that they know. And it's just ridiculous, but there's always one rich white dude on top of the program. But you see the black sister, she flying all around, claiming to be a big boss, hairs and nails done, and she's making everybody else boss, and she can do it for you too. And her daughter's a millionaire, and it's just
paparazzi jewelry,
right.
fucking
but they're exploiting the people.
The goddamn tea and shit, waist, like literally,
yeah,
damn near everything is getting turned into
that herbal shit.
Yeah. Damn near everything is getting turned into that. Now, don't get me, and that's the thing. Like, it's like, well, it's just like bread. They got all this bread in the store. You can, they don't stop people from coming out with their own bread. Yeah, but you gotta realize bread is so useful. Like the markets that y'all in, like the paparazzi jewelry and shit. Like everybody can't be selling that shit.
Facts. And in order for you to make it, you got to have 10 people under you to make so much dollars.
Right.
Just to make $1. It's just ridiculous. I make millionaires. I make billionaires. Do you really?
You made yourself one, selling the dream to people that they could do it. Same thing with old boy earlier. I don't know if you was on the conversation, the rich dad, poor dad guy. And Haskell and Stupes was telling them by us, like, the nigga ain't did shit though. Like, who is he? The nigga is an author. What is his real, product other than some bullshit that he's selling to people that they buying into? But my whole thing
that
was,
rich dad, poor dad. It's the about the you don't have to work or take all your money and you're spending all your income paying on a house, and you shouldn't be doing that because all your free income is all tied up and that money should be. I'm like, that is like one of the worst formulas to become rich, but it sounds good.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, if you are opening up this book to get this information from me, sight unseen, you don't know who the fuck I am, whatever the case, you're looking for some hope, guidance, whatever. It don't matter what I tell you, you're desperate right now.
You already bought the book. You lost.
You done already bought the book. You done know, so pretty much you done bought into the idea already.
And that's all he has to sell.
Yeah, that's all I gotta do.
Success.
Yeah,
he just sells
success,
the book.
hope, wealth, shit. Like,
no, but that's the brilliance of him. He's the same as them, but he's not really promising any of that. He's just promising a book. You're gonna read a book and get the information. Now, what you do with it is up to you.
But that's the thing. That's all. Even with the real estate and all of these investment groups and this, that, and the third, is they gonna sell you. Hey, I'm gonna give you this information. I sold it to you. You can make this, but whether or not you make it or not is up to you. So I'm not really at fault if you don't make shit. You just didn't put the work in. That's why you ain't make shit. But I gave you the roadmap.
Facts.
I mean, how you argue with that?
So it was Stu Peas and who that was questioning how he was making his money?
Stu Peas and Haskell. So earlier the earlier conversation, Bias was pretty much saying, we was having different discussions on like issues or like our perception about, where we are, or why we are where we are in relation to, society. And we got to talking about capitalism and stuff like that. So I think Stu Pease brought up the fact that Donald Trump didn't pay taxes, and motherfuckers be talking all this shit about being American and all of this stuff, but then they don't even pay taxes. They get all these tax breaks with all this money, and talking about how America favors, businesses and, the wealthy. So Bias pulled out the video to highlight that, yeah, they do, but it's because you're not doing what they want you to do. So he pretty much plays the video to kind of, oh boy was talking about it like, well, yes, I'm in real estate, and I'm in he said he was in real estate, and
This is the author of the Rich Dad, Poor Dad guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was pretty much he's in real estate and he don't pay taxes, and he said something else. He businessman. So he was pretty much saying like, me and Donald Trump are similar in that way, and we both don't pay taxes, but pretty much nobody at our status does.
Wow.
So he was kind of explaining like, well, for us, we're favored in America because, we provide jobs and we provide this and the third. Like pretty much we take care of the people in other ways. So then the government takes care of us,
Really?
That was pretty much his thing. So Haskell was like infuriated, like, listen to this motherfucker talk like he really doing some shit. That nigga ain't even really got nothing that he's actually doing. He made his money off of, pretty much pulling that polite flim flam bullshit. He no different than polite. So Stu Pease, chimed in and was like, yeah, the nigga ain't really doing that. So Unbiased was like, well, no, wait. He keep listening. You know how he do. I mean, but we don't even think we end up finished listening to the video. I was working multitasking, so I kind of don't even remember how it ultimately ended. But I mean, my thing was, the bottom line is, I was saying like, yeah, true. He ain't really doing nothing but selling hope. However, in America, that's kind of the thing. If you don't have a product or service, convince people that you got a product or service. Like that still would be kind of considered wise, smart, commendable, whatever. We have our morality on whether or not what he has to say is valuable, but fuck what we think. The reality is that he's been able to convince other people that what he has to say is valuable.
That's been so amazing.
I mean, it's no different than the pastor,
Facts. So okay. So yeah, well, shit. I know I was reading that book and it seemed like the Brooklyn Magic, because all the information he was saying is being packaged matter of factly, kind of like Jordan Peterson, just giving you good advice that's kind of obvious. Clean your room. That's a good idea. Yeah, that might help. Mm-hmm. Brush your teeth, do your hair before you go out in the world. It might help with successful women. Yeah, great advice. But like a lot of the guys' advice he was talking about, it seemed like he was giving you brilliant shit. Like real millionaires in the world, they only spend 50% of their income, but the real movers of that 50%, they take the other 50, or what are they saying? They save 50%, and with the rest of the 50%, they save 40, and then they live off 10%. Like, all right, that's great. That shit only works if you're a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have $1 million, you can't just slice up your paycheck like that and just save for 90% of your, or for every 100 save 90 and only live off 10. That's not how it works. But those type of philosophies and poignant, simplistic points sound good. Like I
tell you another person who and she's actually black and all over, plastered all over. Lisa Nichols.
Oh wow. What's her profession?
She sells hope.
Wow.
She sells hope. I mean, she pretty much makes money off of her story. She's a motivational speaker now.
Oh, okay. One of them. Right on. I mean, people need hope, I suppose. But that's all you selling and you taking money. Damn, that sucks.
I mean, yes and no. Like, I'll say this, like, if it really changes someone's life and they were motivated by a book or a speech or, you know, I mean, I guess you can consider it worth it, right? Like for me personally, I have considered writing a book about my life. A lot of people, oh girl, you got to write that book. You should write that book. And that's true. You know, like I want to share it just because it's my story, right? And if it helps somebody, wonderful. Am I going to make money off of it? Hopefully. But I can't see myself. Part of my issue of even writing a book is, to me, I don't know how to write a book when the book is still being written. You know what I'm saying?
That
like,
part.
It's kind of hard to do that. And I can't see myself traveling across the country and pretending like everything is just all gravy now. Right? Like, no, my story's still being written. I still got struggles, this, that, and the third. I'm just somebody that happens to have been through a lot. And I feel like I've been able to manage, you know, all that I've been through very well. You know?
That sounded so different. I was watching Gabrielle Union and she was being interviewed and she was talking about her book. And just listening to how you phrase it, that's like, yeah, that's what I would expect from someone who's going to write a book about their life. And I want to read that. Gabrielle, oh my gosh. That shit, yeah. I'm sorry, but
what did she say?
It was just pretty much talking about how like her book was more so about right when she broke up with her husband, the first husband, who was like a big football player, not what she's used to, and had her all submissive and lock and key and doing what she's supposed to do. And once she broke up, she felt like it was her opportunity to be free, and she pulled out her Dead Sea Scrolls of fuckboy lists and went to run through all these fuckboys or something. It was just
She got a whole phase after she got out that first marriage.
After she don't look like she never stopped, man. She destroyed, like she was really beefing with Dwayne Wade's baby mama.
I mean, but I'm gonna be honest though. Even so, with Gabrielle Union, for me, I think for the most part, the whole I used to be a mean girl, this, that, and the third, blah, blah, skip you. Do I feel like she's actually revamped who she is? No.
Hell no.
But I feel like she knows, and she's caught on, as many have, that being, you know, fake women empowerment, fake, you know, love yourself, accept, you know, free. She's realized she can make that marketable. So she had a reputation in the industry for being a bitch, for being hard to work with, for being catty, and she rebranded herself. And I still don't believe that most women in Hollywood buy that shit. They know better, but
bingo,
the people do. You know?
Yeah, but the women are on code though, because they want to believe that she said her Sierra prayer and got her a D Wade.
Well, most of them the same fucking way, right?
Thank you.
Most of them is the same fucking way. So out in her is out in me. Then people like, well, how you gonna say she fake? Like, and she's not being genuine. And all that she says when you come on and bring the same bullshit.
Bingo. That's why it's just so. It was just I was just shocked because how people were talking about her. Like she hated D Wade's woman to the point like people question if she intentionally turned that woman's kid gay and her ex gay. Like she's that conniving and manipulative. Like D Wade's nothing but her beard. That's her what do you call it?
Oh, I can absolutely believe she did.
Image consultant, like what old girl did with the Black Panther dude, the Lori Harvey. It's
Yeah.
like people saying that they gravitated towards these simple dudes to revamp their image because they weren't in the most classiest light, if you will. But after being with these dudes, it was just like what do you call it? A makeover or a damage control? A rebrand. Yeah, there you go. What is that?
It was a whole rebrand. They didn't even know it, baby. You was just, but the thing about Gabrielle is actually D Wade has become more he's become
submissive.
More not even submissive. I think he's more, dudes can't stand him. You know,
he got his fingernails painted and shit.
Most men can't stand him. But women, LGBTQ, and they love him. White women, they love him. So he's pretty much, I would say, kind of safe. Like, I actually think people are more put off by Gabrielle still. Like, you can tell it's not genuine. I think she thinks she's doing a good job of playing the role.
Facts. She thinks we believe her.
Yeah, she thinks most people believe her, but most people know that, no, bitch, we can still see it in you. Like, it looks painful, actually, for you to be this gracious. It actually looks painful.
It looks like she's competing with D Wade and she don't respect him. Like she's doing all this shit intentionally. Like, nigga, you don't know these niggas think you gay? All right. Well, I know you really gay anyway, but I'm gonna just act like it's okay. Like she's gaslighting him to thinking it's okay, or she knows he's really like that and she's trying to encourage him to let it all out.
Or I think D Wade probably never had an opinion one way or the other. Right?
I'm talking about himself with his colorful clothes and wearing skirts and painting his nails.
But that's I think that he's heterosexual. I do believe he's heterosexual. I don't feel like he's ever really had any solid identity. So like he conforms, right, to whatever's around him. Like he's pretty much like a blank page, you know?
Most athletes are.
Yeah, whatever choice. Yeah, all he knows is basketball and not much else. He's never had a whole lot of time to think about who he is or, like what he believes and this, that, and third. So if someone comes to you and tells you when no one else ever has, hey, well, there's nothing wrong with this. And I think he just didn't have nothing in there and she get to put all her stuff in there. Not that she necessarily believe it or is tied to it, but it's good for her and her image.
Yeah.
And he loved her enough to just go with it. And I'll venture to say that he probably not even sure what love is, but it's probably such a relief from what he's used to or what he's gone through in past relationships that he feels like it's love. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just, yeah. That's exactly how I look at it. I ain't even in there. Shit. It's just like, she got this nigga wrapped around some fingers. He waking up to head every day. Like she's covering all the bases to the point where he's just content. Nothing's really bothering him.
Right.
And to her, it's just like, all I have to do is this, and this, and I got it. This is the easiest shit. Cause when she was with that first dude, you could see the pictures. She was not the Gabrielle Union. She became the two could play that game with Vivica Fox. Going after Morris Chestnut when she was just a mean motherfucker. And then the Deliver Us from Evil with LL Cool J. Like her 3-4 movies, bang, bang, bang. She was just that mean bitch.
Yeah, but absolutely not. But I also think, the crazy thing is when she was playing mean, she didn't do a great job at it. Like she's just not a good actress to me. I'm gonna be honest.
It was just the staccato rapid fire telling a nigga off. Keep this with me because he wants to be with me. I'm not pulling his arm. I'm not making him do anything. Just deal with it, okay? And she had like a real catty, mean, like a Aisha Curry. It's just something about her being like real mean, but then just get real sarcastic and make you look stupid afterwards. It's like a formula that she was just doing over and over and over again. And now it gets tiring to the point where I'm seeing other actresses come out and they have like her spirit. And it was cool at first because it was kind of like a rambunctious and refusing to conform, and I'm my own person in my own lane. But then like, all right, fine, we're gonna give you room to be you. But then if that's all you can be is just a mean girl and you don't evolve to something else, it's just like, what the fuck we can't grow with you, you know? Like people were about Chris Brown and his fans and stuff, and I didn't get it until I heard someone say it. It's just like, it was T-Pain. I think they were talking about Chris Brown saying he's a princess or something. Not like feminine, but to the point where like you get everything you want and no one ever criticized you. And even when you work light, when you beat the shit out of the broad, you still came out somewhat positive when it would have crushed anybody and everybody else. You know, and so they're like, well, it could be the light skin thing, or it's just the
partially is
what they said. I forgot what he said. It's a princess syndrome, princess complex, to the point where he can't handle any criticism and he's just staying how he is and staying in his lane. And that's why he's just pretty much been the same artist and he hasn't really grown with his fan base. Like his fan base has outgrown him.
Right.
And so like,
and
I've never really.
Truth be told, I don't think his fan base has out, like, it's crazy. He's young and he got fans that were younger at a younger age. So they're kind of like committed and loyal to a degree. Like, I think his fans want to outgrow him, but they won't allow themselves to. Like, they're so loyal, even though I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember the last like super quality Chris Brown song that I heard or, you know, gave a fuck to here.
Right.
The most recent thing that I probably remember liking was the No Guidance with Drake, you know.
And that was Drake. You know, he was hot in the song because he did his part too, but it was the Drake that sold it. His best shit to me was that Yo, because it was like a Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah.
The way you make me feel type shit. When he was just damn near stalking. I guess it's toxic now, but just stalking the shit out of the bro.
now that you know, nigga, you was stalking. You was doing a little stalking.
Shit. Michael Jackson was wild, and this nigga was fucking up cars, chasing the broad in the car, locking down the car.
Listen.
Like,
no, okay.
Nigga had 4 niggas on the street humping the ground. I'm like, damn.
Very, very inappropriate. Today, nigga be canceled. Cancel that nigga. Shit.
Yeah, I can't even explain to my daughter what they're doing. They're just dancing.
Listen. But the crazy thing is, it's unfortunate, but these celebrities be on bullshit. Like, a lot of them. It's so many of them that I really wish they never, like, I really hate that social media is what it is. Back in the day, you seen them on TV, you don't know about their personal lives or what the fuck they had going on. You might see something in the tabloid or something, but that was it. But with social media, live buttons, and motherfuckers creating YouTube shows, and it's like, oh, we've seen enough of your ass. I know me personally, I can get thrown off quickly. If I find out I don't like your personality, like who you are, that's really gonna throw me off on enjoying anything you have to offer. Now, my dude convinced me to watch the Genius documentary because I was so opposed to it. I'm like, I don't want to see that shit with Kanye. He like, no, it's really good. Like, it really just kind of showed you his relationship with his mom and all. You know, like, he's like, I think you should watch it. So eventually I watched, and I was like, you know what, it was good. I'm still actually on the last part of it. But even with all of that, even while I was watching the documentary, I could start to see little shit, like when he was starting to kind of become super arrogant and kind of shit on the people that helped him build when no one else would.
Yeah. I can't with that guy.
Oh, Kanye.
Yeah, I just can't.
Yeah, he's a hot ass mess.
I just can't. I just can't.
Yeah.
It's one thing to not know or be oblivious to your ignorance, but a lot of his shit was calculated, and that's what confirmed the arrogance and the ego. Once the arrogance and the ego, because there's a lot of people that I may not get along, but I can see a sincerity in them, even if they believe their own delusion. It's not even to the point where he's like self-centered. It's just like it's ego, narcissistic. It's like damn near borderline psychotic. This thing went up there in the middle of all the drama and bullshit and tell everybody in the world that Trump is his father.
But the crazy thing is, I was having a conversation with my sister, and this is before I watched the documentary. And she was talking about Kanye, and we was just going through his antics. I said, I believe that Kanye has a real mental illness. I said, I definitely think he has a mental illness. I said, but he has some narcissistic personality traits. And she was like, you think so? I said, absolutely. I said, but to add to it, I said, the thing about it, she was like, well, with his mom, I said, well, a lot of people use that. I said, so I think he probably has maybe like a complex trauma or something like that disorder, in addition to the narcissistic personality. So you can have multiple things going on and it'll show conflicting, patterns like of behavior. He might have like a histrionic personality disorder. Well, probably not that. I think they do a lot of lying and, compulsions, but he could have multiple disorders that are showing itself. I also think that he may potentially be on the spectrum.
Oh yeah, I agree. I've heard people say that about him. They say he was kind of from the beginning, and
that's
a lot of people just tolerated him.
And that's the thing I was telling her. I said he could be on the spectrum, and she was like, "Oh," she was like, "You think?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "People tend to think like it got to be extreme this or extreme that." He could be on the spectrum, and they're gonna be gifted in certain, at least one specific area. His area could be music, right?
Yeah, this nigga's autistic, Rain Man, but can make beats.
Yeah, that could be his area of gifts. I said, but at that, with a narcissistic personality disorder, it becomes hard to treat him because one aspect is demonized while the other one is extremely coddled, right? Like, so it's like, if he is, how do you even address his other issues? Because, oh, he's autistic, or, oh, he's on the spectrum. Like it becomes a problem.
Yeah, you can't really see it unless you're in the kid's head, and that's a messy mind I do not want to be in.
But that's the whole thing. Even then you can't get. It's so fucked up because narcissists, like how I believe he is, like, did you watch the documentary?
Hell no, I don't need to. This nigga said he's Walt Disney. He's Steve Jobs. He's Ferragamo. He's out there.
I'm gonna go through just this scenario. So he had this dude that asked him early on, he heard him making waves in Chicago or whatever, and he like, okay, he met him and he like, this nigga gonna be somebody. I want to document his journey. So dude started documenting. Well, no, dude didn't get a chance to propose it to him because the next he heard, Kanye was in New York. So when he got an opportunity to go out there and talk to him, he pretty much told him he wanted to document him. Kanye was with it. So, that's how their journey began. So he started documenting Kanye trying to get the deal, when he was still hustling and, moving around or whatever. So over years and years, this man has documented all of his major moments, different times when he didn't went to play his demos, him, his process creating music, all this shit. When the nigga ain't had shit, right? He out there, he didn't put his life on hold on what he was doing as a producer to film Kanye because he believed in him. So now this is post Kanye dropping his album, College Dropout. Now note the dude who was doing the documentary, he helped him put together the video for Through the Wire and all of that because Dame Dash and them wouldn't open up Kanye's budget for him to do none of that shit. So he was literally,
Wow.
Yeah, so he was literally putting his album together on borrowed studio time, favors. Like, I ain't gonna lie. So I do have a respect for Kanye because I didn't know the hustle that the man had to go through to get that album out. He pretty much paid for that album because Rockefeller, after the accident, wasn't really fucking with him like that. He was still a signed artist, but they had pretty much put him on the shelf and they weren't really talking no release. So he had recorded, Through the Wire and all of that. I think it was 2-3 weeks after his accident, something like that. So they put together the video and all of that. He drops the album, gets nominated for a Grammy. He at the Grammys after party. So the dude that been filming him and documenting him the whole time, during this time, they had a lot of distance because Kanye went on tour and it's all this, busy shit. He had told him in the studio one day, though, after he had released this Through the Wire, he was like, well, the album going crazy, that Jesus Walks, man, I'm going to have hype film that because it got to be crazy. It got to be bigger than ever. So dude was like, oh, okay. Meanwhile, he been using dude, but now that you done popped off, you don't want to use him no more. You want to use hype. So dude was like, oh, I was cool with you. I understood, whatever. They at the Grammys party after the fact. So dude recording him. He like, yeah, we got Kanye here. And Kanye like, yeah. He like, say something to the camera. He like, yeah, what's up? This my boy such and such. And he like, nigga, what? He had called him the wrong nigga name. So he like, man, he like, no, dude, who you call me? And he kept calling him the wrong name forever. Like, it went on and it was like awkward because the dude was kind of looking crazy, like, wow, like, So then towards the end, after probably about a good 3 to 4 minutes of him calling him the wrong name, he's like, oh, nah, I'm just fucking with y'all. This is my nigga such and such and blase skippy woo woo. So dude kind of smiled like, okay, like, but just the fact that it wasn't like I'm just playing. He was pretending to be drunk and intoxicated and calling him the wrong name. And you could see the dude was visibly uncomfortable and embarrassed. And like, he's recording for his show, right? And you try to play this nigga that been holding you down, filming your whole documentary like you don't fucking know him. So that was one situation. It was another situation because the dude is genuinely happy for him, whatever, wanted him to win and all this. It was another situation where the dude had like flew out to see one of his shows. And like, he was trying to say what's up to Kanye and the nigga walked right past him. Like, he ain't know him. Dude is filming all of this. So he was like, well, in that instance, it was busy. Like, he steadily, like, it was busy. So he probably ain't see me or blase, or it was so much going on. But whole time Kanye was just playing the fuck out of him. So ironically, this is years and years that went past. His mom had passed, the dude wasn't around then, and all types of shit. So when Kanye started getting bad publicity for his antics and all types of shit, he reached out and told him that he wanted to help him with a project that he was doing in like Tokyo or some shit like that. So pretty much the nigga tried to use him, but you could tell he had made some stipulations on how he was filmed. Because whereas you got full body and full face Kanye, in this particular segment of the documentary, it was just these close up, quote unquote, intimate, candid shots with just his eyebrows or the bottom of his mouth showing where he just talking. He wasn't really showing like full face. But this is post him going to a mental institution, post him making fucked up ass statements, during elections, like, and the dude was pretty much kind of like, I kind of understood, that I had been called out there for a purpose, which was pretty much this nigga trying to rebrand. He's like, but we make magic together. And Kanye, like, he needed to connect back with his roots and where it all started because he was feeling lost. I said, child, you don't get the fuck.
But this is Kanye. He's a genius. I don't see what makes him so genius. He makes quality music. Some people make quality sandwiches. Some people can operate a trash can without spilling trash all over the fucking streets. At some point in time, you got to take credit for doing your job. I don't give you a right to be an asshole.
Now, I'll say this. In the beginning, I did see a lot of ingenuity with him trying, the way he was so resourceful and creative with how he got shit done and handled. I got to give him credit for that. However, I don't know the intimate stories of everyone and how they got to where they got. So I don't know if he was genius or if he's just another, story. A lot of people say that in the industry say Kanye is genius because of, different things that he did, like the whole him getting his mouth wired and documenting that. He was already mapping out in his mind the concept of the video and how he wanted it to go. So even throughout that process, there were certain things that he would tell, like the camera, like, yeah, I want you to get this, that, and the third. Now I could say, to me, that's genius for you to take this accident, create a song about it, and you already mapped out like a video concept. Like you've already found a way to turn that tragedy into a triumph. Now I'm not gonna even hold you. Part of me is kind of wondering, because I never got the details on how he got into that accident. Part of me is wondering if he's crazy enough to be the
Thank you.
Nah. I was watching. I said,
his mentor is Kris Jenner. These people are the master of manipulations. And they claim to be genius, and all they are narcissistic manipulators. If you're talking about Prince, Michael, Whitney, okay, there's genius. There's art. This guy, he's talented in what he's doing. But when your gimmick outshines your work, I got to start questioning it. When your best work or talking about concepts where you're supposed to be mentally evolved, when it all falls down and gold digger and all this type of stuff, but the essence of your life is the opposite, the contrary, I can't call that genius.
Yeah, and also too,
gold digger, and you have 3 kids with Kim Kardashian, 2, and she's with Tommy or this Pete Davidson. Genius, huh?
But that's the thing. So when I was watching it, I was kind of like torn because I do know that there are those people who have their persona, their ego, and then they feel, you'll hear a lot of artists say, I feel at home in the music and I can really express myself in the music. So I wanted to give him that credit, like, okay, well, maybe this is just where he feels most comfortable. But there was such a strong dichotomy between the words he was rapping. Like one of his major sellers, the song that he pitched a lot was Jesus Walks, and another song that he pitched a lot was When It All Falls Down.
Yep.
So those 2 songs, particularly When It All Falls Down, it was strange because he had made the song, and before he actually purchased the piece, because I went and bought this, and he actually hadn't even purchased the necklace. He purchased the necklace and the song had already been written. So it was kind of crazy to me, like, how you rapped about being self-conscious and going to get a chain before you got a house and all of this, that, and the third.
But that literally happened after that you had already written the song. Like you did that premeditated. You ain't like, oh, I got the chain and then I realized, damn, I ain't even got no house yet. Like I'm so self-conscious. I got this chain, no house, right? It was like kind of
Wait
it was
till I
kind
get my money, right?
of
I
right.
had
It
a
was kind
dream
of
I could buy my way to
meditated.
heaven. I woke up and spent that on a necklace.
Yeah. It was kind of premeditated. So in that sense, I was like, now is this him kind of playing in people's face? Like you're relating to knowing that most people are self-conscious. And I'm pretty sure he may or may not be self-conscious about something, but it's almost like you're trying to make yourself to be vulnerable and relatable in the music.
Falsely. But
But
you're
that's
not.
not who you are.
Thank you. Now you get it. That's why I really can't fuck with the guy like that.
But no. I've
Never
always
him
felt like that.
women.
Like I can
No.
actually relate to that Kanye, but the thing is, like I said, and that's why I was telling my dude, I was like, I used to love Kanye's music because I like the message that he was portraying, but you don't go from talking like that to being who he is today. Like there's something definitely amiss. A lot of people is blaming it on mental health. Fuck that. That nigga's a whole narcissist. Now, when I go back and I watch it, like when I went back and I watched the documentary, I was trying to give him, I ain't want to go in with my assumptions of who he was. And then, so I tried to give him grace for, okay, let's just try to just watch this without. So I tried to say, okay, well, a lot of artists say that they feel at home in the music, but for that particular thing, I said, wait a minute. He had already written All Falls Down and recorded that. Like, but then he go and get the chain. But you had mentioned in the song that before I had a house and now I do it again. Like, I don't know.
What's his purpose? Does he feel like he's a genius? Does he feel like he's leading people?
But the thing is, he's been saying he's a genius. So that's something that's something his mom told him. His childhood dog name was Genius.
Okay.
So there's always been this obsession with being a genius. So before he came into the music realm, his mom always told him he was a genius. Now, I don't know if it was her idea to tell him that or if he started calling himself a genius and she said, yes, you are, baby. And it just, took on. I don't know if she, I don't know which way it happened. But yeah, he always called himself a genius. She called him a genius. And they actually had their dog name was Genius.
No. Your boy DJ Focus hopped on.
Hopped on what?
The chat.
Oh. Luckily, I don't have no real fucking work hours. I work when I want to. I'd be through. He said, y'all still sound like some nuts. Shaking my head. And you still trolling, nigga. Shit. I see you still on the troll.
Yeah.
We actually been kind of missing you a little bit. We ain't had no spicy conversations or nobody saying, let me talk. Let me talk. We kind of missed your ass.
Oh man. I get annoyed because I be trying to root for the dude.
Listen, and then he fuck around and argue with you. I'm like, nigga, I know I'm used to debating you, but nigga, I'm actually on your side this time. You don't hear me being on your side?
That's what gets me. Like the last 3 times, I'm like, bro, I'm trying to help you out or I'm on your side. I agree. But I really have to work on my communication because I don't know if it's my tone or the way I over explain things, trying to be understood.
I'll say this. I want to say partially it's the pace, not necessarily the tone. So I don't know if you be trying to hurry up and get it out, like so people won't cut you off. But you like really speed through things. And normally when people do that, it's when they're in a position of like opposition. So it ain't necessarily what you're saying. At the rate in which you're speaking, it can come off as if you are opposing and not siding with you. Be like, well, so what I was saying was the men, they actually are more powerful and they're stronger. So my point was to tell you, like, it can come off as like, are you opposing me? Are you on my side? Like, I'm trying to follow. And then I was like, okay, I can agree with that. But no. Hear me out. Like, like, okay, I'm sorry. Let me hear you out.
Me my wife got into that earlier because I have maybe it was a couple of days ago, because I was explaining to her how she has to cut me off sometimes to get her point across, or she has to speak up. But at the same time, I think she was trying to, but I was like, you got to let me finish. It was a funny conversation because I was trying to explain to her because sometimes if I'm going on a tangent or if you understand what I'm saying, just cut me off and get it out. And at least to let me know what you're explaining, but don't cut me off to start an argument or go past the point that we're making, because sometimes I'll reiterate and speak in different ways and multiple facets just to see if you understand it. And if you do understand it, just say it so I can shut the fuck up. Because when you teach a lot and do a lot of lecturing, you tend to talk more when the students shut the fuck up because you don't know if they get it.
Right. You kind of over explain, and you know, and my thing is like, because me and my dude have that same issue. Now I'm not gonna say he don't do no whole lot of talking. It depends.
My tablet's low. I'm listening, but my tablet's low. It's on 2%.
He don't do no whole lot of talking, but it depends, you know. If it's something like he really interested in, he'll go off on a whole tangent. Sometimes we get into arguments and he'll be trying to tell me something like, no, what I'm saying, I'm like, no, I understand what you're saying. And then he's like, no, because you're saying, I'm like, okay, just hear me out. I don't want you to, like, same thing I told you earlier. Like, I understand what you're saying, so I don't want you to go through explaining something that I've already caught. Now, if you want to add to that, cool, but I want you to pick up from there. You understand? Like, you don't have to explain your whole argument all over again. I'm gonna tell you the parts that I've already grabbed onto. This is what I already understand you mean. So if you want to build out from there and add to it, cool. But I can comprehend what you're saying. I got you. You're like, you want to cut me off. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to keep it to a minimum. So we ain't going back and forth all day. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you go.
Oh shit, this thing's about to die. All right, so I look up about 1%. Damn it, my laptop gonna die. All right, so we'll pick it up a little later today. Damn. Yeah, I gotta go. It's gonna die. We got 1%.